I have to train my daughters better. I've had my youngest grandson for the past couple days, and they think that I am an on-demand babysitter. I said, nope, I got to hang out. I can't watch him tonight. Got to reschedule. We just had him yesterday. So, everybody can everybody hear me? Yeah, people. You know what? People ignored all that stuff before it actually happened. Uh, People thought that Donald Trump wasn't going to have any effect on black women, and they said he's not going to do anything. Black women aren't going to change. He's not going to have an effect. They sent out a few letters. Okay, they haven't thrown anybody out. They sent out a few letters with Donald Trump in office, and all of a sudden you hear, the simps and black women are actually doing headstands. Okay, it's like you. What do you think? It wasn't coming? You don't read. You don't understand. People don't believe that. Like my grandmother used to tell me all the time, you don't believe fat meat is greasy till you slip on the grease and bust your ass. Okay. Now you see black people busting their ass. Okay, they're slipping on this grease. Do, anybody with any sense could tell you this is real. This is real, and they've been. I said it. I don't know if I can even find it anymore. I was in. We were in uh, a local black meetup group. The old conscious meetup group where once a week they hold they hold talks, they show movies and stuff like they talk about books, and me and my buddy, we were guests, and it was like 2009, I do believe, and I was talking about the snap cards, and they said, well, how come everything's crashed and nobody's upset, there aren't riots in the streets? I said because people can still eat, and I said, when when the snap cards go away, you will actually know that shit is getting real. Because when they take those away, and people can't, walk into Walmart or wherever they're trying to get their weekly groceries and they can't eat, people will get. That's when you see people in the streets. People can understand getting thrown out of a place, but when they cannot eat, they can't feed their children. That's when people will get upset. I mean, literally be out in the streets with Molotov cocktails. And I said that back in 2009. So this is not new to me. Um, to Barack Obama's credit, whether you like him or you don't like him, he didn't pull it. He cut it. He cut the people that they cut people they didn't think would actually need it. They try to cut the people that were hustling the system. A lot of people complaining they were cutting people that were hustling the system as much as they could, but they didn't eliminate it. Okay, so they kept the system going. People will always find ways around things, but they kept the system going. And we always say you never know um, the job that a president does until 5 years after he's out of office, because that's when all the dirt or the ill effects, the cracks, in a system will show up, and it's because a president's job is to constantly be fixing cracks in a system. Keeping things quiet, keeping things buried. Even Donald Trump wouldn't be in the trouble that he's in if he just shut the fuck up. Everybody knows what was going on. Everybody knows what went on with the Russians and the elections. Barack Obama handed them a whole case file. Okay. In other words, this is to show you that I was on my job. This is the case file that we have against Donald Trump. Okay, that we have investigated, and these are the documents. But we're not going to bring them out because we don't want to. One president, outgoing president, doesn't do it to the next president. There's kind of like um, an agreed thing. Okay, what you did in your campaign, as long as you shut up and you keep things going um, within bounds, and nobody's going to do anything. Donald Trump could have run for a second term, possibly. But the thing is, they're telling you, dude, you can't. You basically everybody knows what's going on. This is Washington. This is the Beltway. Everybody knows everybody else's secrets. If you shut up and do your job and keep the game going, you're going to Germany. Germany's going east. Germany's going east. I do believe in the next 10 years, Germany will join the BRICS because the Prussians because um, Putin is Prussian royalty. The Prussians run Germany. The Prussians formed Germany, so that's how come the Germans don't have any problems with Russia because the old Soviet. The reason they hated the old Soviets because the old Soviets killed the Prussian royalty that was governing Russia at the time, and they pushed the rest of the what they call the White Russians or the Prussians out. So a lot of your White Russians got moved to East Germany and moved to Germany, back to Prussia. That's how come basically Germany waged almost like two wars against the Russians. That's how come Hitler attacked them. They wanted to get rid of the Soviets. If it wasn't for my grandsons, Ghana was my first pick, and Kenya was my second pick. Kenya is more developed. It's got higher, it has higher internet. There's the only thing with Kenya, Kenya is not as safe as Ghana is, but it's more developed. Okay, there's more roads, there's more internet, there's more infrastructure. East Africa has lots more infrastructure than West Africa does. Um, Basically, West Africa kind of lost out because they sided with the United States and the West more than they did with the Chinese. And so the Chinese just picked up when they left and they went east. Chinese really don't care that much about West Africa. The Chinese really care about is the Congo more than anything else. Uh, the Congo is the Congo is the jewel of Africa as far as resources is concerned. So it made sense for the Chinese to go east, and they had to go east after Libya, after they took Gaddafi out. Basically Gaddafi was probably the next head of the continent of Africa, because basically he was trying to fund the African Union. He was trying to fund the gold backed African dinar, where it was based on gold and resources and a lot of things. They were saying he was saying I'm getting pushed back, and basically he was doing a Benjamin Franklin. Either we all hang together or we'll all hang separately, and he was voicing that message throughout the whole continent of Africa. If we come together as a bloc like the Europeans do, we can demand higher prices for our resources. We can fund our own infrastructure. We can fund our own security, just like like the Europeans do. And basically, we can be a bigger, better European Union if we come together. But um, uh, what Africa hasn't done is a continent hasn't done is what the European continent went through basically in the 14th, 15th, and 16th centuries. They had a whole lot of ethnic conflicts within Europe. For like 100, 150 years. I mean, they were just killing each other until they finally settled down. The European Union really wasn't done, or really wasn't fixed until after World War II, when the United States came in and made an enforced peace. Basically, that's what NATO was about. NATO and all that stuff in the European Union is about keeping the ethnic rivalries within Europe from heating up and basically pulling the whole globe back into war. But that is a long tale. It's a long tale. Uh, Going down, like I said, going down, go receding. Well, I like to use receding better than going down. Man, going down would be a disaster for the whole globe. Nobody wants the United States is still the Titanic, and basically, um, when big boats go down, they have a wake. That's like a whirlpool. They'll pull everything else in with it, and it's like the whole globe is chained together. So if you have a big block like the United States go down and sink, it's going to pull the whole global architecture right down in the hole with it. So nobody wants it to go down. The Chinese could have taken the United States down, 6, 7 years ago if they really wanted to. If they really wanted to, but the thing is, it's in nobody's interest. Deep Bremer, the Marshall Plan. The Marshall Plan was actually based on what's his name? Uh, Good grief. What is the economist's name that everybody uses? It'll come to me. Um, it's based on his. I'm trying to remember his name. God, good grief, because we use the economists use his name all the time. But he wrote papers after World War I and about how a lot of these um, reparations were bad, and they actually cause conflict. So you're going to have to. It's better to build your enemies up and repair the system rather than trying to destroy your enemies utterly. And they come back. They fly, especially in Europe, and they fly back and at you in like 20 years. No, it wasn't Friedman. It was before him. Friedman's work is based on his work. He's a 19. He basically helped set up the United States dollar system in Bretton Woods. I'm trying to remember his name. Yeah, old man, too much knowledge in the brain to pull all this stuff out. Uh, Demonetization. Uh, it, it, it's bad. It's okay. America's decline is going to be bad for people inside the United States because um, it's easy to go up a mountain and then to jump off a cliff, and to for your lifestyle to recede is very difficult for any population. Uh, reparations, reparations. Not necessarily people at war, uh, but it's a logical way to do undo damage and undo bad feelings. So if you like say if you had an indentured servant like a slave or an indentured servant, you would pay him reparations at the end of um, at the end of his servitude, or if you've damaged the people to end the conflict, or so you don't have guerrilla fighting or anything like that. You would basically repair them. You give them reparations. So anybody that you've done damage to, or it's proved that you've done damage to, you pay them reparations. It's not necessarily a war. Yeah, Maynard Keynes, Keynesian, Maynard Keynes. In fact, I have his block of his papers called not the art of persuasion. What is it? I was just looking at it because I had it way back when I was doing my Quigley work. I was actually gonna read through it and actually do something on it. But black people are so damaged. But you black folks, man, to you actually deal with black people's problems, man, it can be a full-time job because we are so damaged in so many different places, man. There's so many cracks in our culture. It's ridiculous. But I think it's called Papers on Persuasion, where he basically has all of his papers, all in like in a like almost like in a book form, where he talks about his thoughts. But Bretton Woods and the EU and the Marshall Plan was all set up according to the Keynesian theory. In other words, if you don't want a World War III, you need to loan these instead of extracting money for these people, loan them money, and actually have so they can rebuild their society because they're all industrial society. So if you loan them money, get the infrastructure back on its feet, and then after that, have the money repaid to you, it would actually be a better system where where you wouldn't have this constant destruction all the time. And it worked out for the United States. The dollar system that we're based on, the wealth that we have, and the wealth that we still extract from the world on a dollar system. Um, we wouldn't have if it wasn't for Keynesian theory. Keynesian theory is much bigger than people think. People hate Keynes, but basically, your whole dollar system is based on Keynesian theory. As much as they hate him, and when they went away from Keynes did not believe in a pure fiat system. What Keynes actually did and was actually brilliant, if you think about it. He before Keynes, it was either a fiat system or a gold system, mostly a gold system. But gold has no flexibility, and a gold system after the Industrial Revolution really did not work very well because a fixed gold system works with a fixed population. So if you only grow, if so basically if you only have 500 million people on the planet, give or take, or less than a billion people on the planet, give or take, then a gold system can work because your population doesn't grow very fast or not at all. So your population will go up, it will go down, but it's basically stable. But when you have the Industrial Revolution caused the populations to go out of whack. In other words, populations were growing more than 3% a year. And that's what that and if you're on a gold system, you run out of gold to distribute, or gold to base your economy on. So basically you have to go get gold from somebody else. You have to either find it or you have to go steal it. And it's easier to go take it from somebody else than actually do the work of finding it. And that's what the wars were about. So Keynes said, okay, the gold system is actually caused, because of the Industrial Revolution, the increase in population, this is what's causing the wars. And a fiat system is too uncontrollable. So he made this case, okay, why don't we blend these two systems together? We'll use the restriction of gold. We'll loosen it a little bit with the base fiat based money based on gold, or with gold collars, so to speak. So basically, your gold system in a gold system, your economy should only grow 3% a year. When it goes outside that, you're outside the gold restriction, and you're going to have to get penalized so you come back within it. That's where the 3% comes from. But humans being humans, and the French being French, they did their old thing about uh, taking the people in charge down by um, forcing countries off the gold system. The United States did not go off the gold system willingly. France forced them off the gold system. And so, De Gaulle and France forced the United States off the gold system. So Nixon and and his cohorts said, okay, they're going to force us off the gold system. We're not going to have any gold if we continue to um, if we continue on this dollar system. Say what is the answer to this? and basically they came up with the answer. Basically called their bluff. Said, "Fuck them. You know what? We're gonna pull all the military back. We're not gonna pay off. We're not gonna give you any more goals. If you want to use the dollars, use them. But basically, go build your own financial architecture, and good luck to you." And that's why I suggest Gold Dollars and Power, because it explains it. People don't pick up the freaking book. I said it is the gold. I found the book accidentally, and it was never a book that was promoted or published. It was published, but it was never promoted. It was never talked about. It was actually. It's almost like Tragedy and Hope. They wanted the author to actually go through the Bretton Woods systems and find out and do a history on it and do an analysis on it. So he wrote this book. It's not very big. It's only like maybe 300 pages. Do an analysis on it and do a history on it. So he did. And I was wondering when I found this, why does this little book cost damn near $40? But when I read it, I said, oh. I said, how come I never heard of this guy? I said, oh. And see, this little guy in Austin, Texas, the University of Texas, and that nobody had ever heard of. And then once the book, so I started raving about the book, man, on on my circles, and people started getting interested in it. And then they moved him. Basically, the Council of Foreign Relations took him out of Austin, Texas, and moved him into one of their uh, uh, one of their enterprises. Right? They just took him. Go. In other words, we don't want you talking. Okay, because people are interested in what you're talking about. So basically, very few people know about. Cause he's never promoted the book ever. But if you read it, you will understand the dollar system in the United States. You will understand how it works, why it works, and you will understand why the United States went off the gold system. There's very few books that you can actually find um, that will actually tell you the truth. Very few that will actually lay it out for you. And when you find them, man, they try to hide those books. There's a few books I would like. I'm way behind on my reading. That's one thing about doing YouTube stuff. Doing YouTube videos is not that big of a problem, and but basically it's monitoring your comments. You know, especially that's why this Section 8 stuff, man. I didn't think it would cause as big of a stir as it did because it was just an article that one dude did, and I wasn't the only one to do video on it, and I had no idea that I would get damn near 20,000 views, man, in the comment section on that video, just that one video. I mean, last look, man, it was like 600 comments, and people are basically, talk about I need 600 fainting couches, man, because the women are just they're falling out on the fainting couch behind this stuff because this stuff is serious. And this, like I said, this is just the opening salvo. That's like I might put up that thing about Morning Joe. They are cutting damn near $1 trillion off of Medicaid. Then these are not black people that they're talking about. So he said, well, this is institutional racism. This is bullshit. Okay, this is structural. This is overdue. That's how come I referred back to the Obama's Council on Debt. They talked about this. And that's the thing is, Trump is the military is there for a reason. The military is there for a reason. The military is there trying to basically
Start some shit.
no, they're trying to save the dollar system. The dollar is a system. The dollar is not just a currency, it's a system. Okay? And for the
Uh huh.
United States, it's an extraction system because basically the United States basically does not give any value for the dollars that they send out or the dollars that are used. Well, if all the dollars came back to the United States would be more than broke.
Uh
But the
huh.
thing is, they basically get to buy goods and services from around the world for paper. But the thing is, it's not just paper. There's a system that's attached to. In other words, the rest of the world has been paying basically a 10% tax, or even sometimes even more tax, for to support the United States lifestyle. Um,
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, there's what's his name? I'm trying to remember his name. Henry C.K. Lou. He, if you go to his website, but basically he stopped. A lot of times when people get highlighted, like especially black folks, because we were attached to a lot of people in Africa. Okay, a lot of heads of states in Africa used to listen to us. And when we start talking about, like, say, we start talking about gold dollars and power, all of a sudden the African heads of state start reading that shit, right? See what it's about. And so they got rid of the author. They didn't get rid of him. They moved the author out of his position as a professor at the University of Austin because okay, he's gonna start getting calls. Okay, um,
Yeah.
when we talked about Henry C.K. Lou and his work, right, about global finance, what the United States was doing as far as the dollar system and how it affected, because he was writing it for his own people, he was writing for the Chinese leadership. Okay, I'm over here. I was trained as an engineer, as an architect, but now I'm doing. Uh, uh, I'm not now. I'm doing finance and I'm doing economics, right? Because I want to understand the dollar system so I can break it down and explain it to the heads of states in China. And then he wrote, good lord, from 2003 to 2000, I think it's 2012. His last essay, and he used to write, man, like small books as far as essays are concerned. They're just small. But I've only gone through a few of them. I may have gone through like 10% of his essays. But he used to break this shit down. And when we found out about him, we started promoting him. And guess what? He stopped posting this stuff.
Hmm.
A lot of times we used to break. We used to just, you know how it is. You uncover stuff, right? Because a lot of this stuff is hidden, not hidden, but most people don't notice it. But when we start bringing it to light to the common folks, um, all of a sudden, okay, more than our circle know about it. So once more than our circle knows about it, then we have to explain it away, or we have to cover it up, or we have to have uh, some kind of mechanism to actually deal with this. I used to listen to a lot of basically arcane and arcane stuff that will bore most people to tears. And the only thing is that most people that would do what I do, like the guy Craig Hewlett, who I put up, a lot because he's the one that taught me the game. Okay, he for 10 years he taught us the game because I maybe be in Hewlett's client base. I used to go to his client retreats. He used to hold them like once or twice a year. Go to the client retreats. I'd be the only black face in the room. You have about 50 people, sometimes 100 people. I'd be the only black face in the room
Ooh,
because I read his book and I said he knows the game. Okay, he knows the game,
that's right.
and I might have talent as an analyst, but he knows the game.
Uh,
And he taught me
excuse
for
me.
10 years. He taught me a lot of stuff. Go ahead.
Excuse me, brother BGS. Uh, um, I'm going to say this, and I'm going to say this respectfully, man.
Go ahead.
Brother, I think that you are heaven sent, man. I'm starting to realize your worth. I think God bless you to come here to all of us who are seeking to actually bring something more. The knowledge that you have, I believe it's very fulfilling, and I believe is brought to us so we can change the world.
Yeah.
And I think that's the reason why. And I've heard a lot of your statements, and I've heard a lot of the things that you've been saying lately
Mm-hmm.
about we're in kindergarten, and and you're waiting for us to get to the first grade with it. Well,
Mm-hmm.
I challenge everybody out there to really sit down and actually start doing the studying. Because see, we doing a lot of talking, but in order for us to get out of the kindergarten stage, we got to really start reading books and everything else. So, brother, I ain't gonna take up too much of your time, but what was the book that you were just stating? I'm gonna start writing down the books that you're talking about that we need to read, because I'm not gonna lie, Mr. BGS, I know nothing. I come to you like a child, a babe in Christ, man. I don't know anything. I've always talk the barbershop talk,
Mm-hmm.
but not on your level to the extent of how you talk. And I
Mm-hmm.
think this is where all of us need to start acknowledging and realizing where we're at, and start
Yeah.
saying if we want to get better, we really need to start sitting down, reading, and really start sitting down and start learning the true facts and everything. So
Well, yeah, yeah, because when yeah, a long time ago when my partner was starting his endeavor, he wanted to do a repeat of the Black Study Group, basically the well, you guys call them hoteps. Okay, now I don't know what I have actually no idea what you guys actually call the conscious community anymore, because I know they call them hoteps because that was a greeting that we used to use coming
It
back from
depends on
ancient
what your
primitive.
issue with them is.
Yeah.
Edward, I call them the hotep hoes, bro. I don't even
Listen,
bother
and
with them.
there are hotep hoes out there. I would,
Yes, it
I'm not
is.
gonna lie to you because basically, the guy that knows, the guy that was in the era, even though he's a lot younger because he was a teenager at the time, the guy
Yeah.
that's an old school conscious community guy is Bitter Truth, and we talk about it all the time because
Hmm.
we talk privately.
Yeah.
Because he knows who I am. Because he's been in the
Hmm.
community. He knows who I am in real life. Okay,
Right.
and
Oh, so he knows who man is under the cowl. He knows who Batman is.
well,
Yeah.
because the reason he doesn't say anything, because he knows who my identity is. The reason he doesn't say anything because he knows the game. He
Right.
knows the
Yeah,
game.
Spook sat by the door.
Well, I'm
Well, see,
saying
that's
no,
the
no, no. I'm
problem,
saying no.
BGS.
No.
I
His
believe that's
father.
the problem.
Yeah.
See, guys like that who was sitting on wisdom, they got so many jewels of wisdom to sit down and look at us. We're like the children. Like, I'm sitting here. I'm about to turn 40 this year,
Uh huh.
and I'm thirsty. Like my well is dry, and I'm
Mm-hmm.
sitting here trying, like for the last 6 years, trying to seek truth of self,
Mm-hmm.
as well as what's going on around me and everything.
Yeah.
Then you have like such as the gentleman that you were just talking about, who know the truth, but they don't say nothing to nobody. But yet we, as a youth or the younger generation, is sitting around, running around with our heads cut off,
Uh
trying
huh.
to figure it out, while they sit over there, don't say nothing to nobody. That's why I say that you haven't said.
Uh, it's okay. It's one of those things where because I know I get accused of a lot. I get accused of a lot of things. Okay, I'm trying to make money, which people hear. You guys know that's not true because you guys been with me a year since the beginning of basically this Itmore channel. You guys know that I'm not looking for money. Okay,
Yeah.
Hmm.
and you guys know that the information that I probably spit out is probably worth 10 times whatever AdSense I make on it. Okay.
Yeah.
Damn shame too.
It would
Hmm.
okay. I'm not doing it for my partner, my partner. Okay, he basically the government in Africa just flew him over to the continent, man,
Hmm.
for for a week and a half. Okay, on their
Yeah.
dime. Okay, he ain't had to pay for it. And I got a couple other guys that actually do that. They basically get flown because of on their dime. Like he went to like he makes more money in Great Britain than he does in the States.
Okay.
God
When he
damn.
goes, he
Yeah.
takes his books and his information. They pay. They basically they fly him in, put him up in a hotel, buy all of his books, buy all of his material. Okay, they basically
Okay.
when he comes back, he's empty because they bring him over twice a year and they buy everything. Okay, the folks in the United States. Um, for whatever reason, black people in the United States, this kind of stuff is not valuable to them. And the only way to get the stuff out, because I'm not trying to make money from what I'm trying to do is get black men, black men. I know black women complain about it. It's not fair, but I'm trying to get
Yeah.
black men to not necessarily wake up, but give them the information that says, okay, the picture is much bigger than you think it is.
Right. Right.
And I need you to try to understand how the system works, because what really scares white people in the United States, people in power, is people that know how the system works.
Right. Yeah, I heard you state in that rant
Yeah.
about how the DOD actually have you under surveillance in the
Oh yeah.
sense
Oh yeah.
of what
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
And I say yes, that was a deep statement. Even though BGS put his foot dead in that dude behind that he was talking to, he made some pertinent points on that rant.
I'm
And I was
laughing.
like, yeah, go ahead. I'm
BGS
sorry.
controlled by the government. That's why I was laughing.
What's that?
That's
I'm
right.
I was owned
BGS
by,
is controlled by the government.
I'm owned by the government.
No,
Huh?
you get trolled.
Oh yeah, all the time, man. In fact, you know what? They used to.
When Uncle Sam be in your comment section.
Oh yeah, because they want to know what I've said.
Right.
So I say enough.
Who is
I
me?
I say enough not to get put in a orange jumpsuit, because
He
if
ain't
I
really
Right.
uppity. He's something more dangerous than an uppity. He really knows.
You know what's
No.
So
surprising?
I say to everybody out there, I ain't even gonna say nothing else. Y'all heard the truth right there. That man, that little small tidbit that Everett and I is talking about, BGS is talking about, should tell you who was telling the truth and who was out there just smoking, just blowing smoke out there behind. And that's why I say it's time to get with it. And I'm saying I don't even know why I'm talking like this right now, but I'm sitting there saying to myself like, yo, Edward, everybody, I'm trying to tell you, man. Edward, Edward and all the people out there, if you want to make a change, if you want this to really happen, I would recommend, I challenge everybody to go out there and actually really sit down and really listen to what this man is talking about. We keep saying that we don't have any more Martin Luther Kings or Malcolm X's or any intelligence out there, but you got one before your eyes right now. So
Brother,
why are
we
we going
agree
to
with
just
you.
sit here?
We agree
Yeah,
with you totally.
why are we going to sit here? Why do we just sit here to just listen to him when you can learn from him? Like literally, and I forgive me, Mr. BGS, but I think I'm having an epiphany right now
Uh-huh.
because it's all coming together to me.
Okay.
It's like, yo,
Well, the thing is,
you're the master teacher.
Well, the thing is like I used to tell my circle, and I haven't talked to them, but I haven't talked to them in about 3 months. I used to tell my circle
Right,
is that we were at least 18 months ahead of whatever's going to happen next, and sometimes we're even further than that. So in other words, I dropped something. If you guys remember my early stuff, okay, it sounded like I was pulling stuff out of my ass, literally pulling stuff out of my ass. Okay, until the next cycle, and he said, "Oh, okay, that's what he was talking about."
right,
And when you start to see it before, in other words, I always say that the newspapers will prove my point. Okay, I mean,
right.
I could actually beat you down with articles, but the thing is, the newspapers will prove my point. And
That's right.
when you see the stuff go down in front of your eyes, this is which the government doesn't like, is when you actually see the stuff going down in front of your eyes. And he said,
That's right.
"Okay, he knows, he knows something further than what I thought he did. Okay, it's not
That's right.
he's not making this. I mean, he's not making this up. Go ahead, CG3.
Yeah, we got a couple of trolls in the room, man. I don't know if you got any moderators to get rid of them.
You want to be one?
Yeah, I get rid of them in a minute. Yeah,
And the thing is, you usually
About to clean
the
house.
popo in real life. You really gonna do that here too? You like it's time to regulate. Let's.
All
Yeah.
right, you got it. You got the
yeah.
wrench. Yeah.
First of all, before I continue, good evening, brothers. I'm going to say
Evening.
aye bobo to what James said. He's absolutely right.
That's right, bro.
What I did is, and again, this is this is not saying that he hasn't been made aware of it. But I did share your video to brother Umar Johnson. I think it was the rant that I sent him, and
Mm-hmm.
he responded with accolades.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, again,
That's right.
He know
don't think,
he knows. You know,
yeah.
I mean, I I actually like Umar. Okay, I actually like Umar. Okay, really believe it or not, I've actually put up some of his stuff in different places. Right, I actually like Umar. But
Yeah.
but the thing is, if okay, there's a point where if you want to speak the hardcore unfiltered truth, man, you basically in the black conscious community, you ain't gonna make no money. Okay,
That's right.
okay, you're gonna have to have a day job. Okay, because you're gonna piss. Because black people are emotional, and black women are especially emotional. You're gonna piss people off, and basically, man, I've seen some shit, man, meetings where people want to fight. Now, Umar, even though he's strong, even though Umar is strong, and even though Umar is protective of females, and that will get you 80% of the way. I'm sure Umar's been in places where they wanted to challenge him to go outside and fight,
Yeah.
Well,
women included, because it's just because it stands on homosexuality.
Man,
Well,
dude.
well, the problem with black people,
Damn,
this is the problem. The problem is black people don't value information. Let's just, it's an old saying that if you want to put anything, if you want to
In the
hide
book,
information from black people, you put it in the book.
yeah,
And
That's right.
and because
That's right. Go ahead, Edward.
And because we don't value information, people that are strong arbiters of information, such as BGS, and it's not even just the information BGS, there's even like Alan Roger Curry.
yeah,
Like Alan Roger Curry should have so much more money than what he has, but
yeah,
just based on his information on social dynamics and dynamics, particularly
yeah.
between universally men and women, but his expertise on black men, but blah blah blah. But my point is, we analyzing information is just like the value of information is just like analyzing diamonds. Diamonds are rocks. The only
Right.
difference is the value that they're given because of their supply and demand, their carat size, their clarity size. But if you don't know nothing about that, to the average person, it's just another rock. And you
Yeah,
can probably
yeah,
sell somebody a cubic zirconia if they know so little about diamonds real talk.
yeah,
And that's how
That's
information.
right.
So what
It's
happens is you have people like Brother Polite and all these infotainment or info hustlers that they're
ain't no brother for
offering
life.
nothing. And then black people say all hoteps are fucked up. When in reality, there's a couple of apples, and they don't even know, like, people like Dr. Francis Quest Welsing or
yeah,
Sharazad Ali. They can't tell you those people, but they know all the people that are fucked up. But
yeah.
they can't tell you any
Well,
real.
you will say it is a person will slag a hotep and then praise Dr. Claude Anderson. I said,
Hell yeah.
fool, they're in the same community.
Yes,
yeah.
sir.
Okay,
I
No,
where you
I
yeah,
live.
think
like when it comes to black people, like to add on to what Edward was saying,
Mm,
they look at it like who's the person saying this? Like they have to be popular. Like say if it
yeah,
would be LeBron James saying what you're saying,
mm,
everybody would believe it. But they're like, who's
yeah.
BGS? He doesn't know nothing. I don't know him. What he do?
that's
Where's he
right.
from? Da da
LeBron,
da da da. Like they want to know your
the,
resume. But when it's white people or whatever,
uh,
they don't need to go through all that. Or if, like, but black people, we need you to be famous and popular in order to believe everything you say.
Right.
if you guys notice, the few white people that have come here and have dared to come here on this on on uh, uh on my hangouts, right? More hangouts, and ask
Yeah.
me questions. Have you ever heard them cuss me out?
No.
No,
What do they
never.
always say
No.
when they finish?
All right, man.
There.
They
You have
say
a good night,
they say
man.
thank you. They say thank you. I'm saying, and I know, there was one guy used to come in, the white guy used to ask me what I thought about white Western civilization and what was going to go on, and I knew the information I told him crushed him, and he thanked
That's right.
me.
Yeah, because white people will say, okay, this dude is a bellwether dude. So it's kind of like stuff that they can test their bullshit on. Because a lot of white people know a lot of stuff they think with exceptionalism is
Hmm.
bullshit, but they don't have anybody that they can trust as like concrete foundation that their bullshit can't break past. So they say, okay, if BGS is saying this, I know he doesn't have like I hate white dad, all this bullshit. So if he
Yeah,
says it, I kind of trust it. White people, they may not tell you that, but
Yeah.
white men will, because
Okay.
white
You
people
you
respect
you,
people.
you know what you know what the thing is, you know what helped me get over the hatred of white people. Because I hate them just like, because what they did to my grandmother and my mother and
Yeah.
all that stuff. I hated their guts too. They did calling me nigger when I went to the white schools and stuff like that. I
Mhm.
hated their guts too. What got me over and got me past the hatred of white people was knowledge. Okay, I said,
Yeah.
oh, that's how the game works. Oh,
Hey,
this is
Hmm.
how the game works.
B,
This is a game.
BGS.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they like they
So
don't.
Do you believe that starting at an early age, going to a predominantly white school made you more prepared to deal with white people
Yeah.
as an
Yeah.
adult?
Because I knew who they were. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
noticed the
okay.
same thing. I noticed that a lot of my friends come from a black neighborhood. They hadn't been to been around white people, so they really got like ticked off when somebody disrespected them. But I
Yeah.
already knew,
Right.
so it gave me the ability to control my emotions and understand how they, in general, thought without
I don't. I
absolute
don't get.
hatred.
I don't get too many problems with white people or even racist white people because just like they know my buttons, I know theirs, and they look at me and
Hmm.
I start talking to him and say, okay, he knows where I'm. So whatever I throw at him, he can throw it back double because he knows our culture.
And
Right.
what a lot of white people don't realize is they're treated just like black people. They just get called. They feed into that white supremacy because they don't want to feel like they're as poor as us. But
The
at the end of the
Now,
day, they were tricked because like back during slavery days, they were basically as poor as black people, no rights, no landowners,
poorer,
and like they
poorer.
were
Yeah.
tricked into believing in the skin color. That's when race was created in order to be able to control and
Yep.
to control the nation. And like to this day, they still feed into that. So that's why they don't fight for rights, even though they're being fucked just like the rest of us.
Well,
That's
well,
where the
well,
Divide and
term
well,
conquer.
cracker.
BGS.
yeah. Go ahead.
I got another
Oh,
question.
okay. Hold on. Wilsonian wanted to say something. Then go ahead,
uh,
jump in.
yeah,
Sorry, my
No,
brother.
Wilsonian. Go ahead, Wilsonian.
Yes, sir. Just two quick things. One, that's where cracker came from.
Hmm.
That's something that whites from Georgia were calling guys whites in Florida. I
Hmm.
just left Titusville checking an AC system, and as I was going east towards the Atlantic, there's a big sign that says cracker ranch.
Hmm.
So I mean that's one thing to always keep in mind. As a matter of fact, I'll do you one better. I don't know if anybody here knows anybody from the UK, but you'll often or at times will hear them ask, "Do you want to go to the pub and have a what? Have a crack?" So I mean, let's allow me to reiterate that. And one
uh,
last thing,
yeah.
Yeah.
and one last thing before we get this juggernaut back and up and running. I had an opportunity, Master BGS and the brothers, to connect with a brother out in Ghana when it comes to HVAC. I'm starting a new job this Monday. They
Hmm.
said they're gonna pay me up to 50, if not more. Obviously, financial information will be much appreciated. But continue, gentlemen.
Okay. Now, who's
Congratulations.
next?
Yeah.
I had a
Now,
question.
I
Go
got
ahead.
a
Go ahead.
question
Charles has
also.
the question.
Go,
Charles has the
this,
question, and then you, bro.
okay,
Okay.
BGS. What age started you on your quest for knowledge? When did the epiphany?
But really, what started me is when I was had a ROTC class at USC, right? And trying to remember his name. He was John F. Kennedy's not his chief of staff, but he was his. I can't remember, but he served in the administration of John F. Kennedy. I'm trying to recall his name. Um, but they used to have speeches because I remember the Gerald Ford gave a speech, but he gave a speech to our particular class, right? And
McNamara.
McNamara, not McNamara. Is it McNamara? It might be McNamara. I can't remember his particular name, but he gave a speech.
O'Donnell.
Huh? It could be McNamara. I'm trying to remember his name, but
Was it Kenneth O'Donnell?
no. He was. I think he was a CEO of Ford or GM, and he came to work for the Kennedy administration. Um, anyway, what he said, he gave us a speech and he told us about the Soviet Union. This is 1977, right? And he said that the Soviet Union, they expected the Soviet Union to collapse within 10 years because the military, they were in an arms race with the United States, and and they couldn't afford to build up. And he said
Right.
financially they would collapse in 10 years. That was 1977, and that kind of woke me up to like, okay, the world is bigger than I think, because when you actually hear somebody that knows the game and actually speaks, okay, and actually will speak to you, because we were military, right? We were actually your ROTC class. You're going to be officers. You're going to be have access to this kind of information, and they actually want you to know this stuff, and they tell you a lot of stuff that the public never hears, okay, because it's meant for, because you're going to be indoctrinated, so you're not going to tell the regular public, right, because they're going to indoctrinate you. But I'm just one of those black jelly beans that happen to escape, you know, through some of it is my stupidity, okay,
They
because
always got your phone number. That's how they see it.
uh,
Cause, cause that's the thing with Zoe Williams when that dude shot those cops, man. They knocked on his door and the
uh,
FBI saw his ass. Same thing with Boyce Watkins. So they
yeah,
already know it's a
they,
phone call away.
they monitor everything. They monitor everything, and um,
Well, they
it's
got algorithms. They got
Okay.
algorithms listening for keywords.
oh, well, the thing is, they are algorithms listening for keywords, but there's certain people that they watch. I'm one of those people that they always monitor. Anything I say in public, they always monitor. Okay. Um,
Yeah.
Kennedy
I
and
in fact,
everybody.
I was one of the first people. I know that because I would say something in public, right, and 2 weeks later it'd be out in the press. Like I was
Uh,
the
uh, uh,
I actually, I mean, I shit you not, and you guys aren't gonna believe it, but I was the first person to call Donald Trump a populist. I kid
Hmm.
you not.
I'm still
That's
trying to wonder why the media doesn't talk about the fact that he's Eastern European. Like they love to talk about all these connections with Russia, but Western Europeans and Eastern Europeans are different. They are very different. They've always had this kind of, if you group them up, they've always had this kind of antagonistic attitude towards each other to a certain extent. I heard what you said
yeah.
earlier about Prussia and Germany with Russia,
uh-huh.
and um, I'm just interested in, nobody in the media has brought up the fact that he's Eastern European. His kid, they're full-blooded Eastern Europeans, so it would make sense that you would have these issues maybe with Russia because he might line up with that. That's why he has this kind of mentality of being authoritarian a lot, because they were
Yeah,
talking a lot in the news
yeah,
about his missteps with his first foreign trip and how you, and check this out, you notice how he seems to be uncomfortable around other Western Europeans, but he
because
seems to be very comfortable around more authoritarian slash Eastern European people.
yeah, because that's Eastern European royalty, and we don't know because we have to trace his bloodline back. I don't think he's just a regular dude.
His last
No.
name is different. He
It's
changed his
Frump.
name.
It's Frump. Yeah,
Yeah,
like
Well,
That's
German.
what a lot of them people do is change their name. They don't want you to know who their real family is.
mhm.
Right.
well, but
Yeah.
what I'm
But
saying is like the media wants everybody talks about impeaching
Well,
Trump, but
the media's paid off.
No,
yeah,
well, the thing
they're
is that
paid for by the
oh,
private sector.
what I'm saying is you cannot pay the press off because Donald Trump has pissed them off so much that there's no money that will pay them off.
Well,
Okay,
plus there's a lot of
yeah,
rich
You
people
know,
how did
who
how
don't like Trump.
huh?
like
Excuse me.
like
We,
the private size or the media. The reason why I say that I think the media is kind of paid off is because it's whatever agenda that comes to mind to the private,
you're
they
breaking up,
decide to
James.
put. Okay, uh, whatever that. I feel that the reason why I said that I think that it's probably bought they pay off the media is because whatever the private owner of the newscast or the newspaper agenda is, it seems like they're pushing it because, like for example, like for some, it seemed like one big wave of a feminist push,
Mhm.
then one big wave against Trump, then one big wave. It's like nobody has an individual thought concept. It's like they're all reading from the same script.
Same
Yeah,
script.
And that's what makes me feel like, yo, this thing must be bought out or somebody, the
Well,
entity on, yeah.
there are agendas. There are agendas with the news media. Nobody's denying that. But see, the trap that most black people fall into, that kind of sheep trap, is it's like people don't want to dig into the actual nuances of like where the bullshit's being pushed or not. So they just say, oh, everything's bought off. They don't understand it. Like there's certain agendas out there, sure.
Yeah.
And that will tell you a lot about what the media is doing. But this idea where it's kind of like an absolute plug and play, like buy off, that's not the case. It's
No.
not that.
Okay, Edward, like what happened to Ron Paul
Mm,
right at the right before the second
Mm-hmm.
term start for Obama.
mm,
In a lot of different news, the independent newscasts, they were saying that
You can't win.
he was leading in second, he was leading number 2 in a lot of states and actually leading in some. But
yeah.
when you look at CNN and Fox News, it was like they talked about the number 1, then jumped to number 3. I was like, wait a minute now. So
Yeah, because they didn't want to push
and
Ron Paul.
I just thought
Ron
that was
Paul
very
was a cow. Ron
suspect.
Paul was a coward.
You know, I thought that was very suspect how the newscast was able to do that. Just jump over Ron Paul
Look what
and
they
just
did
go
with
like he
Bernie.
wasn't even there. Like it's like they blackballed him from the race.
Yeah.
Look
Well,
what
he
they
was.
did with Bernie Sanders.
Well,
They
yeah,
pretty
but
much did the same thing.
they did. They did
Yeah,
do the same thing because they didn't want a socialist. They didn't want a socialist in office.
Yeah, people
Yeah,
use that word socialist like they're like it's about. I'm like, all right, you could take there's everything has pros and cons, but when it comes to
right.
socialists, if they're talking about healthcare that's affordable, like you can't get mad at healthcare for all when you look at some of these other states, like they have it, even though some of them have a longer wait time for certain things. If you really
Yeah.
needed something, you're gonna get pushed to the
But
front.
but
come on.
Right.
socialism is bigger than just healthcare. It's bigger than
Most
just
Okay.
taxes.
yeah,
It's a whole. It's another agenda. You have not had a pro-socialist. Nixon, believe it or not, was your last uh, a pro-socialist president that they would allow in.
Yeah, I see. I saw a video
Mm,
by a gentleman by the name of Richard Wolff. He
mm.
was a socialist,
Mm,
and
He is a
he was
mm-hmm.
socialist. Yeah.
actually stating that there's nothing wrong with socialism. What America's population is actually afraid of is what they saw from Stalin and
Yeah.
Mao. And he
Mm-hmm.
was like, that's not the true socialism. He said
That's
that
fascism.
what you see, he said, what you saw at that time was after the state took control based on a revolutionary. He said socialism is either revolutionary or or
Yeah.
persuasion. And so, from those standpoints of them being communists,
Yeah.
what you saw was a revolutionary because they fought the Bolshevik,
Bolsheviks.
the Bolsheviks in order to win the land, right? So it
Yeah.
was a revolutionary communist movement. What they didn't decide to do, or Lennox died before he could actually bring it into power, was the state was just going to be a mediator while the people governed everything. It was
Mm,
just going to be the facilitator. But what happened was the state ended up becoming the capitalist state party. So everything the state wanted, like what's happened with King Jong Il in North Korea.
mm.
He
well,
got whiskey collections, the movie collections. He
Yeah.
go out partying and everything else. And
Yeah.
everybody in North Korea has to sing songs to him and only about him. And just
Kim Jong
Well,
Un.
this.
okay. The difference between communism and basically European liberal European socialism is that
Yes, sir.
one is liberal and one is authoritarian.
Okay.
It has nothing to do with the socialism, well, democracy or communism is authoritarian socialism.
Can I
Okay.
chime in on that also?
Go ahead,
All right.
Dr. Jones.
Yeah, I was just going to say the big argument I have against socialism, since we're
Mm,
talking about it, is that
Yes.
Mises pointed out the issues with economic calculation.
hmm
So
Yeah.
I often will say that I have issues with interest rate policy because how can you have 13 people sitting in a room determining what the price of money should be for
hmm
300 million people?
Oh, you talking
So
about you talking about the Fed?
Yeah, the Fed. I'm
Well,
Okay,
the Fed is
okay.
a private bank. The private bank's owned by six banks.
I understand, but that's how I always say you read the Lords of Finance, and they break it down for you. The Fed was invented not
Hold on.
to
What was it? What was
The
it?
Lords of
the Lords
Finance.
the Lords of Finance.
The
What I'm saying
Lords of
is, okay. My spiritual teacher, okay, he says you
okay.
just can't read a book. You have to struggle with your material.
Okay.
Hmm.
How can I read something? How can I read something? We can read the same book and get
Right.
two. And how come I can get more out of that book than you can? It's because you
Right.
read the book. Okay, I struggle with the book.
Right.
Basically, so sometimes depending on the book, how dense the information is, some books, a nonfiction book I can read in a day. Okay, I can
Okay.
read a 500 page nonfiction book in a day, but you give me a 300 page, a 200, like William Julius Wilson's book, The Truly Disadvantaged, right? It
Yeah.
take it takes me it takes me an hour to read 30 pages, okay? Because I'm struggling with the material. I'm
And
actually I'm
Okay.
probably
actually I'm actually
taking notes.
I'm analyzing the material, okay? So in
No, I
other
know what
words,
you're talking
yeah,
about.
yeah,
I know exactly what you're talking about because, like, if you're reading a book and then it's like a certain idea that the book is trying to communicate,
yeah,
You
and
want to look it
what
up.
I'll do is I will keep rereading those pages until I understand the idea,
yeah.
and before I
Right. Also,
rest of
you'll be stuck on the first chapter for a while until you get the concept of that chapter.
Yeah. Or
Okay.
you know what most people skip past. When you read a book, and I'm sure Dr. Jones knows this because I can tell, um, he reads the book thoroughly.
Introduction.
Yeah, the introduction. The forward and introduction, because basically what they're doing,
Right.
the book,
Setting the
basically
tone.
they're laying out the argument. Okay, you know how, in other words, the introduction is the argument that they're laying out, right? And the rest of the book is basically them showing you evidence of the argument. This is the argument. This is what I'm trying to prove. This is the proof that I'm trying to prove, and I now have to fill in the details so that you can see, uh, understand, and actually, either agree or disagree with my argument. But the introduction lays out the argument. Most people skip past that, and then they say, "What is this book about?" They tell you what the book is about right in the introduction. This is what I'm
Right.
trying to get across to
Hmm.
you. This is what I believe, and this is what I'm trying to prove.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
and when it comes to the Fed, you either going to look at them and say, "Oh, they're here to help us," or you're going to actually have to study them
The
and see what their real purpose is for. And their real
the
purpose is not to help you. Their
the,
real
the
Right.
purpose is to actually put you in debt and to keep you
No,
in
no. The,
control.
the the control. The reason that you have the Federal Reserve, the reason that you have the Federal Reserve is to prevent bank crashes. When
Yeah,
when the banks have problems, the Federal Reserve has not done its job. Okay,
but
that's the reason it was set up in the first place, because you used to have, bank defaults, man, like every 5 to 10 years. I mean, just boom, 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 boom. And basically, after 1909, they met up and would say, "Fuck it, okay." Oh, fuck it. We
Yeah.
that
we we can't we can't we cannot have this kind of monetary policy. And basically they came together with the leaders, with the managers of the country, said, "Look, if you guys cannot keep sucking in money and then crashing, and then we have to rebuild the system all over again. You're going to have
Right.
something to monitor yourself. It is a private institution, not to help the people or run financial policy. It is there to control the banking system. That's what
to
it's there
take the
but
for."
they're not doing a good job at it.
Well,
BGS question. I got a
yes, sir.
question. What do you think about the Occupy Wall Street? I haven't heard. They kind of died off. Did they just get jobs?
They killed the movement.
Okay.
The leaders they gave drop, the leaders that they either scared off, or and the ones they couldn't
Or
scare
probably
off, they
paid
were
them
intelligent.
off.
They paid them off. They gave them jobs.
Hmm.
Oh, okay.
So in other words, you killed the movement.
the
Because
same
Because
thing they ever
because
do to Black Wall Street. I mean, not Black Wall Street, but damn, I
Black
don't know.
Lives
Black
Matter.
Lives Matter.
Yeah, because most of them look
Black Lives Matter is not a grassroots movement. You got to
no, it's
understand.
not.
You got to
It's
understand what I have told you. I told you guys what Black Lives Matter is. What
Yeah.
is it? It's it's a vehicle. Black Lives Matter is
it's
a
just pro
vehicle.
opposition. That's how I
No,
see
no,
it.
no. It's a vehicle. In other words, all your civil rights leaders
Monsanto.
are. Well, yeah, they're basically they're astroturf. What I'm saying is, all your civil rights leaders are what they're getting old. They're in like their 70s and 80s, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So in other words, who are the next crop of black leaders to come up? Who are they?
Millennials.
They're trying to create. They're trying
Us.
to create them in front of our face.
And thus Black Lives Matter. But you cannot just pick some hand pick some people and say these are your leaders, right? Because we never heard of you, right?
Right,
Mm-hmm.
right,
So in other words, you need struggle, you need crisis, and these basically your leaders, especially black people, black leaders need to come out of crisis, right?
right,
Mm-hmm.
right.
Where were you on? You had to be on the streets. You got to struggle for black people. Barack Obama understood that. Okay, if you want to get black people behind him, you had to be in the community. You had to come up from the community and then have the community embrace you, and they will push you forward. So
Unless you're
basically,
Hillary, all you need is hot sauce in your purse.
Hillary's not black.
I know.
It works differently for white people. What I'm saying is for
That's
black
right.
people, it's different. If you want a black leader, they have to come up through the struggle, right? Look at Jesse, or you look at Al or whoever, right? They came up through struggle, right? They
Yeah.
had a
To my Al
movement.
Charlatan.
Al Charlatan, but he came up through a movement, right? You have to have
The
something to
pimp
force you.
movement.
Uh, huh? What I'm saying
Pimp
is,
movement.
it was it who was the girl that he
Oh, the girl that they said the cop raped her, Tawana. I forgot.
Tawana Brawley, right?
Yeah, that was in Brooklyn. They
Okay.
used to have a movement in
In
Brooklyn.
other words, he had that. That's what made Al Sharpton. Nobody knew who Al Sharpton was. Nobody followed Al Sharpton until
But
Tawana
see,
Brawley.
BGS, this is
Yes,
the
sir.
thing that I'm trying to. This is the thing that's confusing me.
What?
Jesse Jackson and
Mhm.
Al Sharpton and whoever else is out there. Well, I'll say those two.
Sellouts.
I see them from the history standpoint of what they did,
Mhm.
but the way that I see them now, based on how I see the people like in your age bracket talking about them,
Uh huh.
they kind of come off as Don King now, like, hey, we in it just for the money, and I'm going to try to pimp this so I can get the most money from it.
Okay.
That's how I kind of see Jesse Jackson
I,
and Al Sharpton.
I,
It's
I,
like
I,
they
I,
just
I know how you see them, but I'm trying to get you to look from a different vantage point. Okay,
Yeah,
look,
okay,
it started from
look.
Red Post.
You have to look for them as instruments, as tools, right? If okay,
right,
if you want, it was very expensive to buy out a Jesse Jackson, right?
right,
Uh-huh.
very
Okay, so in other words, if Jackson is getting old and you need to replace him, do you want somebody that's outside of your control to come up and lead the black people? Is that what you want?
No,
So
that's
what do
not
you
what the
have?
establishment wants.
And so, in other words, if you want a black leaders that you can control, what do you have to do?
You have to create them yourself.
You have to create them yourself. In other words, there's a process that creates black leaders that black people will follow, right?
right,
Mhm.
And so if you can't do that. So if you want to do that artificially, you're going to have to basically send them through the same process that all the other leaders come out of. Thus, Black Lives Matter is that process.
right.
Do you think
And
that?
you
Okay,
see
well,
who the head of that is. That's George Soros.
Yeah.
yeah.
Who's the most popular person that you can think of coming out of Black Lives Matter movement?
Nobody.
Sean
Sean
King.
King.
No, but I
Sean
know the
King.
lady. Like, I know the lady. There was a lady that was up there because she was doing a lot of interviews saying that she was the head of the Black
Sean
Lives.
King too.
Yeah,
I don't know how he's a writer in New York Times if he's
The
if
New
he's
York
like against the
Post.
establishment. I don't know how he writes for those people, and he has all his connections.
Because the thing is, okay,
He just said it. They're giving jobs.
they give
No,
him
no, I
jobs.
said it sarcastically. I know what you mean. He's
Yeah.
definitely, bought out, paid for. I was just saying, I don't know how people don't smell the bullshit. That this dude is so connected.
Because they got
Because-
no time to analyze it.
Yeah,
Most black-
niggas are asleep. I told my friends. I told so many people about that.
Gentlemen, let him
Most
speak.
black
Gentlemen, let him
people
speak.
Go
Gentlemen,
ahead,
let
finish,
him
Youngie. Finish. Let him speak.
Yeah, it's just I told a lot of people. I'm like, this dude is highly connected. He's always everywhere where some shit goes down. He's always meeting with a family after somebody gets shot.
Yeah.
He's always meeting with a high official. And I'm like, you don't smell the bullshit? And they're like, no, he's for the people, man. I'm like,
Yeah.
yo, this dude looks
Yeah,
basically like
exactly.
white.
What you say right there, the same thing I
Exactly.
say about Chance the Rapper. I'm like, yo,
Oh,
you
yeah.
gotta
His
look
dad- his
who
dad works
his
for the-
dad is. His dad worked for Obama. I said, do you think that like he's a chosen person? Like A lot of these people are hand selected. They're like, if it would be talent alone, a lot more people would have a lot more opportunities to rise to the ranks. But you got to be part of a certain bloodline, part of a certain circle in order to reach to certain levels.
You gotta be
Okay,
connected.
Yeah.
You
That's
gotta choose
true.
them.
That's true
and
to a certain
I,
extent.
One at a time. One at a time. Edward first, and then.
although there is something to be said about that element,
Mhm.
what black men have to stop doing is getting into anybody that's anybody. It's got to be they bought off. Like if you, because I'm gonna tell you something. I can't tell you how many people, because of the stuff that I've done, will say I only got to where I got to because I'm fucking light skinned. I know a lot of black dudes that say that stupid shit.
Okay,
When
that's
I
a little bit too much. That's kind of
Yeah.
well,
retarded.
but it's the same mentality though. It's like a lot of people will say, "Oh, well, he's an Illuminati. Oh, well, that's because you a mulatto. Oh, because that's this."
Nobody said that. I mean, his
Let him
No,
dad,
finish.
his
no,
dad
Let
went
him
for the
not
finish.
you
Let him
Obama
guys.
finish.
He's
Let him
talking
administration.
finish.
about
Let him
people.
finish.
My bad, my bad, my
Yeah,
bad.
finish. Go ahead and finish, Edward.
In general.
Finish
And
that, my
what
bad.
happens is people really believe that shit. Like they really believe that you can't be successful unless you give your soul somewhere, somehow to somebody. Because they don't know any
Right.
examples of people there are, because a lot of successful black businessmen
It
are
depends on what.
underpaid.
Well, let him finish. Yeah,
They're
okay,
low
go ahead.
key.
Yeah, go
Mhm.
go ahead, bro. Now, somebody
Yeah,
wanted to
it
interject?
depends. It
Yeah,
depends on what you consider success is. If you consider success being on TV, then you have to do certain things. You have to play the game. But you could be successful and nobody knows your name. But
Exactly.
like, it's all about what you consider success. And when it comes to that Illuminati, you throw that around like it's something to be played with. Like, there's a lot of things that you don't know about it, but you think you know about it. Like, there's blood. Like you act like there ain't certain bloodlines. I bet you didn't know Obama was related to
There is
George. You
bloodlines.
probably didn't know. You probably
okay,
didn't know Obama was
okay.
related to George Bush.
Yeah, well, yeah, that is true.
I
That
Yeah,
will
has to
give
that's
be.
true. All the
Yeah,
presidents
and
are related.
let me
yeah.
respond by saying this. If you're an African American and you know who the Illuminati is, but you don't know who the Boule or Jack and Jill is,
I
Oh,
want
we
to know
know who the
about
Boule
that.
Wait,
is.
wait, let him finish.
Yeah.
Let him finish.
talking
Yeah.
about you. I'm talking about in general, because if I ask 10
Yeah.
people about they know about the Illuminati, I promise you 7 of them don't know what the Boule is or Jack and Jill is. So you
Right.
may
Edward, I also
want to
wanted to
know
say,
all about it, but
Or probably the Eastern Stars.
the
Well,
average
yeah, but
black person that brings that up, and again, I'm not putting you in that category because I don't know
mhm.
you. Average black person puts that shit up will put it up from a hip hop context. They ain't actually really picked up a book
Yeah,
and
there's
Oh, it's deeper.
politics
It's
in it.
it's deeper than hip
well,
hop.
But
but
yeah,
but
I just
unfortunately,
wanted.
but
was
Yeah,
am I
because hold
wrong
on.
with what I just said? Like, so most people can't even really tell you about the Masons and all of that. Oh, Jay-Z's in the Illuminati and Rihanna's a blood
no,
This is a
sacrifice.
Masonic country. If you
yeah,
live in this
Yeah.
country,
it
you
was built
have
by
to
Masons.
accept.
You
You
The
have to
Declaration of
accept that
Independence
it's
was signed by
do you
Masons.
do you know
Well,
how many
one at a time.
Masonic? Do you know how many
One at a
Masonic
time.
temples I
Okay.
drive past in my city every day?
And
And I
some
be
of
Yeah,
looking past, and it's like people don't even know what those symbols mean. I'll be in the car with some of my people. I'll be like, you know what that is? They'd be like, nah. I said, that's another Freemason symbol. Look at the
y-
G, the compass, and the ruler. They don't even know.
yeah,
Yeah,
and then
but still, man, what?
the Illuminati. The Illuminati is bigger than just the Masons.
Mm-hmm.
There's more
hmm.
groups in that.
There's
The
the
Kabbalists.
globalists.
The Kabbalists are. Yeah.
Yeah.
When
But
I
what
Yeah,
was
it's tons of
I'm
people.
is
But
like
there's also yeah.
The
majority of
Scottish Rite.
people, the
Well, the
vast
Scottish Rites are
majority of
Masons.
people will
But aren't a
take
lot of those
it.
symbols our symbols anyway?
Yeah.
Huh? Yeah, they're well.
yeah,
No.
You got to
pretty
remember
much.
if you read their literature, all these the Illuminati trace their lineage back to the builders of the temple.
Yeah.
All that knowledge came through
Well,
books. That's
The
well,
like
ancient order.
BGS.
The
My
ancient.
question
The
is,
ancient order of.
one at a time, one at a time. Who's first?
Yeah.
BGS. My question is, from your standpoint, what is the end result or the end game for this quote unquote? Because I'm starting not to believe in. My belief is the people that's people create their own chaos. That's what I believe. That's what I'm starting to believe. But from your standpoint, what do you believe is the end game of this quote unquote so-called Illuminati or Bilderberg group?
In other words, they are the illumined ones, or the knowledgeable ones, are basically are there to lead humanity in whatever, not in their necessarily their best interest, what they think is the best interest of humanity.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes they're right, and sometimes they're wrong, and they do disagree.
hmm.
Right.
Master
Yeah.
Teacher, do you think that, because I've had conversations with folks from, I mean, they didn't come out and say it, but I knew that they were connected. You know, a lot of those guys hang out in financial circles. They're, from my impression, is they're basically, you know, some of them are trying to do that great work, but others are kind of like out for self. You know, they're kind of throwing the symbols in your face and mocking you for being quote unquote profane and all of that.
Yeah, but those are the ones that never reach to the
Higher
levels where they
levels.
higher levels because they're, in other words, their heart's not pure, and you can't. Basically, they will kill you. Okay, just like the priest, or they will make you commit suicide
To move
if
up.
uh if you profane the knowledge.
Is it really about Cyrus, the eye of Cyrus, what they call, is God really Satan to them in the higher
There is
echelons
no
of the
difference.
masonry?
In other words, okay, if you get to the higher realms and higher knowledge of self and higher knowledge of the actual thing, there is no difference. There's negative God has positive and negative aspects.
All that hotep stuff that people, disdain and talk about, that's what they use to
No,
basically run the
but
temples that they have and everything. They
but
basically
here's
Right.
using
Because
your
they
own,
here's
they using your own ancestors' knowledge and wisdom to
here,
their advantage.
Yeah,
because
but
people
not
want to
with
believe
that.
in something. Go ahead.
difference. Here's the difference. The difference is it's kind of like the Bible. If you
Right.
if you approach the Bible like, let's say, BGS would, a very agnostic way, there's a lot of information in universal wisdom that you can, in fact, I would argue most of the universal wisdom you can actually pull out of the Bible. But the problem is when you approach it and you're not, if you don't approach the Bible the way like BGS would, you come out of it a very emotional way. And that's the problem with Hotep. That's the problem with the Illuminati stuff. People approach it with a lot of emotion, and in the way they project it out is from a very emotional way, which all the actual important stuff that they need to be pulling out of the Bible or pulling out of the Illuminati or whatever, they don't get. So they're
This is
just,
people that
it's kind of
understand
Let
and
like,
then
me
people that don't
One at a time.
understand.
One at a time. One at a time.
let
it's
me
like
It's that simple.
it's like parroting stuff that you don't understand, so it comes out gibberish versus you actually understanding a language and actually knowing how to properly interpret it.
Edward, let
Right.
me ask you a question. Do you believe that most people can actually filter their emotional response when they absorb information?
I believe that it's something that has to be learned, and very few people have ever achieved that
It's
completely.
it's it's very difficult because I had to send my sister because she was struggling. I had to send my sister through it, and it's not for the faint of heart. And it's not it's a and Dr. Jones he's gone through the path in a different way. Okay, not my he hasn't followed my path, but he followed a different tradition. But if you understand the tradition, it's a self struggle. Most people are not willing to go through that kind of self struggle.
Yeah,
Most
Yeah.
people, yeah.
and you have to have the core thing that I think you have to have is the ability to you have to have the ability to question yourself without
Right.
falling into the trap of allowing doubt to control you. And in my opinion, I used to struggle with that because it's not that I didn't have confidence, but I'm not, despite what people may think that, hear me talk, I'm not somebody where I assume I will question myself. I will
Right.
self,
You have to, Edward. And that's something you have to do in order to grow. Because if you don't understand yourself, your faults, you will stop growing if you can't acknowledge your faults of self.
and here's why you have to do that. You have to do that because that keeps your ability. It's kind of like, I forget what they said in Buddha or whatever, but like your ability to receive new information
Yeah.
or
Right.
receive updated information. Like, so if you come across an idea that counters another idea, this is where black people get fucked up. Black people, they come across an idea that's emotional. We see it with the Section 8 simps out here. Their emotions override, and then they come in like they just got done running away from the cops, like da 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 PGS. Like, you notice when they always yes, it's like they out of breath or some shit.
Right. Right. It's
That's
like
Like,
they're in a
because they,
panic.
like they're super mad and they're trying to calm themselves out,
Is
calm
yeah,
themselves down, trying not
Niggas
to hurt.
turned up.
Niggas
or
trying
Zero
not
they,
to
to
hurt.
100. Zero
or
to 100
Right.
real
what they
quick.
call
Real
angriness,
quick.
emotion?
what they call
BGS directed me at Gerald Horn. I know most of you guys have heard of Dr. Horn.
Yeah.
No, I
However,
haven't until
but
BG.
I put him up. I
yeah,
put up a couple of his videos.
yeah. So
Yeah.
what I'm gonna say is, I love if you read his information, you can see that he's so objective when he even though he has emotion behind his observation, he still questions and analyzes it in an objective way, and that's what we as a people need to learn to do. Still,
As
you
a
can still have
That's
your,
why. That's why.
Doctor,
If whoever,
Master Teacher BGS.
Yes, sir.
Have you ever heard of something like my faith or my walk is actually gearing me towards preterism, and I believe it because there's a doctor, there's two doctors, Doctor Don Preston and Doctor William Bell. They actually break down the Bible and even break it down to the point of you understanding the words of what it meant. And for me, I believe that everything ended in 70 AD. I truly believe that.
Okay.
There is no second coming.
Hostile Adept wants to get on. He wants to talk about. He said he's a Freemason and he wants to get on and clarify some things. I don't know exactly what he wants to clarify. So,
I mean,
somebody's not speaking. Can you guys, one of you guys, kind of drop out so he can get in?
Yeah, I gotta go to the store. Hey guys, you guys take care. Edward, keep doing what you do, brother. Everybody, Doctor BGS, the other doctor, you guys stay blessed, man.
You'll probably be back before we finish. So you just come back in when you come back.
This shit gonna run till like 5.
All right, give me a 40 ounce.
Okay, all right, I got you, bro.
Is there room, Hostile Adept? Is there room for you to get in, or is it still full?
Hold on, let me get off.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll get off if you need to. So let me drop out and I'll just come
Hold
back.
on. All right, take care, guys.
All right.
And another thing I want to point out too is one of the things in African American society that we suck at is we suck at passing anything down. This is some of the things that's led to some arguments that I've had with, the master teacher. So what happens is we deal with groups of people that are good at passing information down or resources down. A lot of times black people will sit there and say they're pre-chosen when actuality.
City of Truth, drop off for a second. We're trying to get Hostile Adept in because he wants to clarify a point. I know you want to get in, but we're trying to get him in first so he can get in and speak. The Hostile Adept, if you're there, man, and you can get in. If you can't get in, man, text me and let me know, okay? Because I'm trying to make room for you.
I wanted to respond to Ed's point.
Okay.
Yeah, that's really important. But the more I think about it, and I know this isn't the main focus of the conversation, but I have to put that strictly on the majority of black females. I have to do it because the reason why I say that is, it's like the Sarge Willie P argument. You can't hand anything down unless you have the womb and you have the child and all that. But if men are going to jail for child support, if men are being evicted from the home, if men are being, toyed with and played with, and if the mother of that child has zero interest in passing down anything of value, this is where it's at. That's
except hatred.
Man, that is a struggle. I'm having that struggle with my own daughter about allowing because she's constantly berating the father of my grandson, right? I said, no.
Is he really that bad?
No, he's not that bad. In fact, my grandson loves his father more than his mother. Okay, because they bonded, and but she constantly wants to interfere with their relationship. I'm saying is, I try to tell. I said when the child was first born and she talked that smack, I said, please, I said, do me a favor, give that man an opportunity to be a father to his child. If you do nothing else.
Yo, Kulaji,
I'm muting.
Yeah, but well, one of my favorite books, Think and Grow Rich. The main thing I pulled out of that book is one of the biggest decisions you'll ever make is the selection of a mate, and that's why. Because I'm sorry, that's something you cannot overcome. Is I don't want to say a fucked up female, but female that is not a part of the plan. You just can't.
Yeah, bitch.
You can overcome it, but it's it's
difficult.
It's very difficult.
I'm going through it right now. It's a broken vessel. You can't. Dr. Jones will tell you cannot make a proper family with bad material. It's just
no.
Not the level that can I say, I want to say one thing. So I was just at a party today. I was at a
Mhm.
party with some Indians. Oh my God. Now I got a friend, last name Rouge Paul. Very cool dude. By the way, this is the one Indian guy I know that any race of woman he wants, he can get. I've seen
You
it.
you you
Black,
can't.
Damn.
Hostile Adept says he can't get in. What's going on,
Can
Hostile
Johnny?
Adept?
Can Johnny is what is? He's not even saying anything. He
Okay,
just
Yeah.
can Johnny? Can you drop off, man? Or I'm gonna kind of push you out because I'm trying to get Hostile Adept in.
check.
I'll get the
Yeah, he
SUV.
just dropped out.
Yeah,
I'll
some of
get the
them,
truck ready for
some of
you,
them
man.
Indian women
Okay,
is bad
okay, we just
too.
got a spot for you, Doc.
Of course,
Jump
man.
in
That
real
bitch is
quick before
big as
somebody jumps
shit.
in.
And this is gonna be a good precursor to hostile calling in. So
Okay.
I go to this party. And he said, make
Mhm.
sure you wear a tux. And I said, okay. He said, no, I'm serious. Like, don't
Yeah.
embarrass me. I'm like, what? Because I've known this dude for 15 years. So I wear a tux. We do blah, blah, blah. We go to like this county that's like on the edge of the county I live in. It's like one of them things where it's kind of the same city, but it's in another county. And we go to this
Mhm.
gated community, right? But this place had, I kid you not, 3 gates. So it's a gated community
Damn.
to get into the initial gate. Then it took me a second for them to actually let me in because the call button didn't work. And then this white girl started running in. This is like one of them, you could tell, like Martha's Vineyard type white girls. And it's like, you here for the party? Oh, no, it's the wrong party. Blah, blah, blah. And anyway, I get in there. We go up to another gate. Then I go up to the gate where the house is. When I tell you this ain't like one of them Beverly Hills things, this thing was a mansion. And when I say they had like 250 Indians up in here, they all had money. And it was so funny because I was talking to a Lotto and he said, oh, yeah. And I was having conversations with him. And I was like, so where you from? Oh, yeah, I'm from New Jersey, from Edison. He said, how did you know? Da da da. And they almost got scared with how much I was cutting into their culture when it comes to their economic situation because of little things that I know. And they're looking at my friend like, what did you tell him? And he's looking like, I didn't tell him anything. I said, no, a lot of this I know because I've learned on my own. And I'm chopping it up with them about the motel industry and all this shit. My point is, these are Indians that got money. These are Indians that's like global diaspora Indians this guy. Because there was like Bentleys in there. Keep in mind, I live in North Carolina. Bentleys, Ferraris, all this bullshit. And I
Hey,
was like,
Edward. I've been trying to say something about this like since last week. You know why a lot of black people do not really deal with economics because they know that that's a war that they not willing to get into.
yeah, they're scared of money.
But there's a
Like,
bunch of black
they're
folk
scared
that
of
live
money.
like that in
They
Maryland.
not scared of money. They scared of
Failure.
going against white folks and
Yeah.
Yeah.
others.
That's why they
So
stay
I
in the
got a
rich black
question.
folk stay
Then
there.
why are
One
we
at a
scared?
time. One at a time.
Why
Uh-huh.
aren't we scared to go up against white folks in sport, but we're scared of going against white folks in economics?
Exactly.
You know,
Well,
It's the mentality.
because the playing field is basically level when it's in sports. It's like
Yes.
black men gravitate to it, and basically in economics, economics is a group effort. You
Like
Uh-huh.
just have
even
And
on
also, and
even
like
here
you
on
and like you
YouTube.
there
like you
you.
always talk about, economics is generational, right?
Uh
So
huh.
a lot of these people have generational wealth. Black people don't have that. So
It
a
well,
good example.
hold on,
look at
hold
the
on, hold on.
Kennedy, look
There's
at the Kennedy family. They had money started from bootlegging back, but what were black people able to do back then? They were basically still sharecroppers.
okay. Okay, the thing is, regardless of generational wealth or whatnot, it's not a level playing field
Mm-hmm.
because when the slaves first came out of off the plantations, 80%
They couldn't
of
own land.
no, they couldn't own. It didn't matter whether they could own land or not. 80% of the skilled labor, was actually in the hands of black people. That's how come.
Yeah, good.
That's how come you could have a black Wall Street. You could have all these little black towns that could pop up because the skilled labor was concentrated in those towns. White. That's how come you had to have Jim Crow, and you had to have the Ku Klux Klan. The Ku Klux Klan destroyed most of these little black towns and black communities and
Hmm.
black businesses
Yeah,
on
Take
purpose.
they said
take Rosewood
70%.
for example.
Excuse me. Yeah, Rosewood is one. Yeah.
So
There's,
I,
there's many others. There's many
so
others.
Yeah,
so
Tulsa,
BTS,
Oklahoma.
does that mean? Oh yeah, I mean because they didn't just like they used the interstate highway system as an excuse to
Yeah.
kind of soft fuck shit up too
Yeah.
when they didn't need to completely blow. My point is this: does that mean we just don't do it?
No, I'm not saying you don't. What I'm saying is, stop acting like we can just pop up and just do it. Okay,
Yeah, it takes a lot of
it's
time.
no,
Yeah,
no.
like
In other words, we tell black people we just need to get together and it'll just happen. Bullshit. Okay,
You've
you
done
go
that
you
I mean,
already.
they thinking.
you you
I mean,
you,
they
you
thinking that they thinking that it all happens overnight. That shit
yeah,
don't
it
happen
don't.
overnight. It takes time.
it
It
takes
don't.
time.
Well,
At least
It
100
take
years.
it. No, it doesn't take. What I'm saying, it doesn't take 100 years. What black people are not adapted to doing and trained to do is actually sacrifice themselves with their sweat labor. Okay,
For
Sweat
it
the
can be
next
equity.
done.
generation.
They You can do it within a generation. It doesn't take that long.
I
Yeah, in
mean,
my lifetime it can happen.
how long do you think?
Silicon Valley was built in less than a generation.
Yeah,
Okay.
since the 90s.
business is war. I mean, that's
It,
from the books I've read. Business is very much like war, and you even have underworld mafias that
Hmm.
they'll have a legitimate corporation or business, and they also have the underworld. And if you're not connected with a particular group, such quote unquote as the Black Masons or the Black whoever or
Boule.
whatever organization,
It,
you'll get
Yeah,
wiped
Boulay.
out. You'll get
Well,
wiped out.
what I'm saying, what I'm saying is, okay, if poor ass uh, Indian boys in Bombay can learn programming with nothing but a raggedy book,
Yeah.
with a raggedy book, okay, what is stopping black people from excelling? Nothing.
No
It's
excuse.
it's
Got
It's a,
no
it's
between
a,
it's
excuse.
between their ears.
No, I
And like
mean
and
I
like,
got a
like
job.
Dr. Jones said,
I have a job. I
One
have
at
a
a time,
job,
dude. One at a
one at a
time.
time,
but
one at a time.
so
Who's
I
first?
Regulate,
mean
brother.
One
I
at
don't
a
get a
time. Hey, hey,
job.
hey, one at a time. Who's first?
All right, if I could say this, was it really the Ku Klux Klan that destroyed?
Yes,
Well, hold on,
yes.
let me finish my point, because I think I actually think we're going to come into agreement here, as well, BGS. But was it really the Ku Klux Klan that destroyed the Black Wall Streets, or was it a change in Black culture? Because and I've heard you talk
The
about.
Klan,
Wait, wait,
okay?
wait, 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 wait.
The Klan.
I'm not talking to
Whoa.
you,
Wait him
dude.
finish. Let him finish.
I
Yeah,
got a
because
bone to pick with
No, no,
Lamont.
no.
I
Wait him.
mean,
Let him finish. Okay? Because I did post a video about that, about the first affirmative action and how the
yeah,
basically after coming out of what do you call it Reconstruction, that
yeah,
white people did attack these towns and attack these people and actually
hmm
put the Ku Klux Klan, the first one, not the second, the first one uh, was in the right after Reconstruction. The second one was under Wilson, but there was actually two versions of the Ku Klux Klan. But go ahead and finish your point.
yeah. And the point I'm trying to make is that I think that after slavery
Hmm.
and up until the beginning of the 1950s, with the beginning of the civil rights movement, I think that there was a big change in culture with Black people, and that led to eventually what we have today. But I think that the culture, and when it comes to Edward, is I agree, with Edward. I'm a big fan of, Black economics and all that stuff too. But the reality is, brother, is that the culture that having like a Black Wall Street and that kind of thing, that see, you're focusing on the money side
I
of
want
it.
to respond to that.
Wait,
Let him
let me
finish. Let him
finish,
finish.
brother.
Let
Let
him
me finish,
finish.
brother. You're saying that Black people got $1 trillion in spending power. Why aren't they using it to build Black Wall Street? Well, here's the thing, man. We don't have that same culture anymore. We lost it. You have to have a particular culture in place to have something like that. And my question to BGS is, what do you think changed? What specific things changed the culture from then to now? I want to ask you.
Preservation.
Oh, okay. Okay. What actually happened is that okay. Actually, what happened is assimilation. Okay. In other words,
Mm-hmm.
there's two things. There's a couple of things. It's not just one thing. Okay. There's a couple of things. It's one of those things is that uh, that African Americans or black people, whatever name you want to give to them. Okay. They're matriarchal and they're clan based. Okay, agriculturally clan based, and as long as they were on the land that supported their culture, okay, their culture could remain intact. So it was a forced separation. In other words, you didn't have any bleed over from the patriarchal culture of white people into the black community. It's basically closed off. Okay, but when black people, there's several things. The reason why black people had to leave the land. Number one, it was a racism, Jim Crow, and all that stuff, and people just had to flee because they were basically killing you and terrorizing you. That's why they left, and so they had to go up north into a foreign environment, which is the urban cities. You see a lot of black folks. Most of your ills come from urban centers that are counter to black culture. The second thing is the advancement of machines and automation. Okay, I just played you a clip. I just played
Go ahead.
posted basically
A
a
documentary.
documentary about black hunger, and that was in 1967 to 68, right? 67 when
Mm-hmm.
they actually
I
videotaped it,
believe I heard about that.
That was
and
hard to watch. That
it
reminded
was hard.
me.
What
It
I'm saying
reminded me
is,
of hate.
like I said, people look at things differently than I do. Don't say you guys look at it and say, "Oh, that's hard to watch. Look at the kids; they're suffering, they're hungry." But you miss the keys that they're dropping right at the
Yeah,
beginning. Right at the very beginning, he said, "Why were the black people, starving on the land that they were in?" What did they say?
because of the cotton. They weren't allowed to put cotton
No,
seed. It would
no,
be
no.
bought out by the government, and then
No,
they
no,
would.
no, no. What he said right at the very beginning, and I saw this in
They
another
don't need
economic book. No,
the labor
in other
anymore.
words, before that, that land supported 100 Negroes, right? Remember?
And it was down to three.
Mm-hmm.
And I said about it, in the '60s, before the cotton machines came in, the cotton pickers came in, machines that said you were poor, but the thing is, the land supported 100 Negroes. By the time that automation came in, it could support less than three. Remember?
Yeah.
Yes.
There was but there's a lot of different factors with slavery, with Jim Crow and all that stuff. There's all kind of factors that are intermingled. It's not a simple answer. Okay. The thing
It's
is,
amalgamation.
what I want people like City of Truth 91, don't go for the fucking easy answers. The real answers are far more complex
Yeah.
than you do. You see, if you want to be the master of the game and actually know what to do and how to fix it and what to tell people, you have to master the game. You just cannot take an easy answer. You cannot just point at Black Wall Street and those kind of towns were anomalies. In
Hmm.
other words, because of the railroad and because of oil, allowed Black Wall Street to spring up and be so wealthy. Okay, if it wasn't for oil, there would be no Black Wall Street. If it wasn't for the railroad transporting that oil, there would be no Black Wall Street. Okay, and if it wasn't the fact that land, that Oklahoma was designated land for Indians and Negroes, there would
Yeah.
be no Black Wall Street. There's a whole lot of factors that go into it, and most people say, okay, we had Black Wall Street. Okay, do a history of Black Wall Street. What conditions allowed it to rise up? How did they get their wealth? What allowed them to sustain themselves, and what eventually killed it? Then you can understand. Then you can say, okay, I understand Black Wall Street, and if I know the factors, I can recreate one. Most people just brag about it and say that we had it and don't understand it.
Hmm.
They
A
really
question, BGS.
as far as like business and whatnot, they discourage like as far as the even playing field. Like my uncle, for example, he was trying to get a gas station in the
Mm,
Chicagoland area, and they did they put up every roadblock they could think of to discourage that. And the main agenda is they want Indians, Pakistanis, Arabs to have gas stations, or whites, to have gas stations. They don't.
Because Indians, Pakistanis, and all those people are not considered Indians and Pakistani. When they come here, they are considered what?
White.
White.
Caucasian.
Exactly.
Like look at the census.
We're looking at them. We're looking at them as an ethnic class, and we're not looking at them as a
Social
caste,
class.
as a social caste.
And that's what I was saying about the book and the programmer. The programmer from Mumbai, he comes here. He's in a white. He's considered an Aryan, and he goes to the white community, and it's like they link up. It's whites, Indians, Asians from China, Korea, whatever, Malaysia. They all go and click up.
Understood. So in other words, understood. But if a dirty ass, poor ass, outhouse having destitute dude from Mumbai can actually learn how to program, what is stopping black boys from learning how to program?
Laziness.
If that's one reason I put so much in Dr. Jones that's the reason I like Dr. Jones, because it's not about hating females. It's making them, holding them accountable so they can do their job, because they influence the children. How are you going to get hold of the children if you can't influence their female? They have to be held accountable. They have to be.
Exactly.
Well, yeah, and a lot of what I hear, and this is why it's like when you see some of the friction with me is, I'm not just saying it will just happen. I am not under any illusions as to the bullshit that will get thrown at black people. Black people try to build anything, whether that's individually or as a group. That's one of the reasons why I like BGS, because BGS helps me understand the game board of certain things that will be tried, has been tried, certain way the chessboard will be moved that's out of white people's control, blah, 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 blah. But what a lot of black people will do, black men, because I'm talking about black men right now, is they will use these things as excuses. Well, they're considered Aryan, so I might as well not even try because the game is already rigged, so fuck it. And I tend to fight against that mentality, because that's what dudes do. That's what they do.
I never said don't try. I'm just stating, when you play chess, you see the opposition, and you don't just overlook it like, oh, I'm just gonna keep my head down and play chess. That's you point out opposition to overcome it, not to just put my head down and I'm just gonna open a lemonade stand and hope everybody comes.
It's fucked up. You absolutely right. And that's another reason why I don't like conservatives that talk about white supremacy as a figment of your imagination, because that's what they're doing. Put your head down and just believe in the market and everything will be okay.
Man, the market hasn't. The market had never been fair.
Okay, somebody who had a question, I want you guys to go one at a time. So
I was going to say that I'm of the opinion that, for those, I would say, for example, such as Obsidian, and I believe he knows, but again, he's of his concern that basically, in order to prove that white supremacy exists, in my opinion, is to basically to go for broke. But as opposed to obviously not doing anything and being stagnant, is to basically show them. So in other words, in order for us to bring out the wolf that's in sheep's clothing, then we're just going to have to confront them and basically go all in, as opposed to not doing anything at all and just laying there and just like, this sheep will come to me, exposing themselves as a wolf. That's my opinion of it.
But his argument is most black people use white supremacy as a reason
not to try. Yeah,
and
they do.
I personally don't. Most black people that actually use the term white supremacy, like the actual term, I tend to I don't know, but I tend to not think that's the case. I tend to think that's what he uses as a way to reinforce his own ideology.
Yeah, but here's the thing,
To me, I look at it as nothing more than just an excuse, because I had a grandfather who ran a store and an aunt who ran a lounge, and I got cousins who got multiple businesses. all the way down south. Because you see, I'm from Louisiana, but I'm staying in Colorado. But here's the thing. Yes, they had obstacles that they had to go through, but you know what? Instead of them making excuses, they overcame them obstacles, and their business is still thriving even to this very day.
You got to work harder.
Yeah, and if I could address
Go ahead.
that, here's my issue with you, Edward, is that I think that a lot of times, and this is just my humble opinion, but a lot of times the whole concept of white supremacy, it kind of comes like the cult of white supremacy, and it becomes like a religion. And then you get like these black intellectuals and stuff, and they sit around and they talk about white supremacy, and they talk about this white supremacy deity that's all powerful. And then it just adds to black people's inferiority complex. I mean, if you think that it's like in warfare. I think in warfare, you can have in warfare you can have air superiority, you can have ground superiority, you can have sea superiority. You can have two nations that go to war. One of them might have air superiority, the other one might have ground superiority, but they still have to use whatever tools that it is.
Oh yeah, I got something for that.
To accomplish what it is, So there is no, I just don't think this whole concept of this all powerful white supremacy. I don't like using that term.
We'll let him respond. Go ahead and respond.
Okay, so my question is, have you ever been afraid of the dark?
Nope.
Let him answer.
Human beings.
No, answer yes or no. So
yeah, human beings have an innate fear of the dark.
City of truth. Answer the question yes or no.
Yes, and the reason is
no. Wait a minute. Don't give a reason, because there's a part 2 that you need to
okay,
hear.
go ahead.
Okay, what do you do when somebody's afraid of the dark? How do they resolve that problem?
Well, it all comes of just growing up, and one thing you can do is you can go easy on scary movies.
The easiest way.
Turn the damn light
on. That's what he's
and
trying
what
to
is information?
The light.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So when people make the argument that it feeds into black people's inferiority complex, so let's just not talk about it. Well, there's a saying that people like to say, saying the biggest lie the devil ever told humanity was that he didn't exist, and that's where his power comes from. That's a lot like white supremacy. Look, white supremacy to me is the idea that white people consider themselves white for anything else, before politics, before anything else. They identify as that. And when they look at wealth and they look at all of that, so when you get two white people in a room, or this liberal and conservative, or this religious and atheist, at the end of the day, if there's a non-white person in there, the fact that they're white is going to supersede everything. That's all white supremacy is. So when you look at a white person, I'm not saying all white people are racist, but you don't gotta be racist to protect white supremacy. Your role in it. And see, and a lot of black people will say, well, let's just not talk about it because it feeds into the inferiority complex. Well, my thing is, you need to deal with that by letting people know what it really is. Because here's my thing. Do you know what white people look like when you take the strength of their group economic white supremacy away from them? Have you ever seen ratty haired looking trailer trash white women?
Yeah.
Have you seen towns of that?
Everybody has
you got black people that don't even know what the concept of a white person looking horrible is.
Okay, let him respond, Edward.
All right, now let me respond to that. First of all, and here's the thing. I think that when you have, especially in this really works, is that when you have white people that have money, and then you have some black people that have money. What eventually happens is that those two groups will eventually just interbreed, and this is how it's been done ever since the Middle Ages. I mean, okay, you have two kingdoms, and if they want to merge, okay, well, the king of one will marry a princess from another, and then so now two kingdoms become That's kind of
that's not true.
Yo, Edward, let him finish, man.
We're gonna talk about okay, how is white supremacy going to be dealt with? That's how it's going to be dealt with. It's going to eventually be dealt with black people such as yourself, Edward, because you're not married yourself, Edward. You're still a young man, just like I am. I mean, you're talking about this pro-black stuff now. You never know. You might end up just like you said earlier. You was at that party with the Indian people. You might end up marrying an Indian female, and then now your wealth becomes part of their wealth.
To me, that's the coward way out. That's
it's city of truth. Okay, if you guys are gonna have it, hold on a second. If you guys are gonna have an interaction, you're gonna have to not make it so long and essayed, okay? Because
that's basically what
okay. Now I'm gonna give everyone one more time to respond, and we're gonna go on. Okay, go ahead, Edward.
I mean, again, you see a lot. It's a lot of ideology that you're you have a certain way you want to view the world, and that's fine. But there's a difference between looking, and I'm not acting like I got the monopoly on the world as it is, but I can tell the difference between people that look at the world as they want it to be, and then people that try to look at the world as it is. So I feel like that people don't like the term white supremacy because, again, it interferes with the way they view the world. It's the same thing with Section 8. It's kind of the same thing. It interferes with the world as it is, so they just don't like it, so they say, let me ignore it. What you said about the Indian party, yes, I deal with other people all the time. Because when it comes to economics, I'm going to work with who I need to work with. I'm going to try to work with black people first, but at some point you got to get something moving. That just is what it is. Even Jason Black says that, but that's a personal choice who you decide to plant your seed into. And see, with black men tend to not think that way as a group. We tend to think we could spread everything. I won't say spread everything everywhere, but we tend to not think of planting your seed or planting your flag as a real choice. And those are people that, so for me, my personal choice is if I get married, if I have a child, it will be with a black woman, period. And that's my choice. And I thought about that choice when I made that choice. See, you want to make it open.
Okay, Edward.
I got a quick question.
Okay, go ahead, Adinga.
Yeah, just put it quick for the panel. Do you guys think that the folks from India, do you think all of them believe that they're the white or the Anglo-Saxon?
They're classified. No, they're classified when they come in and they put it on their passport that they're white. In fact, I have a Pakistani doctor who's been fighting to have his classification changed to black. Okay, because he was classified. There's certain sections of people that come in and classified as white. Yeah.
But they get benefits for that too. You got to think about it. If they are, but on top of what they already get. But now Indians compete with white people.
Yeah, they do.
So
let me tell you something about Indian women that even white guys don't like. Indian women that make money. I know plenty of Indian women that make six figures. Indian women will look at a white person as an up and down vote, meaning if they deal with a white person, it's because that white guy has money. Indian women do not deal with white men because they're white. They get no points for being white. And in this society, not Indians, white men are looked at as being preferred on the basis of their whiteness. Like, for instance, you could have an average, know-nothing white guy with a pretty good-looking black woman. See, so when they deal with Indian women, they'll say things like Indian women are racist or blah, 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 because they'll say, you ain't bringing nothing to the table other than, they'll say, well, I'm white. What? Get out of here. I need a Brad. If I'm gonna get a white guy, it's gonna be a Brad Pitt type white guy. Now they'll deal with a white man, but it's gonna be a good looking.
So I have a follow-up
with the Asians. They ain't gonna.
Yeah.
One at
a time.
Yeah, I had a follow-up question.
Go ahead, Ding, a follow-up question, and then JD.
Yeah. So the fact that they considered Caucasian when they get here. So, but that's not something that they believe when they are back in India, right?
No.
Hispanics are bad with that, but
if you wanna see how white people look at you, look at Star Trek.
Okay.
You got the blacks as the Klingons, and the Indians are actually like the Ferengis.
Probably so.
Everything
Oh,
is
the Jews.
about.
No, the Jews were the slaves. The
they,
merchants. Yeah, man.
Yeah, that's
But
So
too old.
anyway,
No, hold on. JD wanted to get in. He's next.
I was saying that Asian women are the same way as the Indian women.
Yeah.
They ain't gonna get with you. You ain't got no money. And
Now
y'all,
they're not gonna
and yes,
marry
it's not.
you.
And no, it's not just.
They're not gonna marry you if you ain't got no
Yeah,
money. There's plenty of Asian
yeah,
women that will fuck you on the sideline, just like
Yeah,
white women. Okay, they will use you as a fetish, but they're not gonna marry you because marriage is a business.
yeah. Only see,
yeah.
and white men are not
And
used
I
to
think
that.
black men
When
should
when it,
should
when, when
yeah,
huh?
and
No,
yeah, and I
no.
think black men should.
Hold on, a dingo. Edward first, and then you.
No, I was just gonna say white men are not used to that in America. They're used to see that won't trip a white man up so much in Europe because they have a better idea of class and stuff like that. But in America, they're told that, as white men, yeah, everything. So when they get these chicks over here, and Tariq Nasheed talks about this a lot because he has a white male audience. Especially before he started getting in the pro-black sector, and
Mhm.
they would go to him on how to get other races of women because they had problems getting Indian women. Because if you get those Indian women that are mixed with white, Indian mixes well. If you get an Indian is like half white, it looks really good, and they will want these types, especially in California and stuff like that. So
Yeah,
you got to
but they
understand
smell horrible.
different dynamics. That's what I'm saying.
Uh huh.
I got a question, Lelantos. You still on here?
I don't think he's in the room.
No,
Oh, there
I'm
he is.
actually still here.
Who is it?
Okay. Okay.
I've
Go
been
ahead.
waiting. I got a couple questions.
Oh, you got
Yeah,
to
yeah.
jump
I
in.
got a bone to pick
Yeah,
with you real
No, no.
quick, man.
You called
I
him
got a
out.
quick
Hold,
question.
hold, hold on. Lantos got called out. He has a couple of questions. Now he has the floor. He
Oh,
hasn't spoken. Go ahead.
Okay, I was just hoping you can connect the dots for me after listening to that welfare video that you put up.
Hmm.
I think 2 points were made. How the Department of Agriculture ended up receiving a couple millions of dollars, but
A couple
turned
over
it away
400
or
million.
returned it to Congress.
Yeah.
But at the same
Yeah.
time, they expressed how the actual states weren't interested in supporting the welfare because they'd have to foot the bill. So I'm just wondering, okay, where's the gap? Why was the money turned away initially?
Okay. Okay. Because hungry people. In other words, it's supply and demand, right? Okay. If you give people money um, to actually buy food, you drive what? You basically drive prices down. Okay. Same reason
Okay,
they slaughtered all those hogs, which were protein for that would actually have kept black children from or just poor children from starving and development. There's a whole. In other words, anytime you have a policy during a period of time, it's really difficult to actually ascertain after it's held 50 years exactly what was going on. You have to actually go back into all the records and figure out what was going on at the whole time. Why would they turn back in the money? Could have been business to support farm prices. It could have been to hold a certain segment of people down. Because in other words, if you have, it was a time of turmoil, right? So
right.
if people are willing, or if the civil rights movement is going on, and black folks are trying to overturn the society, what's the easiest way to keep them from overturning the society, right? Don't feed them, right? They're hungry. If you got a hungry belly, you got to think about your belly first. There's a lot of reasons why they would have done it. I'm
Got
not
to climb
saying
up and get bought out.
what I'm saying is it could, in other words, it happened. Now the reasons why it happened are very difficult to ascertain because especially in a liberal country, in a liberal country like this, there's so many different competing factions that it's hard to keep track of them all. Even if you look at Section 8 and welfare, even today, okay, and we're seeing it in real time. How difficult is it to ascertain why a Trump administration will cut something here and not and actually support something over there, right?
Yeah.
It's really difficult. I'm not trying to cop out on it. I can give you an idea or what I think. I think it was more about business than it was about seeing people starve because they didn't, back then they didn't really care about poor folks. or what they call useless. If you
Well,
couldn't pay for it and the going price, then it's just business. But go ahead. What's your second question?
speaking about business, I think the Illuminati was brought in how their primary interest, or one of their primary interests, was the betterment of humanity as a whole. Now, I'm just wondering if you can kind of relate technocracy as an ideology.
The gynocracy is an ideology. Okay.
No, technocracy.
Oh,
Basically, how you're
technocracy.
having all these emerging markets. For example, I was looking around for stocks to buy, and there's pharmaceutical companies going as far as to research and clone umbilical cords,
Okay.
and they sprung up after the whole artificial womb article
Oh,
got
okay.
put out. So I'm just wondering,
Oh,
we're going to
okay.
see more of those emerging markets.
That's why I think there was a few hangouts ago. I said, okay, when you come in, especially into a hangout like this, you probably should, if you're not up on the game, you probably should bring in a pen and pad and start taking notes, because there's so much information, and a lot of this stuff we talked about ahead of time. Because remember, I don't know if you were with us when I talked about the fourth industrial revolution, right? I don't know if you were with us
Yes,
then.
I was there.
Okay.
I was there.
And okay, I'm going to repeat it. First of all, do you have a pen and pad? Because I don't want to repeat this again. Okay.
Right here.
All right. Okay. If you guys can bear with me, 'cause I know you guys have a lot of stuff that you want to talk about, but if you could give me like about 5 minutes, I'm gonna bring the brother up to speed, if that's okay.
I'm typing this down. Go ahead, master teacher.
Okay. Okay. Remember when I was telling you about Edward Snowden, and Edward Snowden
Yes.
basically taking basically all the backdoor keys to all the research that the West and the United States had. Remember I was telling you that?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, as long as the West, like United States and Western Europe, had the research locked up, okay, and would allow it out at their own pace, it was okay, right? In other words, okay, it would disrupt this industry here if we let this out. It would disrupt the society this way if we let this out. So we're gonna hold that back, right? So we have all this technology that they're holding back, right? Okay, so you have along comes Edward Snowden, who's had been paid by the Chinese to spy anyway. Um, he collected the jig is up. He collects all the keys that he can, and he runs right. He runs right to the heart of the Chinese. Um, he runs right to the heart of the Chinese and the Russians. So now the Chinese, the Russians, and whoever is in the BRICS have backdoor keys to all this research. And Chinese says, "Fuck it, we got all this research. We're gonna spread it." So all the stuff that you're holding back, that you have in silos, that you were planning on releasing 20, 30 years from now, guess what? We're going to spread it out, and whoever comes up with the idea and puts it to market first is going to do what? Get rich, right?
Now, master teacher. Now,
Hold on, Wilsonian. Okay, I'm talking to the brother, right? It's our interaction. Hey, I'm asking him a question. Okay, I'm asking, does he follow me? Are you guys following me?
I'm following you.
Okay, Leonantos, are you following me?
I got you.
You get where I'm going?
Right.
Okay, say you were a corporation and you had, say, 20, 30 years of and trillions of dollars of technology all wrapped up into this research, and all of a sudden everybody knows your secrets, and they're getting ready to bring it to market. What are you going to do?
Change up.
No, not change up.
They're going to try to bring it to the market faster.
Whoa. You're going to try
Yes,
to market.
Lantos.
Yeah, like Lantos, you're going to try to market it first, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because if you're not first, okay. I always repeat this, man, by Jeremy Irons, because it is a classic line. He said, "How do you make money in this business?" Okay, this is from it's from a movie, right? How do you make money in this business? He said, "You either be first, you either be smarter, or you cheat." Right?
Mm-hmm.
So you either be first, you either come up with a better technology, or you steal it and you cheat. So in other words,
Gates.
So if it's a level playing field, what is better to do? Is to be what?
First.
First,
So now you have a technocratic arms race, which is something I told you guys a year ago. I told you that a year. That's why I said sometimes you need to take pencil and paper because I am at least 18 months ahead of wherever the trend is going because I follow this. I'm in lockstep with what's going on. And basically we said this about Edward Snowden, Snowden in the group 5 years ago. We said it in 2012, okay, that this was going to happen because the Chinese don't need the money, the Chinese don't need the people, they don't need your goods. What they need from the United States is what? Technology. That goes all the way back to Wei Yun's prophecy of 1888. They paid Wei Yun to come up with a plan back in 1898 when the British and the Western Europeans came in and took over China with their technology, and they figured out how can we turn this over. So Wei Yun said we're going to have to subject ourselves and humble ourselves to the point where we can gather their technology and come back to where we were. So that's been their policy for over 100 years.
Is that why they're so good at copying everything?
They copy everything. They take every morsel scrap of technology down to how you make a nut and a bolt.
Reverse engineering.
Reverse engineer everything. And the thing is that they did it. Okay, there's in other words, in the 80s and 90s.
I saw that when I was in China.
Excuse me?
I said I saw that when I was in China. Everything is copied.
Okay, because
even BMWs and Honda, everything is copied.
Yeah, if you really think about it, if you want an advanced workforce, right? Okay, and the Chinese were brilliant. I said that, man. God, I remember I was in one of Craig Hewlett's hangouts. I'm not hangouts, but it was his basically not resort. I forget what we call it. He called it retreats, right? And I was talking about that's how he said, man, he told me you need to write a book on China. He said your China work is probably better than 90% of the people out there. And I said I was telling the group then, this was back in like 98, 97, 98, about what was going on with the China's manufacturing. I said there's basically if you want an advanced workforce, okay, there's only one way to actually get them. You have to train them, number one. And number two, you have to give them what? You have to give them on-the-job training. That's the only way you can learn this stuff, right? So in other words, either you have to pay for it by the government, or you got to bring somebody else in, companies in to actually build a plant, actually produce products, and give them a discount. So the Chinese gave them such a discount to come in and produce their products that they couldn't resist. Greed. It's basically greed. So you take a Boeing and said, and Chinese says, okay, in America it costs, okay, say a box of nuts and bolts costs you $12, and Chinese says, okay, guess what? A box of nuts and bolts or whatever it is, widgets in America costs you $12 to make. We'll make it for $3. He said, and the guy says, okay, that's, it damn near cost us $3 for the raw materials. How the hell can you make it make the products for damn near cost? It doesn't make sense. And he says, well, don't worry about that. Do you want the deal or not?
Economic warfare.
It's economics. So in other words, and so basically they're selling the nuts and bolts for $3.50. When it costs in America, it costs them $8 or $9, $12 to make. Okay. In other words, you cut and in fact, there was I don't even have the videos anymore. C-SPAN ran a whole series of congressional hearings about the China price, and they were he said they are selling the products in China over to us from China for less than it costs us to actually make the thing. We can't make a profit like this. We have to go to China. So basically, they use American greed. They brought all this stuff over to China, and Chinese were there. It said either they pay for it or we pay for it. So it's easier to get their technology and have them pay for it to train our workforce. But go ahead, bro.
Master Teacher, it says right here, C-SPAN, the China price. Alexandra Harney speak about her book, The China Price, The True Cost of Chinese Competitive Advantage, published by Penguin.
Yeah,
And
I mean
it's
that's the
2000.
book. That's the book. But there was hearings in like 2000. Jesus, I want to say 2005. There were hearings where there were actually industrial people, that made everything, actually having hearings saying you got to do something about China, and because we can't, in other words, we cannot afford to compete. In other words, if you don't do something about Chinese goods coming in and actually wrecking our business, we're gonna have to do what everybody else does, which is do what? Go over China and have it made.
And they thought they were just crying about that.
No, they
But they
knew
were
it.
dead serious.
They knew it, but there was just too much money. You
And
know?
you know what?
Yeah.
No, go ahead, continue, Master Teacher.
I was gonna say that's Richard Wolff says the same thing about capital. In fact, I used that as an intro to my Carol Quigley series. Is that just like Western civilization and its children, which is capitalism. One, capitalism is the child of Western civilization and the Industrial Revolution. It 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 will go from the center to the periphery. So basically, it would it went from England to France to Germany and then to the United States in North America, and then so it's natural. That's what Quigley was trying to tell you. If you include China and Western civilization, you're basically expanding the periphery. And eventually, what's going to happen is that what you do will move there because it's cheaper, freer, and less obstructive. It's just like water. Water is going to seek that level. Go ahead. I know I've
Is
been
that
talking for a while.
is that to say that there was a cultural sweat equity when it came to that basically in order for us as a nation, as an emerging nation, in order for us to take our rightful position on this earth, we're gonna have to sacrifice as a whole?
You
Or is it
will,
just
but it's,
strictly business?
okay. Okay. The reason they like Quigley because Quigley figured out the mechanism of civilization. He figured out the mechanism. That's how come they tried to kill the book. He figured out. He actually gave you a formula of how civilizations work because he studied them for so long, and he studied them from a scientific viewpoint. It wasn't cultural or social. He said, "I'm gonna build formulas of how civilizations are built," and he was the only one. He was the only one that did it. He was the only one that actually came up with it. That had been trying for 60 years to disprove his theory. And he's absolutely positively right. And you can see it if you understand what Quigley was trying to do and what he was trying to say and was trying to tell the American people. If you extend the periphery, you will not be the last stop. It's going to always go to the next stop. And Richard Wolff, I use that segment because he talked about capitalism, but the thing is, capitalism is just a version of Western civilization. It's a child of Western civilization. Western civilization is moving to China, and capitalism will move with it, and that's what's happening. That's how come the Chinese, even though we're moving into the next phase of what the civilization is run on, where it used to be run on, it was run on. I forget what it was. It was something that the United States was based on as far as technology, and that essence for what it's based on changes, that means another player will deposit itself in another player, and they will embody that particular reason. I put it up, man. I haven't looked at the stuff in a while, and it's been like 3 years since I came up with it. But
Now let me ask this. I'm gonna ask a very
well, hold on, Lelantos. Did I answer your question? I want to make sure because he asked the question. I want to make sure that he understood it, and did I answer his question completely? Does he have any follow-ups? You can unmute you. I think you're muted, Lelantos. Huh? I didn't. You're Borgen. I don't quite understand you.
Hear me?
Your mic
Move
is
to a different location.
yeah.
Sound like we talking to anonymous.
Yeah. Yeah. You got to move closer to your feed because I think you're.
Like you said, anonymous.
Yeah.
No, we talking to sound wave.
Yeah. Try it again.
How about
You talking to
now?
Roger Troutman?
Hilarious.
More ounce.
You got now?
Man,
A
but
little bit better. Ask your question, see if I can understand you.
All right. I was just curious about the difficulty with jumping into emerging markets as far as China is concerned. Will they take American investor money, or is there some kind of cultural problem with that?
Well, they've been taking American investor money.
Behind the curve. That's all it
Yeah,
is. That was my
they've been
question.
they've been taking American investor money, but they're taking it for a different reason. In other words, they're out competing the West. Okay, that's what they're
Yeah,
doing.
in China, you could buy Chinaman could buy an entire corporation, like for example, AMC Theaters. But in China, they have a policy where you can only buy only 50%
Yeah,
of a China state company.
yeah,
mhm.
they have restrictions. Yeah,
Yeah,
You know,
Uber got their ass kicked in China.
yeah, well, yeah, yeah, because they're gonna favor what Chinese companies doing the same thing.
Yeah.
Yep.
Dr. Amos Wilson said that, and I believe, what lecture was this? I believe it might have been the Star Wars. Like sometimes when I'm hearing BGS speaks, you guys might hear me, suck my teeth. I'm not sucking my teeth at him. It's that when I listen to the lectures, it's like, it's a shame that we're just now coming around this curve. So what Dr. Amos Wilson was saying, he said that we as a people, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. I can't, and I mentioned this before, I can't remember the name of this company. I believe it was an aerospace company that the Taiwanese, I believe, purchased. And he was reading the article. So what he was basically saying is that we don't have to simply start from the ground up. If we obviously have a way to coalesce our economic power, we could then, for example, buy a company. Again, it comes down to culture at the end of the day, right? And then from that point on, we could then inject ourselves in a certain industry, as opposed to going from the ground up, as some of us feel that we have to. And I'm guilty of that. And I will also ask Master B just a very, very, I guess, short-sighted and even emotional question, for lack of a better term. I haven't read Tragedy Hope in its entirety, but has he ever done any? He said that he's done research on civilization. Has he ever gone to the motherland? And
Yeah, we
okay,
talked about in conjunction with South Africa, as far as where Western civilization actually went, because Tragedy and Hope was about the
West.
tenets of Western civilization. So he never really talked about China very much. He talked about mostly where Western civilization went, but he did talk about South Africa, and I think a little bit about East Africa. So it's there, but not in the. It's not in
Hmm.
from the ground up about African civilizations.
Yeah.
And again, my I would think, well, if he's gonna go ahead and do that, where else would he go ahead to? I'm one of those, again. I know Master BJ said stop being emotional about it, but I'm one of those who's going to say, well, if you're going to do history, if you're going to do
It's not a history. The thing is, you're mistaking what it's about. It's not a history. It's an analysis of Western civilization.
civilization,
Yeah.
okay.
In other words, it's a forensic analysis, because they want to understand Western civilization, because they inherited it after World War II, and they didn't know what to do with it because they didn't understand it. So they said, okay, you're the foremost expert on civilization. We just got a new civilization. Basically, go out and go travel wherever you need to travel, and bring back the information to us so we can understand it. So in other words, it's a blueprint. It's a textbook. It's a blueprint on Western civilization. So the thing is, since Western civilization is global, if you feel what I'm saying, it's global. It encompasses the whole planet. If you have to understand the mechanisms and on how it works and how it spreads. So that is the book that you need to focus on. This is how it spreads and how it works. That's how come I can say that Africa will rise in the 22nd century according to the formula. The formula has held.
And you know what? It's funny that you said that, because I was slapped in the face when Hewlett said, and I think I had a timestamp. I want to say it might have been 8 minutes in, and he said he was speaking to the radio host, obviously, and he was saying that China, and don't quote me on this, but China is building. It wasn't infrastructure, but what China is doing in Africa, it's they have the foresight that what they're building, it could only be competed against only using by, I guess, military force. I want to say it verbatim, but
Yeah.
when he said that,
Yeah.
the blinking light came on.
The only way you can counter what China is doing with its
There you
soft
go.
power is by military force.
Okay.
In other words, the West is going to get squeezed out,
And
and,
BGS.
it's inevitable. Go ahead.
Yeah, about what's going on in Africa. Like I've heard from a family member specifically, is they're not hiring any of the local people for these jobs. They just bring all these Chinese, they put them basically in one part of the town or one part of the country, and they're letting the Chinese dudes, they come into the city, they end up sleeping with some African women, having kids and stuff like that. And they're not hiring the people, they're not building schools, but they're building railroads and they're teaching some things to certain merchants.
Because that's what they're supposed to do, because they're trying to get the infrastructure built, and you don't have time. You don't have time to do what? To teach. You don't have time to basically. You don't have 30 years to actually grow up a whole a generation to actually kind of go in and do this stuff. You need this stuff to be done now. Okay.
This reminds me.
Go ahead.
This reminds me. Do y'all? As I remember, there were some YouTubers who actually did a story on this, but as I remember, I believe this was in Kenya about that Chinese restaurant who refused to let locals go in there and eat after hours.
Yeah.
Kind of like in the evenings, like you go to a nightclub.
Yeah.
And at this point, I'm wondering why they don't kick them out.
No, in other words, it wasn't just locals. It was if you weren't Chinese or elite black people, you couldn't get in. So the regular folks could not get in to eat in that restaurant. It was exclusive to Chinese, and basically it was a meeting. It was a meeting part for Chinese folks, Chinese intermediaries, and the elite or the business people in
The heavy hitters
in Kenya. Yeah, and for heavy hitters. And basically what happened is they started a riot, so they did close it down.
Okay, thanks for the understanding, man.
It wasn't. In other words, basically the people were complaining because if you were a president of a corporation or you were a dignitary or basically a politician, you could get in there anytime you wanted. But if you're a regular, a regular Kenyan off the street, you couldn't get in.
And even middle class can't get in. You got to be with the government, with that regime.
Yeah. So in other words, they're not letting we want to eat just like everybody else wants to eat. So how come we can't get in and hobnob with the dignitaries and other Chinese people? And they threaten to burn the business down. So basically, they close it down. Yeah.
And also like gets me mad. Oh wait, my bad. Yeah.
Go ahead, Youngie. You're already on. Go ahead. What?
All right, my bad. Okay. Yeah, it's just when the Chinese come over to Africa, parts to Eritrea, Ethiopia, Kenya, many places. Tanzania, they can come over here. They say, "This is my country. I love this place. I love Africa. I want to stay here forever. My people. I'm gonna bring some of my family here." And like basically, the dignitaries and the elite, they don't do anything about it. They don't say, "Get out of here, you chink." But if we went over there and we say, "This is our country," in China, they're gonna kick our asses out.
Okay. Basically, somebody just like China did it, just like Russia did it, even the United States did it. Somebody has to kickstart your growth as far as infrastructure, right? Okay.
Yeah,
you're gonna have to make sacrifices somewhere. You do not get it for free.
Yeah, I understand that.
Africans, regular black folks can't get it in their head because I guess because culturally we think differently. Okay. This is Western civilization. You do not get it for free. Okay, the railroads that the United States built didn't come for free. They came with bloodshed. The Transcontinental Railroad cost you 600,000 lives in the Civil War. You do not get it for free.
Of course.
When Russia, it cost Russia to build their transcontinental railroad in Russia,
10
even though
million?
it's just one line. It cost at least 10 million peasants their lives.
Yeah.
You
And a
know,
lot of them starved to death. In China, the same thing. You do not get this shit for free. So
Takes a lot
basically,
of
so
lives.
so in other words, yes, you're gonna have to give Chinese a foothold. Yes, you're gonna have to sacrifice some land. Yes, you. But the thing is,
True,
do
true,
you
true.
do you want to develop?
and I think, brother, and you know what, brother, because I feel the same way, but you know, the more and more I think about it, the way I see it is that, you know, it's I'm trying, you know, think of a movie or a TV show, but anyway, it's almost like that that let me see. Oh, okay. There might be a TV show. We have the popular girl, but she needs help with the test or what have you. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
matter of fact, I'm trying to think which one was it? She needed help with the test, but
Happy Days.
no, she
Wow, that showed your age,
no
man.
no no no
Somebody,
no 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 no. Okay, you know what? It was
I'm older than
Family
that.
Guy.
Yeah.
You know what?
Okay.
It was Family Guy. Meg
Okay.
needed something from Neil, and Neil said that it was what the only way that I'll help you if you if you let me kiss you. And she kept saying no way, but she's like no, but
What?
yeah.
Yeah.
I
Smart guy. Yeah.
yeah, I think it might have
Yeah,
been like
but I
like
see
the
what you're saying.
AV.
No free attention. Yeah. A smart
Yeah,
guy. I
you
like
have to
him.
sacrifice something.
Exactly.
Compromise.
Now
yeah.
my thing is this. My
Mhm.
thing is
But
this. My issue is the short term memory. Okay, we allow the Asians or the Chinese to do what they have to do, but as soon as we get what we need, hit the road, Jack, and don't you come back and you know
a little
Okay.
more.
Oh, okay.
no more
Okay.
because we'll have the means.
What you
Okay.
say?
Hold on,
But
Wilsonian.
BTS.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Let me finish. I'm gonna answer his question. You didn't think this all. You didn't
Uh-huh.
think this completely out, did you, Wilsonian?
Please don't hit me, no sir.
Okay.
Daddy,
If you
no.
kick, if you kick them out,
They're gonna come running in.
can you keep them out?
There's a billion of them in the army,
No.
just
What
in the
I'm saying,
army.
I'm asking you. You didn't think this out, because a lot of Africans said the same shit. Can you keep them
You
out?
can't do that shit.
Nope.
You
I
can't.
want
Yeah.
I want Wilsonian to answer.
No.
You guys are like my kids, man. I call my grandsons. I call one of them their names, and the other two answer for them.
Well,
I asked him,
actually,
God damn it.
no
Wilsonian,
master.
can you keep them out? How come you can't? If you wanted to keep them out, what do you need?
Military.
I'll say this. I know you want a straightforward answer, but I'll say this, and I'm stupid because I just
No, you're not.
watched it.
No, you're not stupid. Give me an answer, man. You've been on the street. You know what do they need to keep them out if they want to keep the Chinese out?
They're going to need that machine that is the PLA. If anybody hasn't seen it, I was going to post it on the Ibmore group. If anybody has not seen the Chinese military parade, my goodness, you're talking about the very definition of a human form of a machine. You know, they remind me of the M&M's commercial when there was 1,000 M&Ms, but they would form, you know, different shapes.
Okay.
And
Okay. If you want to keep them out, what do you need? Now you need more than just an army.
You
What do you need?
mean?
wait,
Oh,
no,
you
I
mean
know
they
this,
in the minis?
I know it.
Well, let's get to the point because everybody else want to get in. I'm trying to hold them off so you can make your point.
Deep water navy.
Yeah.
You need a deep one. You don't have the technology or the infrastructure to build this war machine, do you?
Uh-huh.
No,
Can I
Well,
ask something?
you
hold
need
on.
the culture.
Let me. You're not uh, 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 politically united enough to keep them out, right? Okay,
Yes.
you don't have the
Yep. It's
money,
too
you don't have the
tribal.
technology, you don't have the people, you don't have the standing army, you don't have the culture, neither do you have the political will or the political unification to do so. How do you keep them out?
You breed them out, damn it.
You don't keep them
They
out. You
didn't
work
bring their
with them.
women. They brought dicks. They
It's
didn't bring no
compromise.
pussy.
It's compromise. No
Because
Chinese woman came to the country.
they got more
Chinese
dicks
men.
than pussies. So basically, they have plenty
Yeah,
of excess dicks in China. But
yeah,
I'm gonna let somebody else jump in, man. You're taking too
Yeah.
long with Sonia. Go
I was
ahead.
yeah.
gonna say also
Go ahead.
What you said about China. Oh yeah.
Go ahead, Youngie.
All right, so yeah, what you said about China, you're right. They're already in there, and if we, we tick them off, it's going to be a whole big thing with their 1 billion army. But thing is, we've seen this already happen with the Europeans coming in and the Arabs coming in. They build the nice cities, they build the infrastructure, they build schools, they build universities, and then they just keep making money off the resources, and they stop, they stop being kind to the people, and then they just screw everybody over.
What are your options?
What about what Japan did? Japan, they were isolated and they built up their own shit.
They built with the help of who?
Japanese.
With the help of
the Americans.
The Americans. Yeah.
Wait, didn't they isolate themselves from America or no?
What was it? The Last Samurai. They talked about it. You can't just look at a movie. You got to look at the whole thing.
That's why that was a good movie. Everybody can't get past the fact. Wait, what? She go God, but
there's a lot of
I didn't see the movie.
Yeah.
There's a lot
or basically, if you look at Shogun, they did a whole series on it.
But here's another thing people don't take into consideration when it comes to Africa, and this is something I always check Africans on when they try to come over here and talk as much shit as they do. And I actually had a really good conversation today with a woman from Zambia at that party, and they don't have skills like that. Like if you compare the average African to the average African American, like let's say at the time of like when we were developing, like when after we got out of slavery, the difference is we had skills, like BGS said before, versus when the Europeans leave or when the Arabs leave, they can't maintain those resources because they don't have the skills to do so. So stuff tends to crumble, and they never have the intellectual property or ability to actually build the stuff up on their own. That's why they're vulnerable. With the Chinese. Yeah, and that's why the Chinese, quite frankly, are very smart by bringing their own people to do that. One, they have to, but two.
Well, the thing is, they're doing both. They're doing both.
Yeah, they're doing both.
They're doing both. They're not just bringing people in. They're actually training locals. So
I will admit that. Yeah, and you may see a lot of the managerial positions going to more Chinese and stuff like that. But when it comes to like the labor force, yeah, that's true. They are training people up. But like BGS said, one of the things that the Africans can do is they can play the Europeans against the
Chinese,
the Asians,
and
the
people talk
about the BRIC versus the transatlantic trade. And you already are seeing that, and one of the big ways the America is dealing with that is a lot of areas where you see a lot of inner turmoil, like inner strife, like terrorist stuff. A lot of that the West is kind of fostering a little bit to try to slow a lot of shit China's trying to do down.
Yeah.
Like in the Congo, they give the rebels the guns.
Libya, I keep telling you.
Ethiopia.
Why did I say that the Libyan war was fought?
Oh,
because Gaddafi was trying to.
No, to push for France because China had pushed.
I ain't in the slow class. I've been paying attention.
Yeah,
Gaddafi was working with China. They were talking about that.
Of course he was. They were going to push one. He was working with China, but he was also going to raise the price of doing business in Africa to China. Chinese do not like that. There's a whole bunch. There's a bunch of factors that were in Gaddafi's downfall, but the biggest factor was that he was pushing France and Europe right out of China, and they could not afford that.
And by the way, France is socialist as hell. France is like straight, almost. I won't say straight up. Well, yeah, they are. They're the most socialist of the Western.
Where do you think where do you think socialism and communism started?
In French, that's the word.
French Revolution.
Commune, what was the French word?
Commune, the French commune, yeah.
Well, the reason why I even mention that is because their economy does not at all support the type of shit they get. If you start, because remember when you kind of did the same thing you did to me, the Wilsonian, when I was talking about the colonies being taken over. If Gaddafi would have been able to do what he would have been able to do, that would have been the impetus to get a lot of those colonies to start bucking, because that would have been kind of a signal.
Yeah, they were already bucking.
French makes good porn, man.
they were already bucking. It wasn't in fact.
What's crazy is Obama betrayed Gaddafi. Obama betrayed Gaddafi because Gaddafi actually sent Obama a letter and called him his son publicly, and was like, we finally got an African.
You do not. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna give you a break, young, because you're what, 21?
I'll be 21 in 4 weeks. Yeah. All right.
Okay, you're 20 years old. I'm gonna give you a break. Stop being so fucking naive about the president of the United States. It doesn't matter what color he is.
I remember.
He's a piece of shit.
I remember when the
Republicans. No, they're not
he's a
pieces of
traitor.
shit. They're not traitors. They're there to do a job. You do not get to that office without being vetted.
I remember
he was chosen for the job.
Republicans
He was selected for the job. Yeah.
I remember when Republicans were actually trying to bring Gaddafi in the fold. They were trying to soften his name up and prime him, kind of like the same thing what happened with Russia, what kind of Trump was doing. He was coming over here a lot, and I thought it was over the oil over there, and then it was like a switch, like over the span of maybe 6 or 7 years. But you know, I mean, my thing about Gaddafi, I think a lot of black people really go like, I think Gaddafi would have solved everything, and
no, he still didn't like a lot of
Either we hang together or we will surely do what hangs separately.
That's true.
And they did not want that. He said, they're after my head. Mm-hmm. Okay, they're gonna be after my head. So I have no choice except to do what? Squash the beef, find it, because there would be no African satellite if Gaddafi hadn't paid for it. You would still be paying $2 to make a 1 minute call to the continent.
Yep, that's when my family can finally call.
Hey, I got a question. I got a question for you, BTS. Now that UK is out of the EU, you know, that's one of the things that
They're not out yet. They're not out yet.
Well, like, okay, in the process, we were talking about how Zambia used to be one of the a part of the Commonwealth. And you know, Nigeria was, Jamaica was, obviously Britain had them all over, and I'm like. I've been told, not been told, but I've read that in certain places like Jamaica might try to go back into the British Commonwealth.
The Brits are going to have to give them a better deal. In other words, if they're unmoored from the European continent, what's your next step? Because you can't sit out there by yourself.
Yeah, and I was interested in your thoughts on that.
Can they do it? I don't know. Do they have to do it? Yes. Because they see the writing on the wall. They know eventually that Europe is going to break up, and the thing is they can't sit out there by themselves. So basically, what do you want to do? You want to get back in, form your Commonwealth has kind of been gone to seed, right? Because you didn't need them. So now, what do you have to fall back on? Got to fall back on the Commonwealth.
Did you ever see Nigeria doing that shit?
I doubt it because Nigeria. Nigeria and other African countries see themselves as separate from Europe. They don't need them anymore.
Yeah.
So I don't see it.
They passed that. Nigeria doesn't need England. It's already a high developing African country.
Because anything you can get from the UK, you can get from where?
China
or who?
I said
the United States.
Certain things
you don't want to work with the United States.
Well, eventually, if China keeps advancing, if you want to do business, you got to do business. Otherwise, you're gonna fall flat.
Yeah.
My thing about
China's basically saying, "I'm the juggernaut, bitch." You know.
Yeah, they just wiped out some spies. I think last week. Like
China did.
Yeah. It came on the AP.
And India is like if China's Batman, India is like Robin.
Yeah.
Because India's got the numbers, they've got obviously that copy and paste bullshit down.
Yeah, Indians make more per capita in the U.S. than even Chinese as far as income. They don't
I think it's Nigerians and then I think Indians. Indians are up there.
Indians are number one. As far as they're the model minority in the United States,
because the Chinese keep their elite at home.
Yeah, that's true.
They don't let them leave.
Versus Indians, they are a little bit more spread out because
a lot more spread out. Yeah.
You on your own if you're in India. You basically
amongst their elite.
The
Oh
elites,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Amongst their elite,
They,
they're more spread out,
they're
but
they're
yeah.
they
Yeah.
they ex they're more likely to export their talent. China's that really don't let their elite leave
Yeah, I
for the
read
most part.
something. I read something about that they're monitoring the students that come to college over in the United States to see if what they're saying and what they're doing. Like to keep track of them.
Are you talking about with China?
The Chinese students, yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
could
when they
believe
go.
that because I've talked to enough Chinese students at Duke University. They will talk. Like they'll talk about how like Chairman Mao killed. You think Hitler has killed? Y'all have no idea like how many people Chairman Mao was responsible for to unite China. They talk about like 40 million, 50
Shit,
million.
try killing like he was telling people to kill their
And
parents.
and I'm talking
Trying to
about
start the revolution.
I'm talking about like not people from Taiwan or Hong Kong. I'm talking about people from mainland China.
He's telling people he was telling youngsters to kill their parents, and they did. A lot of them did.
Yeah.
I've learned
It's called a
that.
purge. It's called a purge.
Yep.
Yeah, and I've
Heavy
learned.
propaganda.
Yeah, and
Well,
I've learned
he was
most.
trying to he was trying to purge. He was trying to purge the Western mindset.
Yeah.
Yeah, and check this out. Most of the Chinese that are on the West Coast are from the province, like they're like second and third generation Chinese Americans. They are from the province that surrounds Hong Kong. So a
But
lot of them that would have been killed would have been like from that area because of like Hong Kong and the British
but
influence.
Mao used his voice. Stalin is the elephant in the room. I mean, he basically wiped out
Yeah.
like
I think Mao took out more people. Mao took out a lot more people than
No,
Stalin.
Russia, they almost wiped out all the Jews in Russia. That's why they had to come to America.
Russia.
Yeah, but as
Stalin
far
was
as
no
number,
joke, man.
but yeah, it's interesting. Like I found out that a lot of Chinese that are in Vancouver are bougie. That's where the bougie Chinese go. I've
That's
heard other
because they're
Chinese.
millionaires.
I mean,
They're
most
millionaires.
Chinese Americans
Other
are pieces
Chinese
of
Oh,
shit.
one at a time. One at a time. What were we saying
Most
that? What I
Chinese.
didn't understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
Well, they said a lot of what I would interpret as bougie.
Chinese
The,
are bougie
the,
everywhere.
Or in No, what I'm talking about, even for Chinese, or like in Vancouver, because that's where a lot of high end Chinese people are. Like even more so than what you typically see on the West Coast.
because the Chinese believe that two lands on the planet, China and Greater China.
Hilarious.
And but a lot of the Chinese that you see that buy a lot of shit, like for instance, when you talk about like the movie not studios, but movie theaters, like those high end billionaire Chinese, most of them are in China. Now you got a couple of them like spread out, but most of them that are making those moves are in China.
So that means
Okay. I mean, the thing is, okay, you have dollars if the dollar that aren't backed by anything. So if you want to convert them into real stuff, what do you have to do?
you buy up land.
You buy the stuff that the
Assets.
dollars will purchase. So you're gonna have them buy assets in Canada,
Yeah.
buy assets
They said
in
that
America, regardless of regardless of whether you're going to live there or not, because
Yeah.
those dollars have to be brought home, they have to be converted somehow.
now
As
do
a
you
matter,
think
as a matter of fact,
do you think
go
that
ahead,
in
go ahead, go
addition
ahead.
to that, excuse me, brother, do you think that in addition to that there might be an aspect of the Chinese economy that basically they know something that we don't? They're the animals that was in the
It,
day after
it,
tomorrow that was flying away.
everybody, the only people that don't know it are who? The common folks. Everybody knows it. Everybody has known it since 2009. It's not new. Okay. Not new. In other words, the thing is, the Chinese are holding on to trillions of American dollars that could be worthless or depreciate in value. What do they have to do with them?
Turn into
They're
hard assets.
hard assets. That's what they're doing. It's
Yep.
not rocket science.
They buying up a
That's
lot
why
of gold.
Exactly.
is that what's
One at a
driving a lot
time.
of
One at a time. Who?
gentrification?
Hold on. Somebody else is trying to get. JD, you trying to get in?
No, I was agreeing with him.
Okay.
Yeah, they buying up a lot of gold. That's what I was gonna say.
Well, gold. They've been buying gold, man, since the early '90s. In fact,
Yeah.
they basically the run on gold back in the 80s and 90s was Chinese buying gold,
You buy, here you get out.
and the Indians buying gold. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, but BGS.
yes, sir.
Yeah, I went to school, in Brooklyn. Like I went to after middle school, I went to Brooklyn Tech, which was a Asian majority school. It was like one of the gifted schools. Like you had to take a test to get in, and most Asian Americans they were really racist, like really racist. Especially about my afro and my skin. But the only time they would actually show respect is like when me and the other black kids in the school, like we just start producing beats or start being on a lunch table and just messing around, rapping and freestyling, and then they start to show respect.
Yeah,
Or like when you start playing sports or
they
something
have
like that.
they have a respect for accomplishments and talent. It's actually a
Meritocracy.
meritocracy meritocracy. We
Yeah, it's
think
a
of it as
different type.
communist, but the Chinese have always been a meritocracy.
Yeah, it's a
Uh-huh.
different type of. It's not the same kind of thing that you get from like white folks,
No.
Yeah.
like type of racism. Because a lot of what white folks do is this insecurity that they do to feed themselves. That's why they do shit like eugenics and all that bullshit to try to
hmm
psych their massive population out. Is that they are genetically superior because most of the shit they have is from black people, and they don't want to admit that. That's their kind of Pandora's box secret versus the
True.
Chinese are they're like, fuck it, we'll just copy your shit. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It is
That's
what it
like
is.
K-pop, like
It's a
Korean hip hop.
tool.
Yeah,
It's
so they
a
don't
tool.
have that insecurity that a lot of white people have. They
They
don't.
just don't have any shame when they copy and they
Exactly.
basically
No,
critique and all this bullshit.
no,
So
They're
it's
always kissing
different
white ass.
because it's
versus white
expected.
people got to make them believe they invented it when they know they did it.
It
Yeah.
seems to me that the Chinese, as opposed to the Western European or the European in general, have no, I don't know if you want to use shame, or they
No,
have no problem. There's no ego when they meet somebody more, I don't want to say superior, but when somebody is better at something than they are. But it doesn't stop at that point. From, I would assume, once they acknowledge that somebody is superior in a certain
superior.
aspect,
Yeah.
they will then go after them to try to at least be on that same level with the intentions of surpassing them.
Hmm. Yeah, they want to
Most
learn.
white dudes can't get around. Most white dudes can't get past the difference between what's under the belt between black and white people.
Pause.
I'm dead
No,
serious.
no,
A
you're
lot
right.
of what drives their white men's mental thinking,
Hmm.
like really core root code shit, is that insecurity. I'm telling you
You you
and that's not just ego
Come
crap.
on.
no no listen no listen watch this,
Okay.
man.
Uh,
Be
all right. Who's not talking? Because I need clear space for hostile adept.
Uh-huh.
I'll get off.
Okay.
But it
Yeah,
is. It is. I
brother
mean,
Edward.
go ahead.
But it's me being a pervert that I am. I'll visit the porn forums and I download porn. And one thing that I do notice is that these crackers, at first, I thought it was just when people were making envy, that's just them talking. But as I said before, they will, they
There he
don't.
is. Okay, he's in. Finish
Sometimes,
your thought, Wilsonia.
sometimes, it seems to me they don't watch some of these videos to get off. They're watching these videos to
What the fuck?
like they want to go
Mm.
ahead and prove. Like, for example, you'll see a lot of time where they say, well, it's it's a myth that black men are more hung than everybody else. What grinds my gears about that it was them who started that in the first place. But it seemed, I guess, to use political term, it's blowback now. So now, instead of using that myth to scare white women, it's alluring white women. So
It
when
goes
they,
further than that, but
I, I feel you, but I'm talking about these guys. That's, that if there's a comment section, oh, it's a wrap, man. They'll go. We're talking on a porn forum now. Oh, they'll start bringing in uh they'll go ahead and do screenshots. They'll go ahead and bring in articles, scientific articles, pictures, all of that for what? To say that, well, it isn't true. Trying to disprove a myth that they created themselves, but again, that blew back on them.
Who's
Well,
that?
to get into the best, one of the better books I've seen on China and Chinese culture was actually written by um, what's his name? what's his name, Kissinger, on China. It's a 500-page book, man, but it'll give you an overview of what the thinking of the Chinese mindset. He did a very good job. Most people wanted to be a history book and them tell secrets, but he was trying to get people to tell stories or tell scenarios where you can actually get used to how the Chinese think, and basically uh, just like because the Chinese are just basically descendants from Egypt for the most part. Egypt thought they were the center of the world, so, and China does too. They think they're the center of the world. They say all under heaven. In other words, their kingdom is all under heaven.
The first Chinese empire or dynasty was black dynasty.
Yeah.
Yeah, I seen
If
the
you if you
pictures.
look if you look at the Chinese characters, they're hieroglyphics. Hieroglyphics. That's what they are. If you
Uh-huh.
the symbology of the hidden city, which is the dragon throne, that's Egyptian symbology. It's been modified, but if you look at the way they build their houses like pyramids, like step
Yeah.
pyramids.
Yeah,
You
I
can
seen
see it.
that.
It's in their culture.
Yeah.
Okay,
But
we've been
BGS,
trying. Oh, real quick, we trying hostile or
yeah,
debt.
no problem, no
Yeah,
problem.
go ahead.
Yeah, let's go
Ask your
quick.
question.
But it's just I realized this why do Asian girls always go with white guys? That's what always made me think like what
Because
the fuck?
because white guys in this society have a what?
Power.
Higher value. Just
Hmm.
like just like your black woman loves white sperm because she wants mixed babies because mixed babies have a what?
Higher value.
So they do it for
Higher.
power. They do it for
No, they
power.
have higher value.
Oh, okay, value. All
Okay.
right.
Yeah.
What is the job for any female and her offspring? She wants to give her offspring the best chance of what?
Hmm. A better chance of
Survival.
succeeding.
Survival in any environment. You guys, I keep banging this stuff into your
The
head.
female
I don't
imperative.
say that
He
this is a female
young.
imperative.
He
It should
young.
you should know this already because I
Yeah, I know what
keep
you mean.
beating
No,
you.
I'm just
So he's
saying.
only 20. He's only
No,
20, man.
no. There's
No,
no excuse for
young
me.
E needs to get that pressure off of him so he can think.
Yeah, it's been a little bit, since it's
Man,
almost my
Joe.
21st birthday. Since it's almost my 21st birthday, I think I might have to go out and get this
Ooh, I
Get
got
it
I
out of
got
their
one
way.
kid for my dad.
Hey,
I
man.
play high school.
Record it, man. We record it, man. We'll
Yeah,
celebrate with
maybe
you.
during a live hangout,
You
I'll be in
live
the
hangout.
background
You're gonna
with
say,
the
"Get her,
camera
E.
on.
Get her, E." And
Yeah,
we'll actually send you some what is it? Some super chat money, man. So you go back for a second round.
Oh God! Oh
All right,
God!
hostile
Go
adept. I've been trying
go
to
to
get
one of
him.
them Asian spas.
Yeah, hostile adept. I've been
No,
trying to
don't
get
do
him in
that,
for an
man.
hour. I don't know what the hell was wrong, but you wanted to make a point, and we're trying to get you in so you can make your point. So you got the floor. Go ahead.
Hey, what's good?
What's good?
How
Can
you
you hear
moving?
me?
We got you.
Got thunder, we.
Um, yeah, there's some. I just wanted to clear up some things. There's a lot of misconceptions about masonry
Hmm.
that a lot of people who've never been a part of it,
Hmm.
they tend to hold on to some of these myths.
Hmm.
First of all, Freemasonry is dying. It's a dying institution.
Hmm.
They just don't have the numbers anymore. There was a time when they did, but now they don't.
Well, you know why that is. You know why that is, hostile adept. Before it's a well, I would say 50, 60, maybe even 70 years ago. How was the only what was the only way you could get the information?
Being born in it.
You had to be part of the clique. You had to be part of the Masons to get the information. What has happened since?
The
Yeah,
internet.
we got the
What it,
internet.
you got the internet. In other words, the information is everywhere. You don't have to
Yeah,
join. And why should I be a Mason? Go through the Masonic. I mean, even though you should, if you want the discipline and whatnot. But as far as the information is concerned, it's all over.
right. I mean,
You don't you don't need it.
you can go online and download Ritual.
Hmm. Well, you can go on YouTube and see it practiced.
Yeah, you can see you can see everything. Anything you want to know about the order. You can get it online. So I mean, this whole idea that they still controlling things is just ridiculous to me. you know, and there's so many different what they call irregular lodges now. An irregular lodge is an illegal, spurious operation. Like
Eyes Wide Shut.
To get
like
your
Eyes
money.
Wide Shut.
No.
Oh, okay. That's what I was thinking about.
Hey, you struck a nerve. You struck a nerve when you said that.
No, I ain't strike a nerve, man. It's just that's what I'm talking about. That whole all this mythology that you putting on it's a fraternity of a bunch of old guys and a bunch of young guys who come together maybe once or twice a month. They conduct business, they raise money, they take care of their widows and orphans, they do charitable work. It really ain't that much different from any other organization. And it's not a secret society, it's a society with secrets. That's all it is.
Yeah.
So all
everybody knows about them. Yeah.
All this nonsense about their influence, it's really not there anymore.
No,
it's really not. It's an old, antiquated organization, and it's dying. Not only the white Masons, but the black ones too.
Yeah,
I still get letters from my lodge asking me to come back. I ain't going back for what?
Well, the thing is, they were, in other words, they basically the Illuminati ones are well, you know what? They're sons of light. Okay, the sons of light were necessary to keep the knowledge passed down from one generation to the next, or keep their secrets. Okay. The secrets were the teachings and the knowledge that had to be passed down from one person to another. They didn't want it just anybody to have it. In other words, you had to go through a procedure to make sure that you were worthy of the knowledge that they were passing down to you. Okay, and that's why I said you have Masons, you have lower order Masons that might be full of themselves and have evil intent, but the Masons used to kill people that had the knowledge that they taught, that were using it for ill intent, because they had a certain standard they had to uphold. Just like special forces, right? They give you this knowledge and these skills and abilities, but if you misuse them, they're the first ones to come in and take you out. Okay.
Let me just say this. Let me just say this. I'm gonna tell you the I don't know about any other order because I'm Prince Hall Mason.
Okay. Which
I'm gonna tell you
one of the most famous, yeah.
Right, and one of the most oldest, because I mean, they've been around since the beginning of this country. But the worst thing you can do in Masonry, the worst thing you can do is screw another brother's wife.
Oh yeah.
That will get you killed. That will get you killed faster than revealing the so-called secrets. Okay, so like I said, it ain't that deep. And then you got somebody in the chat room that said, I'm either covering up some stuff. What the hell I got to cover up? You want to know anything about the order, you can go online and look it up. It's
an open secret. Who's connected to who? It's an open secret. It's not. It's not. The thing is the biggest thing is most people don't want to look. That's the biggest thing. Yeah.
Right. They wanna create this air of mystery about the order, and it's no longer there.
No, it's not there anymore.
I got a question. So Zinga, about the Mason though, is it true that there are some, they can actually make anything physical harm to someone based on some ceremony that they may be doing?
Those aren't Masons. Those aren't Masons.
Nah, man.
That's like
those are Rosicrucians or witches, basically. Yeah, those are witches.
Oh, okay.
Now let me tell you something. There are thousands of
offshoots
of what they call secret orders, or these secret societies. They got secret societies in Jamaica. They got secret societies in Africa that deal with those types of things. Don't put that on no Freemasons, because they don't do nothing but have meetings and conduct business,
collect money.
raise money, and do charitable stuff. Take care of their widows and orphans. That's it. Anything else you want to don't put that on. It ain't that deep, man. There's an order. There's a secret society in Jamaica called the Order of the Mechanics. I knew a couple of brothers who were members of that society. Now, you want to talk about some secrecy? Now that's a secret society right there. The Order of Mechanics.
They can remotely make things happen.
I don't know nothing about that, man. Like I said, it's a secret society. I don't know nothing. All I know is that it exists, and I knew some brothers that are part of it, and they would never talk about it. So, but there are hundreds of secret societies in Africa. Yeah.
Oh yeah, thousands. I mean, it goes religious orders that go back thousands of years.
Thousands of years, right?
Yeah.
You got your Rosicrucians. You got branches of the Rosicrucians. You got branches of the Orders of the Golden Dawn. You know these Gnostic organizations. You got all kinds of stuff, man.
Yeah, there's tons
all kinds of them.
They trace all their lineages back to the Egyptian priesthood.
Right.
Because originally all the religious orders held all your books and held all your. There's two people that were taught to read and write, and information was actually passed through. It was actually your religious order first, your priest, and then your royalty, because those are the people that had to learn and had to have knowledge. So in other words, what you would do, and my teacher explained it to me. For a family to get educated, what they would have to do is sacrifice a son. In other words, you had to give a son to the temple to be trained, and that son or that child will be part of the order of priests. But in return, that child will come back and educate your family, because back then children were wealth. So in other words, you have a farm, and you give up a child. Basically, that's a hand that's labor that you had to give up, a lifetime of labor that you had to give up. So you had to make that sacrifice to send that son to the priest to be trained, and basically, and in return, that priest would come back and educate your family. If Catholics did it, the Buddhists do it. Any priesthood in any country, that's where the knowledge was passed through. If you weren't royalty,
and it took 40 years. It took 40 years.
It took 40 years. Yeah. Yep.
And a lot of people don't read and whatever and do research. A lot of when Egypt was sacked by the Romans and the Assyrians and the Greeks, a lot of the Egyptians fled to West Africa, further south, Ethiopia, Sudan. So I mean, Egypt, like I said before in one of my videos, it was like the Washington D.C. of Africa. It was the center of Africa. So I mean, everything flowed within it.
It was center of the world. But the thing is, a lot of people don't realize, if it wasn't for the secret orders like the Masons and other orders like that, all that knowledge would have been lost. So Masons get a bad rap of being evil and whatnot. But the thing is, the information, you would have no modern physics if it wasn't for the Masons or the secret orders, because they're the ones that kept the knowledge alive and translated and passed it down so that the knowledge would always be in the world. So they have a role to keep. If you look at the books by what's his name, and the movies by what's his name, that writes the Masonic books and stuff like that. Da Vinci codes and stuff like that. If you read his books,
Dan Brown.
Dan Brown is explaining to you not only, I mean, he makes it exciting, like you have to have thrillers and whatnot, but he's explaining to you about these orders and how this knowledge is passed down and how it's kept alive. So in other words, you might not like them, and sometimes they might take advantage of the knowledge that they've gained, but you would not have this knowledge if it hadn't been passed down and kept alive by these orders.
Prime example, you have the UK, you have basically everything from the Queen of England and
Scottish rites,
all of that. They're basically mirroring Egyptian culture and traditions. From how they get married, the judges, they wear these wigs that are similar to the Egyptian, like hairstyles and whatnot, they basically mirroring Egyptian culture. So they even in some of the old kind of like conscious tapes, they said basically they just following. They believe that they are part of the bloodline of Egyptian royalty.
Okay. Well. Okay. There's two things. There's two things that there's two ways that the basically the England or the UK got this knowledge. Is one is that the King of France broke up the secret orders in France because he came to kill them. The Templars he came to kill. So the Templars fled to Scotland. That's how come you have the Scottish Rites. That's where the Scottish Rites actually came from. Okay.
I have all my degrees except for two on each side. I have all my Scottish Rite degrees and I have all my York Rite degrees. Mm-hmm. The only degree that I don't have on the Scottish Rite side is the 33rd, which is very difficult to get.
High level, yeah. High level.
And on the other side, the highest degree on the York Rite side is the Knights Templar, the Order of the Temple.
Yeah.
But the highest honor on the York Rite side is the Knight of the York Cross of Honor. Mm-hmm. That's the highest honor you can get.
Yeah.
And it's the hardest one.
Yeah. If you go to say France, or you go to like southern Europe, in other words, the Masons or the Masonic order or the Scottish Rite. The Masons came out of the Scottish Rite, but there's other orders that existed in France or southern Europe that we don't even talk about. The Masons just happen to be the Templars. The Templars are important because the Templars were supposed to be there, and Brother Adept can correct me if I'm wrong. The Templars were there to basically take the pilgrims from Europe to the Holy Land, right?
Exactly.
In other words, they basically built ships and they transferred money so that pilgrims from Europe can actually go to Jerusalem and worship, right? Because they're Christians, right?
It said that they were the first money change. That's what it's been said.
Well, okay, because
they protected the routes to Jerusalem.
The routes to Jerusalem, but they weren't the first money changers. Okay. The Templars, by the Templars going down there and being there and learning there, guess where the banking system first started? The usury system, the banking system first started. Guess where it started? Well, Hostile Adept, don't answer because I know you know. Anybody else?
Babylon.
Babylon is the first bankers. That's how come the Jews are good with what? Money changing, right? It's part of their culture. Now the Templars went down there because basically money changing and that kind of stuff in the Christian order was illegal, because usury after a while will destroy a society like it's destroying ours. Okay, interest will eventually destroy your society. So basically it was illegal, but they gave the Templars basically the opportunity to go down and actually learn this particular science. So basically in Europe there's only two kind of banks: Jewish banks and what? Templar banks.
Templar banks, yep. Templar banks, yep.
So that's how come the Masons and the Templars are so important. Exactly, that's how come the King of France actually tried to get rid of the Templars. He wanted their money.
Yeah, but the thing is, just like when you say stuff like that kind of sounds. I don't know the term for it.
What do I say, dude? Don't even challenge me. Go look it up for yourself.
It's the truth. What are you talking about?
No. Hold on a second. I know what it. How many times? Okay, hold on a second. City of Truth. How many times have you been on this hangout, researched what the fuck I said, and found out it was the fucking truth? Do you think I would lie to you?
I do research, but
why do you think I would lie to you? Do you think I'm making this shit
I'm not saying that you're lying, but what I'm saying is that, like, when you say stuff like okay, usury will destroy a society, that seems more like just an opinion.
Oh, okay.
No, it's not an opinion. In the Bible, it said usury was punishable by death because it said if another person should not profit off another man's misery.
City of truth. City of truth. You ever had a family member that lost a house or business due to not being able to pay back a loan?
Yeah, and it was because they
let's look at money. Let's break that money on a basic level. Look, like for every look.
City of truth. Stop speaking over people, okay?
Yeah, let's break that money on a basic level, right? All right. When a bank can create, for every dollar it borrows, it can create $20, right? Do you think, how can that be paid back if there's not enough money in existence to pay back the interest? How can you do that?
Okay, here's the point. The people who mess up on interest and stuff, that's because
everybody messes up because there's not enough.
Hold on, Jamie, hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish. I know, but the thing, okay, City of Truth. City of Truth. One thing you're gonna have to do is not ramble. Get to your point.
Okay, the point I'm saying is people who mess up on interest because they didn't properly manage their money.
That's not true. Okay. Let me ask you a question. Okay.
Okay.
Interest is extraction, right?
Right.
It's an extractive thing. You're not putting wealth into the system, right? You're extracting wealth out of it, right? So, and over time, what's going to happen when we keep extracting wealth out of a system?
Okay, but the system is also generating new wealth. It's not just
no, it is not.
New wealth for who? New wealth for who?
Over time, what's going to happen to the system?
It all depends on many different factors.
No, don't dodge the question. Over time, if somebody keeps draining blood out of you and they don't put any nutrients back into you, what's going to happen to your body?
On a die.
That analogy, because societies have different ways.
Why do you think usury is illegal? Illegal and has been illegal for the most part in humanity
because many societies especially historically like agrarian societies and stuff like that are based on basically on agriculture, that were not very savvy when it came to stuff like finance. So
we're savvy. Hold on a second. Are we savvy? So is you saying we're savvy now, right?
Yeah, we're much more advanced now.
So what's wrong with hold on a second. No, hold on a second. I'm gonna ask him a question. So how come the world is in what kind of economic turmoil is the world in now?
I mean, the world's been in this type of shape before. This is nothing new.
Because there's not enough money in existence to pay off all the debts.
Hold on a second, because I'm in a mood right now. Because I just went through this shit with motherfuckers making videos and shit. Okay, hold on a second, because I'm pissed.
Everybody
Stop dodging my motherfucking question, will you please? Be honest for a second. Stop dodging the question. What problems do we have in this world right now in economics?
It depends on who you ask.
No. You know. Stop dodging the question. Answer the question.
Like I said, it depends on who you ask.
What
problem? Hold on a second. What problem is the United States? What problem is the United States having right now as we speak?
There is a $13 trillion debt.
20
trillion. Yeah.
That's public. That's not even public. That's the public debt. We're not talking about the private debt. Why? How come we're in debt?
Because government didn't properly manage the money.
In other words,
my God.
We did what? We borrowed money, did we not?
Exactly.
That's usury.
Irresponsibly.
At interest, usury.
You should not be paying interest back on money. If I borrow $10,000, I should only have to pay you back $10,000. I shouldn't have to pay you back $35,000 or $50,000.
No, you guys talk about Mesopotamia. This is very interesting because
and look, and let's take it back to Babylon. The reason why it fell back then is because they was actually manipulating the currency, like it was a gold standard. So what was they doing? They was melting down the gold and mixing it with gold and silver and stretching it.
Exactly.
If I loan you money, you should be able to give me value too. And the reason
only if that exists in the actual public. Not all that money. There's not enough money in the world to pay off the debts.
But over time, what will that do? That will actually do what? It will destroy society. That's how come usury. It has been illegal. That's how come it has been
because
outlawed.
many societies don't understand. I'm not
bullshit.
That's why.
Okay, man. Go do your research. Go do your research on usury.
And I've done research, and
no, you haven't, because
what I know is the whole concept of interest.
You don't know shit.
You don't know shit, man.
The reason it started in the Middle East was because when you had cattle farmers in the Middle East, if I loaned Solar 10 cattle. Like
the Middle East.
Well, let me finish.
They don't.
Okay, let me finish my point. If I loan Solar 10 cattle, right?
We know that. Go ahead, finish your point.
And then after a year, the 10 cattle turned into 20 cattle. The whole point of the interest that he's going to have to pay me is because what I gave him is now more value. Because the cattle reproduced than what I originally gave him, so I need to be repaid for that. That's fair. Now,
your head will be chopped off.
Hold on.
That's what would be fair.
Okay.
Because they don't practice usury in Middle East. Prophet Muhammad did not expound upon usury. That was one of the tenets of Islam. No usury. Your head will be chopped off.
Because they knew that would actually create more corruption because it's in the person's benefit that you can't pay it back.
Your head will be chopped
off. Hold on. Dude, you know what? That's what I said. That's why I put that video out. If you don't know what the fuck you are talking about, why are you debating? You don't know what you're talking about.
We know what we're talking about.
No, you don't. Why do you think that? Why do you think they just outlawed it just to outlaw it?
No, they outlawed it because they did not understand it. And
yes, they did. What are you talking about?
Ancient societies, they didn't want. They didn't really want. They didn't want anyone to be able to make money.
No, dude, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. Look at you don't know what
you could come. You could come on somebody else hangout talk that bullshit, but not this. We all are somewhat read or well read.
D-class. You can't bring that here.
You can't bring that bullshit.
Hostile Adept. They teach. He's a Mason. They teach him that. This is like Masonic order, Masonic learning 101 for Hostile Adept. This is what they teach you when you first come. Why do you think they have a jubilee? Why do you think they have a? Why do you think they every seven like for certain orders, right? Like Jewish orders, even Middle Eastern orders, every so many years is a jubilee year, right?
Yeah.
Why do you think that is?
That is because historically, Jews and Hebrews, they lived in agrarian societies where basically the whole fortune of the family was dependent on the crops that they can bring. So they had to rotate the good land between.
No, dude, come on now. You're smarter than that. Why?
No, that's why historically.
Why do you think there's a jubilee year?
Because historically these were, like I said, these were agrarian societies.
No, dude. You know
these were historically agrarian societies.
No.
Based on agricultural output.
Okay, if people have gotten into debt and usually basically they owed so much and that the system cannot be maintained, the jubilee year is a reset button. We're gonna forgive all the debts, all the outstanding debt, and we're gonna start from scratch. So that the society can start fresh and rebuild.
But let's see, you can't do that in modern society.
Exactly. So why are we in the mess that we're in?
Yeah, but you got to scale everything. Like I said, you're talking about ancient, agrarian societies.
How much?
Agrarian society.
Dude, how much have people changed? Dude, you don't know your history. People have not changed. The reason
it's not about the people change. It's about the society.
Everybody. You know what? We're in this mess because people like you think
people have changed. I believe people have changed.
No, they haven't. That's how come. That's how come they put up the Glass-Steagall Act, right? And all of a sudden in 1999, well, society has advanced and we know how to control it, and we can do this and we can do that, and we should let the market run free and blah 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 blah. And they took it off, and less than 10 years later, guess what happened?
Yeah, that was just a bad choice and a bad mistake in judgment.
Because, in other words, you ignore history. Why do you think? In other words, if that was the case, then we wouldn't need people like Hostile Adept to bring the old knowledge back so we can see what happened. This shit does not work. Okay.
Okay,
this shit. There's a reason. There's a reason that homosexuality and usury and all that stuff had to be contained, because it destroys societies. They know that. Dude, ain't no because. They know that. In other words, how many times you gonna stick your hand into the fire to figure out that it burns?
No, I don't necessarily. Ancient societies, like I said, agrarian ancient societies. The reason
you're talking, you don't know what you're talking about, dude. Dude, I'm not gonna let you finish because you don't know what you keep repeating yourself and you don't know what you're talking about. Okay, you got 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, well, I don't need 2 minutes, but like I said, agrarian ancient society is based on manpower. You need people, large population, to sustain the crops and that kind of thing. So of course they're going to look back on something like homosexuality, because that would lead to a lesser birth rate, and they needed a high birth rate for their agrarian society to survive.
You need some more bandwidth.
No. What else? He needs more bandwidth, but he needs to go back and actually study, because you don't understand.
No, I mean, I've studied this stuff.
No, dude, you don't understand. You don't understand. I can tell you don't understand.
Well, I may not have come to the same conclusions as you, but I've read the material.
Yeah, but I'm saying, okay, basically, okay, have you ever taken an advanced course in anything?
Yes.
Do you actually go up and argue with the teacher that knows more than you?
I mean, if the teacher's wrong on something, if they make a mistake, yeah.
If the teacher's wrong.
But I mean, if barring that, no.
Why are you arguing with me?
Because anyone can make a mistake in judgment.
Yeah, but the thing is, we've tested you. We got 3, 4, 5 guys that are telling you that you are fucking wrong. A guy that knows what he's talking about, which is a Masonic, which is a Mason, who cuts his teeth on this shit. And you argue with us. And the thing is, you bring in arguments that don't make any sense. There's a reason why they don't do things. And that's the reason why they don't do things. And the shit is happening right now. That's how come the Pope, back in 2000, said you need to declare a Jubilee year. He said it for a reason. Because he knew from studying his text that this shit that we're in right now was going to happen. Because
it happens all the time.
Interest rates and usury had gotten out of hand.
That not everybody adheres to like this whole class-based narrative like that.
You don't have to.
That they need.
Dude,
it's common sense.
It's no choice.
Dude, if you don't know how to swim and I throw you in the ocean, dude, does that depend on class?
It's survival.
Right. No, in other words, humans, if they're not taught, cannot swim. You will drown. You can't breathe underwater. So if I throw you out in the middle of the ocean and you can't swim, what's going to happen to your ass?
Kerplunk.
Yeah, but I think it's a bad analogy. I don't think I'm in the middle.
Why do you think it's a bad? In other words, dude, there's a reason that it doesn't matter about your class. It doesn't matter about anything else. That people like that understand human systems and how they work. And people keep
like this every week, man. He like Shadow Man. He just comes here to troll.
He doesn't know. The thing is, if you know something, and when people recognize that you know something, do it. But the thing is, if I can tell that you haven't studied this shit, man. I can tell. Everybody can tell. You ain't studied.
If he in class, he got people around him, his students, that's gonna be looking at him and laughing. He on a hangout in cyberspace nobody can see him and laugh at him.
Yeah, but see,
You know, he
it'll
wouldn't
come in the
challenge
terms.
no professor.
I don't care about.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. I hear your voice.
What I'm saying, what I'm
I hear
saying,
your
what I'm
response.
saying, dude. If
I
you're
don't care
wrong,
about being Mr. Congeniality and people like you. I'm
well,
just
thing,
here.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
in other words, you're here listening to me, not because you want to be part of the group. You're here to listen and to learn because I have something to impart.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you that you're wrong, and I'm telling you go back and study it because you're wrong.
But I've studied the material.
No, you haven't.
I've probably studied more than
bullshit.
Besides you, more than.
All right, so here's a question for you. What is the average lifespan of the fiat currency?
The average lifespan of fiat. Well, I don't know if you could really.
It's 77 years.
You know
where do you get that number from?
Please
look it up. Google it.
Okay, now
and basically we're like America is the only society that lasted longer than that 77 year lifespan.
Well, then that would make what you're saying is
no
average.
You have to take into account.
No, you don't.
Average. Listen, dude. Look, 91. City of Truth. Listen to what he's saying. He said average. Do you know what average means?
Yeah, but the point I'm trying to make is that
don't make a point. He said average.
All right, man, we done with you, man.
Okay, all right.
We done with you, dude.
Nothing less.
And here's the question: how would you fix the $1 trillion problem? So if you was in government right now and we're in this deficit, we're in the $1 trillion deficit, what would you do to fix the problem if there's not enough money in circulation to pay off the bills?
Man, that's way above his pay grade. Well, go ahead, give it a shot.
One thing that we could do, I believe, is we could decrease all of the unnecessary spending that stuff like that. I mean, a lot of the government overspends a lot of money in healthcare and on the military and stuff like that. And if
you need healthcare,
streamline a lot of that stuff.
Dude, look up President Obama's Council on Debt. I put up one video on it. If you, they brought experts from all over the world, and they met for like 6 months. They met twice a month for like 6 months. They brought experts from all over the world. They would meet for like 2 days hashing this out, and hopefully most of it's still online. But if you can take the initial meeting, they'll explain it to you. In fact, I put this stuff up for people to look at. You don't look at this shit. So you come back. That's why sometimes I get so pissed off. I put this shit up. I make this stuff available. I tell you where the sources are, and you come back, and this is the way you talk. I'm disappointed.
I think he wants America to turn into Zimbabwe, where it's going to cost you $1,000 for a gallon of milk.
I'm saying, but at least if you're going to be wrong, at least if you're going to open up your mouth and be wrong, at least have studied the stuff. Okay, if you're gonna come on my channel, especially, at least be versed on the stuff that I've put up. You haven't even looked at.
You say this to him every week. He do not listen. He's a stubborn.
What? Okay, I'm gonna ask him a question. What is your agenda, man? Because I'm trying to figure out what your agenda is.
Now, when you say agenda, like my political affiliation,
what is your reason d'etre, man? Because you come in here, you basically ask a lot of inane questions, man. What? In other words, what are you doing here? I mean, why? What's up?
I'll tell you what.
And don't tap dance.
I really want to know.
And don't tap dance like the late Gregory Hines in my Stephen A. Smith voice.
Like, what is my agenda? You want to know what I believe?
Here when you come here, yeah. What are you here for?
To debate and learn.
You can't debate nobody that you ain't on an equal footing with.
Are you learning?
Yes, I'm learning.
Really? What have you learned since you've been here?
Well, you've talked about a lot about, like, you were talking earlier about how Chinese civilization comes from Egypt, and I didn't even know that. And I just started recently researching that, I found that it's true. You talked about it's just a lot of the stuff that you talk about.
So a lot of stuff that I talked about that you didn't believe or you didn't think was true. You actually looked it up and found out it was what?
It was true.
So why are you here? Okay, I'm not gonna do this. I'm not gonna cuss. Okay, why are you here when I tell you something that's obvious like this, and you're actually arguing with me?
Well, because on this particular point, I'm not 100% convinced that you're right. Like you say, when you talk about usury, I know that usury was illegal in Europe for a long time. That's why only Jews were able to become bankers and stuff in Europe because the Catholic Church banned usury. But ironically, the only country.
No, wait. We're having a discussion, and this is my hangout, and I'm about 3 seconds from booting you, okay? Because I'm really pissed because I've been dealing with this all week.
I don't care if I get booed.
I know. So in other words, I'm being patient with you right now, okay?
Okay.
So in other words, have you tried to figure? In other words, there's what people and there's why people. Have you tried to figure out why the Catholic Church considered usury illegal, and the Muslims did too?
Okay,
and
now
most of the societies, made usury illegal or controllable.
Well, a lot of times society.
I'm asking you a question. Have you researched why they did?
Yeah, and the reason why is because they don't want too much wealth amassing in a in a specific place. That's scary. Religions and stuff, they want to be able to control people, and especially with the Catholic Church.
Okay. Stop right there. What happens when wealth or usury wealth amasses into everybody, into a very few hands? What happens to the society?
Crumbles.
No, I'm asking you a question.
You could look at England. And
I asked you a question. Do not beat around the bush. I'm asking you a question.
Answer.
He's tap dancing like Gregory Hahn.
Sound like my wife, man.
Because if you look at England and
no. It's no. What happened, in your opinion? I'm asking. I'm not talking about what if. I will ask you for examples if I want to. What if? Have you ever played Monopoly?
Okay, here's my answer.
No. I asked you a question. No, dude. I asked you a question. I asked you a question.
Let me answer.
No. Have you ever played Monopoly? Yes or no?
Absolutely.
What happens when one guy has all the chips and all the properties?
And they become the richest person. They dominate the whole
No. In Monopoly, what happens?
Game over.
The game is over.
Okay, but
they win.
Here's my point, though, is that if you look at countries like England in like the 1600s and the 1700s, when they became Anglicans and they kicked the Catholic Church out, so they started the Bank of England, and that was basically, they were allowed to use usury, and then they basically that's why they industrialized the quickest, because they were able to amass the most amount of wealth fastest, more so than any other European nation. And then they loaned money to other European nations and stuff, and then made money off it. So they became wealthy the fastest.
Yeah, it's because it's in their interest to do so. Because if you don't pay back the interest, I can take your infrastructure. So say if I'm American,
but that is beside the point. We're facing this right now. Okay, what is the problem they saying about usury and wealth in the globe right now? What is it that's the problem?
It depends on who you ask.
The maldistribution of wealth. There's too much money, power, and wealth in too few hands. There's too many poor people. And
that's an opinion.
That's not. It's that's
okay.
A fact.
All right. You know what, man? You know what, man? I thank you for stopping by. I mean, this stuff is in the literature. All you have to do is look it up.
Thank you for having me.
They talk about this all the time. So I'm gonna bid you good night. Okay. Just thanks.
God damn. You all right, BGS?
Yeah, I'm all right. I mean, I get it. I mean, I understand people that have the need to be, but that's a female trait.
Yep.
Okay.
He must like to be a debt slave.
Oh, it's not even a debt slave. You know, you. The thing is, you're being disingenuous. You know you're wrong because this is in the literature. We're facing this problem right now. Right now we're facing this problem. It's not something that's 10,000 years ago. It's right now, and they're talking about it. What is it? The biggest problem they're having is that there's too much wealth concentrated in too few hands. Malthus did an equation. If 70%, if the 1% gets like over 70% of the wealth, the society will cease to function and will crumble. Okay, they did calculation. It's not. It's
I mean, that's a basic concept. I mean, he was just stammering around it, like, because he just couldn't respond to it. He'd have been doing that for an hour.
Even Henry Ford said it. Henry Ford said the reason why I pay my workers the wage I pay them is because I want them to be able to afford the product that they make.
Yeah, because it's a system. Okay, if it's just like it's like a circulatory system. If your blood doesn't circulate and it pools in one spot, what's going to happen to you? You're going to die. You're going to starve the rest of the body. That's what, you know. A system that does not work for the people is a system that won't be around for very long.
End up like Zimbabwe.
Yeah, didn't he diss Ron Wells? Like, he did a whole response video, and then Ron served him.
about the imprint.
Yeah.
It's like
who was that?
I said, why are you here?
Yeah, he's a dark beta male. Every week, dark beta male get on a BGS hangout or send him some video. What I don't know. It's like these guys.
Does he ever take off his cape?
You know,
I don't know what's up with him, man.
He's a Captain Save-A though. That's what he is.
No, he's all over the place, man. He's just like a contrarian.
He's a nerd. He's a nerd that feels like he's got to be right. Just
if you're right, you're right. One thing a nerd will do, he will study to the hilt to make sure he's actually on point and he knows everything. In other words, if he's wrong and says, "Dude, you're wrong," you need to go back and study. He'll go back and study. But the thing is, you know, it's if you know what you're talking about and if you're up on game, basically if you study, then this shouldn't be new to you. If you're an expert, and I say, what's happening about the concentration of wealth as we speak right now? You can't answer that. You say, well, I don't really think it's a problem. Dude, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. Why are you here?
And I gotta add a correction to the list. It's not 77 years. It's 27 years for the average life expectancy of a fiat currency. The shortest one being a month.
Yeah. And he said, well, I don't know about this dude. He said average. But blah, blah, blah. Dude, he said average. You know what average means. But
average.
Dude, come on,
man. Median.
You can't argue every point, especially when you're wrong.
He's arguing the data.
And I said, what I'm saying is, I said, I just went through this stuff with three guys. I've just if anybody has seen my channel and know that I have been roasting people for the last 3 or 4 days, why would you come on my hangout and challenge me? Because I'm not in the mood for it. You know, if you have knowledge and you have something to partake, like Hostile Adept, he might disagree with me. I don't know if he disagreed with me personally, but the thing is, he knows what the fuck he's talking about. So I'm gonna defer to him. But if you come in here half-cocked and challenge me, and you have no idea what you're talking about, no basis, the ground level of what you're talking about usury, everybody knows about usury.
He said, "Listen, I'm Michael Jackson. You said you Tito."
And the thing is like if you want chicks and shit and you want to be an alpha male, you could be an alpha male. Look at Bruce Lee.
Yeah.
If you take away the martial arts, he's just a beta male. I mean, he decided he didn't want to be a beta male. He said he wants to be the best.
One thing is, the size doesn't matter. The thing is, in his mind, he's an alpha male.
Right.
Yeah, that's all that counts. It's what's in your.
You pay the cost to be the boss.
And sometimes, man, you have a cat, man, who's tiny, man, and he's a ferocious fighter. You know. In other words, he will fight anybody anybody, no matter what the size. That's an alpha male. He doesn't care. They'll fight anybody, any size, anywhere. That's an alpha male. Even though he's gonna get hurt because his size is too so small. But internally, alpha doesn't have anything to do with externals. It's internal.
Nope.
Yeah. Like how many of these NBA players are beta males?
Well, too many to count. I mean,
And they're like
in other words, respectively in their group, okay, yeah, there's more beta males than alpha males. But if you actually get an NBA player on the court and thinks he's a beta male to actually get there, you can't get to the NBA without having an ego, or a big one.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, of
Oh,
course.
I always say, I
like,
always say every
one at a
person in the NBA was basically the starter high school team.
Yeah.
So it's like when people assume these people in the NBA is trash. I'm like, you play them dudes 1-on-1 and see if they don't trash you.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. No, I was
Nobody-
saying about how they deal with women, and they let these women take them to the cleaners every time.
Oh yeah, well you could be
Simping, and you got all this money, and you still simping over one bitch. Like Derek Fisher and Matt Barnes. If you guys know about that, you guys know about this situation.
Oh, Matt Barnes.
Yeah.
Matt Barnes is territorial though.
Man, Derek Fisher went to another nigga baby. There's so many girls in the world, and you gonna fuck somebody else's bitch.
Yeah, that's a classic.
It's because they're in that circle. They're in that same circle.
It's the same thing with the rappers. Like, you really, out of all the models, the supermodels, the girl, you're gonna smash somebody else's second.
They all gonna mess with Superhead.
Well, in other words, those are vetted women, and the vetted women know the game, so they pass them around from one person to another.
Yeah, they jump arounds. They jump around.
That's a classic beta alpha male fight, man. That's a rift. But he probably knew her, man. You know, like they probably go to the same whereabouts.
But
that was his.
They said that's what broke up the Pacers championship team. They said Paul George was sleeping with Roy Hibbert's wife or a girl he liked. Yeah, something like that, and that broke, and that's what killed this game. Broke up the whole team.
Well, Roy Hibbert is a beta male.
Yeah.
He's
and that's the same thing. And that's what Jason Richardson smashed Jason Kidd's wife. That's why they traded him to Orlando.
Yeah.
God damn.
LeBron happens all the time. That's how come Hostile Adept says you will get killed quicker for messing with a brother's wife than you will for giving up secrets, because it destroys the community.
Yep.
Yeah, but one thing I learned watching the movie, the quote is, "Your bitch chose me." I mean, you know the rules of the game.
Oh, the Mac.
So your bitch chose me. Now we can settle so we got some class, so we can get some gangster shit.
What? No, the thing is, okay, amongst pimps and Warren Bones, he's breaking the pimp game down, right? He will say that you acquire hoes knowing that they'll leave. They're temporary employees, okay? And for a pimp to acquire your employee or your hoe, there's certain rules and regulations he had to adhere to. So in other words, if your hoe leaves to another pimp, he's required to do what? He's required to tell you that your former employee has decided to come work with me. I'm informing you that she works for me now. The bitch chose me. It's not I'm bragging. I'm required to do that so that our society can survive. Keep going, because there's rules. They said there's Mac rules, right? There's rules to this game. Okay. Even in the wire. He said there's rules to this shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
In other words, Stringer Bell broke the rules, the Sunday truce, right?
Yeah, when he went after Omar.
When it went after Omar and basically shot Omar's grandmother's hat off her head.
Yep.
And he broke and Omar said the game was fair until what? Until then.
Yep.
And in other words, says you got to go. And then basically in the end, basically his own boy turned him in. That you broke too many of the rules.
Actually, getting too savage.
Yeah, Avon. Yeah. Avon set him up with the bow tie dude.
Yeah.
Yeah. Brother Malzahn or some shit.
But that was also because he killed his cousin D'Angelo.
Brother Mouzon.
No, Brother Mouzon walked in and said, they said, you brought me down here to hold your towers. and he said I did it. I did what you asked as long as uh, um, as long as I was able.
Yeah,
And he
brother Buzone.
and basically he said if you ever want to do business with the people in other states or other areas again, um, you're gonna have to make this right.
Man, my favorite line from Brother Muzone was he said the most dangerous nigga in America is a nigga with a library card.
Yeah, true.
Uh-huh.
I was like, damn shit. But yeah, that was the Wire. The Wire was like a counterpart from The Sopranos.
Mhm.
And, man, it was pretty much a lot of the people said it was pretty accurate, like as far as adaptation of what was actually going on in Baltimore.
Yeah.
Well, that's because it was written about like it was actually a true story.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. He pulled all the stories he pulled. All the characters are actually real characters. They're not
Yeah.
fake. Yeah,
Right.
Uh-huh.
they're not fake. I mean,
So,
they was
some of the
changed.
most,
Yeah,
some of the best character development I've ever seen in a television show.
yeah, because they were
Oh
true.
yeah,
Yeah.
Like they were like Bunk is a real cop. Okay,
yeah.
Yeah.
Omar is a real person. Basically, Snoop played herself, but um, those were real
Yeah.
characters. They
Yeah,
weren't
the
made up.
dude, the
And
dude.
and
Oh yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, and who doesn't like Bodie?
Yeah,
Oh
Like the
yeah,
way, like like Bodie was the actual G. Like he held it down. But Marlo, man, Marlo was a loose cannon.
Marlo was an alpha male,
he was
straight alpha,
he was a sociopath. Yeah,
sociopath,
yeah,
straight alpha male,
yeah.
dark
Oh,
alpha
so
male.
I see BGS is done dressing people down.
Oh, you're
Uh,
back. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Marlo was a
Oh,
dark
what I'm
alpha
saying,
male, man. Yo,
what I'm saying, if he came back next week, I probably have a different temperament. But I am just
Yeah.
this
He
week,
said this.
man. This
I
week is
feel
not the
you.
week. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
not the
I had
week.
to go get some pizza.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
This is not the week. Okay,
Yeah, if
normally
y'all
I
heard
have
about
a
that, if y'all
tolerance.
seen that movie, not movie, but heard about that show, Black Lightning.
Hmm.
but you know the tripped out thing about Marlo and all them. I mean, as far as the actual ending of the series,
Hmm.
it took a young beta male, basically teenager, took them all down.
Who? Oh, you talking about
A
Mike?
young, yeah, young teenage beta male that was trying to survive, basically.
Well, that's
That's
because
all he was trying.
they underestimated him. That's why.
Yeah.
Exactly. True.
Eh, Yeah, but in other words, that's the next generation. He was Omar. Okay, he was the
Hmm.
next version of Omar. So they're showing you how basically they're showing how the cycle continues. In other words, um, Bubs was actually one of the kids became Bubs. One of the kids were on the way to becoming like a cop. One of the kids was a stick-up man like Omar, and thus so. In other words, the cycles just continue. That's what he's trying to show you. In other
Yeah,
words,
and
if yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, and with Mike, what made him to actually do that is when they tried to set him up to kill him, and he was like, most of them already knew Marlo was like over the edge. They said this dude's crazy. He just be doing stuff to do stuff. Like Bodie said, he just be killing niggas because he can.
Yeah,
And like when Mike seen that they were setting him up because he got to the spot early and was sitting in the rod, he was like, oh okay. So they plan to do me like they did all these other niggas. He said, all right, I got the drop on him. Then he went to Snoop, and then Snoop was like, how'd you know? He said, you taught me well. He said, get to the spot early.
yeah,
Yep. Damn, now
yeah.
y'all make me want to go watch this shit
You
again.
should. I mean, you know what? Of all the American shows, there's there's two American shows that the Brits actually love. That's House of Cards and that's The Wire. Why The Wire is more popular in the UK than it is in the United
I ain't
States.
know that.
Yeah,
Oh
When I
way
wow,
think,
more popular.
House
am
of
I the
Cards
only
is
one?
coming
Am I the
back
only?
out.
Yeah, am I the only one when I see House of Cards? I think Hillary Clinton, Bill Clinton.
That's who it's designed after. Yeah,
Yep, I think of that. I mean, I feel like he's more of a ruthless. I feel like it's like I don't know. I think he is more like Hillary Clinton and he's like Bill, but yeah, I like Kevin Spacey. I've always liked even going back to I forget that movie. It's like the classic
Well,
movie.
he did a ton of classic movies. What's that one where he plays Kaiser Sosa?
That one.
The usual
Usual
Yeah, Usual
Suspects.
Suspects. Yeah, he was
I
ill in
mean, I
that
just
one.
got done seeing Split, man. And I didn't know what that tied. I didn't know that movie tied into another movie. You know, I ain't trying to give no spoilers, but
Oh, and
is that?
I like him in The Negotiator too.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, I love those movies with Sam Jackson and Denzel Washington, where it's like a black man versus everybody. Like those.
Oh
What
yeah,
was the one with Sam Jackson where he was the Kevin Spacey had to negotiate. He went and got
that
him and he didn't know
Negotiator. Yeah,
him.
The Negotiator.
I
He
like
said
the
the white
movie.
folks try to kill me.
Yeah, he said Kevin Spacey said to them, he's like, I don't understand. He said, I'm trying to save this man. You want to kill him, and this guy's supposed to be your friend.
Yeah, and that was in Chicago too. That was in Chicago too, by the way.
One of my favorite Sam Jack movies was Formula 51. At the end, when he was playing golf on his castle estate, that's pretty much, man. What that's my bucket list item. So
I like Die Hard with a Vengeance with him and Bruce Willis.
Oh yeah.
We played Zeus.
Oh yeah.
What about the other one, him and Bruce Willis?
Oh, because the funny part about that movie, he meets Bruce Willis because Bruce Willis is in the hood rocking that shirt that says "I hate niggers." He goes, "Do you know where you at?"
Hey, nowadays that's gentrification. Now they ain't the same spot now. They like, he said that's a white man with white problems.
Speaking of gentrification, in Harlem, I read that they're trying to because they took over and shit.
Yeah,
white folks,
changing the name.
they trying to change the name to Saha or some shit.
Oh,
yeah, let me tell you
no.
something about last time I was in Harlem, right? I was at an open mic with my friend, and there was this white bouncer in the front, right? What you said?
No, I was saying
there
them
was
Harlem dudes just let them take over like that. They better never talk shit to me again.
Look, there was these white bouncers in the front, right, in Harlem, at this open mic, and like one of my friends is in the back, and he trying to get in, right? And he's like, "Yo, can I see your ID?" And the dude's like, "It's all ages, everybody could get in." And he's like, "Nah, let me see your ID." And he's like, "Nah, I've been coming here. Who are you?" And he just walks in. My friend walks in, and then the security dude starts trying to like jump on him and shit. And then they start tussling and shit. And I'm like, this is in the middle of Harlem, and black people are letting this shit happen.
Yeah,
white security got beating up a young ass nigga for no reason.
Money is power, man.
Yeah, because that's how white
but
people do a lot of their racial
like,
shit. When they'll try to pick and choose which blacks can come in. Like, they'll do that. They'll say, like, this is a club. They did that in Charlotte, where they was like, oh, this is a closed club. And then these two black girls looked and asked, like, people in the back, and happened to be, like, two white girls behind them. And they're like, no, it's not. Like, they didn't know what the fuck that dude was talking about. Because that was them little games that they play. That you just got to know it. And you know.
Some of the worst
code
projects in the United States, where they being basically was throwing kids over the banisters. They had snipers on top of the roofs. Cabrini Green housing project.
In Chicago.
It's $500,000 condo buildings right there, right now.
Yeah.
Money is the like. I agree with Edward was saying. Edward be basically going back to the money. Even no matter what the conversation go to, he going back to the money because the money is the main focus.
They want that real estate.
It's also directing the flow of the money. You got to look at who's directing the flow of the money. There's a reason.
That's true.
The money's not coming from nowhere. Okay, the money.
Right.
I keep telling you guys to look up Hope 6 under the hood bill, and it breaks it down to you. If you follow the thread, then you will know that it's not just money. It's never just money. It's power. Money is an instrument.
Yeah, money's just a tool.
Yeah, power.
Yeah, because if you that's the thing that simps don't understand. A dude that's a true simp is the type of dude to say, okay, I just gotta pay for it. And he always looks at things from a transactional standpoint. He never looks at things from a power dynamic. So like I always tell dudes, if you got a lot of money, you need to create environments in which women can get sucked into to the point where just being in your presence or your non-sexual companionship is so valuable to them, where it's more valuable to them to be around you than their sexual companionship is to them. And that's how you fuck them without spending money. So if you have, so I'll give a perfect example of this. If you have dudes that like more than one person has money and you throw, it ain't even about just throwing parties, but you go places, like you go out overseas and stuff like that. Just a woman knowing that that's the type of person you are, you might not necessarily have to trick off money for her to give it up, because she might, in her head, she's gonna be thinking about just what knowing she can get out of that.
Hey,
But then
hey, let me tell you, I used to be a filmmaker some years back. I did a couple of features and some shorts. Now, there really wasn't no money in it. There really wasn't a whole lot of money in it. But I'm gonna tell you, I got so much trim from the women who just wanted to be associated with what me and my partner were doing. They just wanted to be a part of it. And see, that's the thing. That's the thing. If you got something going, them women gonna always want to be a part of it.
Think about them dudes that know how to work an Instagram, not an Instagram, but know how to work a DSLR camera. They be taking pictures of them chicks, like what is it, Chris photos or 2020 photo. These are two black guys. Them dudes, they fucking all them Instagram chicks, man. Because them chicks will
get them naked in the bathtub.
Yeah, that's third base.
Got a lot of. Go ahead.
Dumb hoes.
Yeah.
Well, my point is, like, and that's the thing that a lot of dudes don't understand about having skills with certain things. It's like dudes will have skills, but they don't have the imagination behind it. Or dudes will have money and they don't have the imagination. So they do what they know, which is hood shit. Which is what you see dudes. I just read an article about Rashad McCann, $70 million on Kim Kardashian, dating Kim Kardashian.
Yeah, that's some stupid shit right there.
I mean, how many players do that though? I mean, even James Harden and all of them fools. Like Paul George got a baby by a stripper. Like a lot of these dudes that come out of single mother households, they really never ride out of it.
Paul George a disappointment because he was dating Doc Rivers' daughter. You see how bad she is?
You take a nigga from you take a nigga out the ghetto. What is he still?
He's not really a ghetto kid though.
Paul George?
No, he's really a ghetto kid.
I mean,
it's just they can't like BGS says they can't control their wand. They be letting that wand get them in trouble.
I mean, shit.
Well, here's another thing.
He's from LA. He's not a ghetto kid.
They're alpha males, but with beta minds. I have a theory that most athletes are alpha, black athletes are alpha males. Obviously, they're all alpha males physically, but mentally, they're proof that you can be a physical alpha, but be a mental beta.
Yeah, most of the NBA cats are alpha males with beta tendency. Even I'm an alpha male with beta tendency. I mean,
even my favorite rapper is a beta.
One at a time.
Yeah, even look at Nas. Look at Nas. Nas is a beta man. Look at like all the women that got him in trouble. Like Carmen got him in that beef with Jay-Z. Like now he's fucking with Nicki Minaj. Like,
I don't know. Hey, I'm gonna tell you,
fucking with Khalees.
That video on value your non-sexual companionship or value your life. I wanted to smack Nas for that stupid shit. Cause I'm like, nigga, I know there is nothing Nicki Minaj is offering you if that mouth ain't on your wand. Her mouth ain't on his wand.
He is a disgrace in New York.
Hold on.
One at a time.
Hold on. Yeah. Y'all act like y'all ain't never been around no prime pussy. I mean, y'all act like y'all ain't never been around. Have you ever been around women like that? See, this.
I might slip up.
No, I have.
Look, no. Hold on.
Let him finish.
Okay.
Let him finish.
Hold on. Okay, put yourself in their place.
But hostile adept, don't ask a question if you don't want them to answer it though.
Okay.
Right. Unless it's rhetorical.
The thing is, until you've been where they've been, until you've experienced that, I mean, you really can't make a call on that, man. Because I'm gonna tell you, I mean, from where you stand, yeah, you can say that, but put yourself in their place for just a second.
Hell yeah,
just a second. I'm telling you.
Damn, man. Thinking about it, man.
I'm gonna tell you.
Hold on.
Yeah, I was gonna say something.
Look, I'm 50 years old, man, and I'm gonna tell you, my ideals and what I really know, the truth that I know about women and my ideas are always in conflict with each other. That's what that's the whole thing. That's the whole deal. You got these ideals that you've been conditioned with, and then you got this red pill knowledge, and you always battling. You looking at her, you like, damn, look at all that ass. And I'm telling you.
Yeah, well, I have a different perspective because I was always around.
What I'm saying is, there's always a little battle. Now, you know, BGS, you older, man. You get. I'm probably not even there. I'm probably gonna get where you at. There's always a battle.
I mean, my fiance looked like Pam Grier. I mean, she was spitting images of Pam Grier.
Damn, BGS.
I get what he's saying.
Yeah.
But it's like, it's real simple to me. I look at it like the chicks that are at the club versus the chicks that are not at the club. They going with the chicks that are at the club when they should be with the chicks that are not at the club.
Exactly.
And obviously you gonna fuck who's ever at the club.
Yeah,
here's my counter to what he's saying. Here's my thing.
Yeah, but that's how you get in trouble.
One at a time. Go ahead,
right.
All right, no, my bad. I dropped my phone. Here's my thing to watch what he's talking about. I'm about to watch everything you're talking about. What you're saying is a legitimate point, but here's the thing. These guys, this is not like taking somebody that has never been wanted and all of a sudden they're wanted. These guys have been separated from the average like black male their whole lives. So the idea that people have not been have been all over them is something they're relatively used to, that they grow up with. Almost from the time that they're almost 13 years old, as soon as they hit puberty. So this idea that they would be caught so bewitched by pussy when they have gotten inundated with pussy all through college, all through high school. I hear what you're saying, but they shouldn't be blowing their entire fortunes over bitches like that.
Yeah, that's true. What I'm saying, but what is the first rule of mating? What is the first key rule of
you fuck
mating?
who's ever's close to you.
Your proximity, and basically they run in the same circles. That's like when they fuck each other.
Well, I'm not trying to judge them for that, but what I'm talking about is the fact that these dudes, like the way these dudes are goofy about it, because white dudes don't do shit to that extent.
Yes, they do.
No, yes, they do. Yeah, they do.
They don't get financially caught up like that.
Oh, yes, they do.
Not like black dudes.
Who's that receiver for the Patriots?
Now I'm talking about
who's that receiver for the Patriots that got caught up? Because like that whole took a
Roger Camati, the one that had a vasectomy.
No, but it was the white receiver. He was sleeping in bed. The bitch was like, "Oh no, Julia Edelman." She was like, "Oh, just had sex with Julia Edelman." Took that nigga's picture when he was sleeping.
Yeah.
They all get caught up.
They all get caught up.
Okay, so you name me like white guys have lost their entire fortunes over pussy. You can give me exceptions.
A black governor that was blind got in because a white dude couldn't control his wine, basically.
Yeah. Oh, Elliot Spitzer.
Elliot
Spitzer.
Yeah. And like the bull just said, Anthony Weiner.
I'll go even further, Edward. How Obama won the Senate seat? It was a white conservative that got caught cheating on his wife.
Yeah.
That had to resign.
Yeah. He was on some gay shit. He was on some weirdo shit.
What I'm saying is they get caught up. They all get
Bill Clinton, but for some reason people loved it.
One at a time.
Yeah, what Solar said about the black governor that came in, and that's the governor of New York. He actually got the spot because Elliot Spitzer had a bunch of like prostitutes and shit, and Elliot Spitzer got kicked out. But one thing I'm gonna tell y'all a story, right? Basically, at the show that I told BGS about, right? I'm playing a beat, like one of my homies' beats, and I start freestyling, right? And the show's about to start, and then this girl's like, "Oh, you nice," and she was like, "Yo, that shit is dope." And I was like, "Thanks." And she was like, "Oh yeah, you got another show coming out?" I was like, "Yeah, probably." And she was like, "All right, can I get your number?" And I was like, "Wait, what?" And she was like, "Yeah, I'm just gonna go chill with my friends, but let me get your number." I'm like, "I don't got a cell phone." I was like, "Let me give you my home phone number." And I was basically thinking like, you know what? Fuck this shit. I'm about to go with this bitch and see what she doing. Like when you see some fine bitch, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I was just like, shit.
Okay, what we're saying is there's a difference between you and somebody that's already on and made it and is surrounded by it.
You're right about that. But I'm just saying it can happen.
And I also understand that a lot of the look, they create those situations. It's the same thing with the music industry. They create those situations as a control mechanism too, to a certain extent.
And then, don't underestimate, like Obsidian said, some basically some child support, crazy child support pussy, man. I mean,
Yep.
it will fucking
Yeah, but what I'm
They're just trying to trap niggas.
One at a time.
they don't call it snapback for a reason, man. I mean,
but but here's the thing though. I hear what y'all saying, and I'm not gonna say y'all are absolutely wrong, but the way a lot of dudes that try to make like this shit is inevitable, this is a big reason. Most of the reasons why black men, when it comes to money, fuck they money up is over pussy.
Yeah.
Either blow money, either buy shit they don't need. It's all wrapped around.
It's not just it's a lot of men. A lot of men fuck their shit up over pussy.
Testosterone is the biggest drug. That's how come the families controlled who you mated with.
Clouds your judgment, buddy.
Clouds your judgment.
Yeah, and a lot of the way dudes are, where it's kind of like they think it's funny. That's why when dudes be crying over child support and like how horrible shit is, I feel for them in a way. But in a way, I'm like, nigga, this will be the very same nigga that talk about, oh, you saying buy an escort, you a bitch nigga. I'm like, well, the difference is your ass paid later. I paid first.
I always joke about it. I'm like, yo, when you pay for pussy, you don't pay for the sex. You pay that bitch to leave.
And then trying to hold a nut back is like you about to win the Super Bowl. You about to put your leg on the fucking line to get the touchdown, and you just like, oh, hold back. I'm not gonna win. I'm just gonna hold my
There is no, just because you can get pussy for free, don't make you a more virtuous dude. A lot of dudes say, oh, you paying for pussy, nigga. I get it for free. And then these be the same niggas just got baby mamas and they wealth is shot to shit. And these will be the same dudes crying, talk about the anxiety.
Not all pussy's good pussy.
It's just, with me, with as far as paying for pussy, I can't get satisfied for paying for. I don't have. Let's say it like this. I don't have enough money to get satisfied for paying for pussy in the United States. I need a bitch all night. I can't. One nut ain't gonna do it for me. That's like getting a chicken wing snack. I mean, it's just not enough.
I think the way I look at it, because Two News You Need to Know talks about this a lot, and the way I look at it is
Mr. Research.
Yeah, it's different. It's kind of like when you negotiate a deal with a record label.
Now he got money according to what he said. He got money. He got plenty.
But what
of
I'm
money
saying is everybody's deal is different. So you got to start looking at women and say, look, man, I know I need to bust these fucking nuts. So don't put the pussy on the pedestal. Most black men understand that. But the way they take it too far, where they'll be like, oh, if I'm paying for pussy, that's a form of me putting it on a pedestal. I'm like, no, you need to create an arrangement that allows you to bust those nuts and get clear, as Obsidian says, because you understand female nature. But a lot of dudes will sit there and try to say I'm more valuable than you because I can get free pussy. Like that's what it's all about. And they'll denigrate other dudes. I'm not saying that all you should be doing is every time you meet a chick, you buying pussy.
How about you get paid for your dick? How about you get paid for your dick? That's what I heard.
That's the ultimate
a lot of dudes do. It's called living in Section 8 and having a place to stay.
You could be like Deuce Bigelow, Male Gigolo, get that money.
It's black women got money, man. Not all black women on Section 8, bro.
Yeah, and it's like
women working in Wall Street. Oh,
not all pussy good pussy.
Yeah. That's what I hear. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Basically, like that's what Roger Allen Curry's talking about. I mean, you the prize, not them.
Let's be clear.
And look, some guys have a higher some guys have like higher standards. Like would you go out and fuck Lisa Ann Raw right now?
Who is Lisa Ann?
What like a porn star?
Not even pay for dick. If you a dude that can blow that pussy out like Barry Bonds hits home runs. They'll do that, but see, they don't just give you money. What they do is they give you benefits and give you favors, like living with you. When I say living with you, like you living with them spending shit on you. They do it kind of the way a dude does it with a chick, where you take chicks on dates and you do shit. It's like an indirect thing. It ain't like a straight up gigolo situation.
Been there, done that.
And then in the hood,
some chicks pay.
Yeah, and in the hood, dudes will fuck for a place to stay. Corey Holcomb
Fuck
jokes
for a
about it all the
snap card. They'll fuck for a snap card.
That's why. That's why dudes are shook about that Section 8, man. I'm not playing. You think I'm joking about that?
Shit.
I said that shit would come before it went because I knew. Because now their place to stay, their hood motels are being shut the fuck down.
No more free cereal.
Yep.
No more kids snacks.
Man, fat girls need love too.
That shit's serious in Chicago or anywhere where
I'll
it's
put a
cold.
paper bag over her.
There's in Brooklyn too.
Like they
I'm not
motherfuckers,
playing.
you know, when it's cold outside and you got some good dick, look at fat bitches
It's
a
called
little different.
cupcaking.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, and a lot of dudes, these dudes are shook. Because now they're going to have to actually work or know how to do some shit.
Don't they got websites for chicks to get dudes in jail or get hooked up with them?
What the fuck? Come on, that can't be serious. You can't be serious.
Why would you need to do that when you can find? Because it's not like it's a small supply of dirty Rodneys and on the street, especially in Chicago.
You'll be surprised how small the supply is.
Yeah, it's a small supply, man.
It's small supply.
All right, okay. That's why them chicks are sharing all them dudes.
Yeah, that's true.
And then they looking at it
black
like,
women
okay,
ain't down for polygamy, right?
There's not a whole lot. There's not there's not a whole lot of swordsmen floating around. Let's put it that way.
But black women ain't down for polygamy, right?
Not officially,
no. They pretend like they're not.
They're not down for the idea, but unofficially, black women practice that shit more than any other.
They have no choice. They have no choice.
Shahrazad Ali said it a long time ago.
Mm-hmm. They're comfortable being a side bitch.
They got a dude that's got a baby mama. They already know the dude's gonna deal with the baby mama. That's one chick. And then, a dude is going on average probably gonna have 3 or 4 or more, a nice little harem of chicks. I mean, basically, like if he's a PUA, he's gonna have a harem of chicks. Like my friend, he pretty much always had. It was a chick he stamped already. He would just come back and, whenever he wanted to get laid, come back and reuse the stamp. You know what I'm saying? Just kind of tap the wheel. I mean,
and a lot of these dudes, when they get these chicks pregnant, that's a part of the imprint.
Yeah, because they have nothing to lose, so it doesn't bother them.
Yeah. So I mean, it's Anyway, you know what question I got, BGS? What's going on with this woman's channel?
Which one? Oh, I just started. This is an experiment. So, one of the subs asked me, said, "How come you don't start the woman's channel?" I said, "I have it. I just haven't unlocked the content." So I unlocked the first one, and now announced this up. So it's an experiment.
Yeah. BGS talking about I was mad at y'all. So
yeah, they're pissing me off.
Yo, man, you had some trolls in you had some trolls.
Where's that?
Yo, man, you had some dudes that was, man, I could believe it if you say you get death threats, because you got some people, they be saying some off the wall shit.
No, I don't get any death threats. I don't think I say anything to actually encourage a death threat.
People are afraid. People are really afraid. I mean, I've been talking to some people, and a lot of them they afraid. Not, and I'm talking about people who don't even have Section 8, or people who work every day and take care of their families. They're worried about the environment.
Yeah, crime is gonna get crazy.
Yeah.
That's what they're worried about. They're worried about the environment. That's what they're concerned about. They talking about, so I'm not worried.
Well,
I mean, I got to carry a gun every day to work. So
I mean, you see Angry Man's videos, man. Dudes calling so fucking shook. It's like they didn't got a execution date.
Hostile Adept, do you work like as a security guard, or you just carry a gun by necessity?
No, I have a concealed carry license, so I carry. I take my gun with me to work every day. I take my gun everywhere with me. Because of the environment I'm in. I mean, it's crazy.
You take the transportation or public transit?
No, you can't take a weapon on public transportation.
Oh, okay.
You can only carry it with you on,
personal vehicle,
in your vehicle, or on you personally. But there, there are a lot of places you can't take it. You can't take it to government buildings. You can't take it to the park unless you're on a bike trail. If
you
you're
can't
on a bike
take it to
trail,
public. You can't take it in places like the mall, right?
well, it depends on the mall.
It depends on the mall. Yeah.
It depends on the mall. If you
BTS when you guys get a chance.
so
right after he finishes, go ahead finish Hot Soledad.
Yeah, but you got most of the places where I like movie theaters. A lot of the movie theaters prohibit guns, but then there are a few that don't. I don't go to the ones that prohibit guns. I go to the ones that don't have a sign, because there's a certain sign that they have to. It's a certain state sign that's on the front door. Now if that sign is there, I don't go in. I don't even patronize businesses that have that sign.
Okay.
Because I should be able to go in, and do whatever business I need to do. But if they don't have that sign, I'll go in and I'll patronize the business. But if it's a gun prohibited business, I don't go in there, because, I just don't like that, because Illinois is very, shitty when it comes to firearms and weapons and
they
laws.
opposed to it.
But we have concealed carry here. We've had it for like the last 3 years. So
okay. Young E, can you do me a favor, man? You've been on the longest. You and Wilson been on the longest. You got a couple people want to get in.
Oh yeah, no problem.
So you
Peace,
guys
guys.
can kind of rotate
All right,
out.
peace out, Young E.
And you guys can come back in a little.
Call that chick on that number, man.
You ain't
Use
lying,
a rubber.
man.
Use a rubber though.
No, man, we live stream that, man. I'll interrupt it if you live stream it. we want to get on the super chat and donate some money, man.
Call that on YouTube Raw. That'll be YouTube Raw.
Spank your nuts on the back of the
Okay, Michael has a question he wants to ask.
Sorry if it's echo. I don't have my headset today or headphones. First question I have.
Is it daylight where you at, man? Jesus Christ, or is it just bright?
Nah, it's just bright night, bright lights up in a night job.
Okay.
But first question I have is why is it that you see a lot of women nowadays, even hoes, strippers, or what have been known to be as like the scarlet letters of society, they have such a high value and mentality of themselves, and why are men buying into that?
Feminism.
Yeah, feminism, and basically, if you look at the porn culture, man, porn is everywhere. Sexuality is everywhere, and basically they're feeding it to you like a drug. So basically, men don't have any control over it anymore. So they're basically like drug addicts. Pussy's a drug now.
Yeah, and they think and they hold that being like a slut or being a hoe. They wear that like a badge of honor. Yeah. Like there's no shame.
Social media, like I was listening to Angry Man today, and he was the whole a 5 thinks she's a 10 because she get 50 likes. She could put on a bikini or whatever. She's a 5, but she thinks she's a 10.
And that raises the cost of pussy right there.
Right.
But which I've seen before. It's just kind of odd. Like it's just. When you really look at it, it's just like, yo, why do these hoes really think that they're, and I'm talking about hoes. I'm not talking about your good black women, but I'm talking about actual fucking hoes. And then also that does affect good black women because then they think they have to be hoes and some just want to be as well. But it's kind of baffling to me in some cases. Like,
because women take society's cues. Women take society's cues. In other words, there's no shame in being a hoe. There's no shame.
So it's okay to be a hoe because it's trending.
Basically, yeah.
I love how you
we women, because not just the men. Men have always liked sluts. Always liked hoes and sluts. Because
this is correct.
But the thing is that women kept that in check because they would know that it doesn't bring up the value of pussy. It actually brings it down. Because before they get pussy, $100 is not going to do it. You have to dedicate your time, your money, your effort. You got to put a ring on it. That's way more money, and way more time and trouble than paying. And Michael can tell you than paying $80 to knock it off. So basically,
we never got an answer from that chick as far as what body count number you had to have to be officially considered a whore.
That feminist.
That chick was crazy.
She apologized to us in another
She was a mental
hangout.
patient.
You could break the body count down by age. Like if you're 20 and you already have over 20 partners, you a hoe. If you
Yeah,
get
we
to
saw
like
that
if you
movie.
get to like 30, if
Yeah.
you're like 30 years old and you're over 50, oh, you definitely a hoe.
I
Yeah,
mean,
but
who's the queen? Who's the queen of sluts like now? I mean,
Well, my
every year they have a new a queen that they designate as the queen of sluts.
well the
Okay,
reason
Is it still Amber
Amber
Rose or
Rose,
Amber
Amber?
Amber
Rose.
Rose, Amber
the reason
Rose.
I even mentioned that was because the reason she did not give an answer was
right.
because that number to women is subjective to what the society
Yeah.
allows them to get away with. So
Yeah.
I kind of expected her not to really come down on an answer. And I mean, she pretty much, I excused her already because she was just giving all of the classic emotional, I can't handle what's being said because I don't
Yeah, she
emotionally
broke
like,
down
She
yeah.
was, she
Yeah.
was,
She.
because BGS was throwing them fucking tablets to her fucking forehead.
yeah,
She
yeah,
could
She.
not handle
She.
that shit.
She.
I
She
just
was
I just
cracking a
seen
skull
Yeah.
open with scriptures.
Yeah, she just apologized on another hangout I got over the phone because I was Hostile Adept was in a hangout because he wanted a link so he could get in, and you were on that hangout. She apologized. She said she saw me in the hangout and she saw it was up because it was on Solo's still on Solo's link. So she came and she apologized to me in that where she said yeah
Man,
she
if she
had
would have told me she
yo
apologized, I would have told her, I don't want you to apologize. I want you to repent.
yo,
Well,
but
Repent.
sometimes
a lot of the
I'd
a
rather
lot
her
of these
repair,
women
if anything.
a lot of these women have that like that dread mentality. You seen that video where she did the interview at the Breakfast Club where she was like, "Your wholeness could be deleted."
hmm no
I'm
A lot of
done.
these women,
Hey,
a lot of these
Oh,
women think that.
you know what I think it was, and me and Michael were laughing about it afterwards. Is that I think is that I think that she was attracted to me and she wanted to prove herself to me. So that's how come she really got an extra.
if BGS would have said that shit for Ron Wills and ARC
I
would have
think
been
she
like,
was mental, man. I
No,
think she
no,
was
no,
just
I don't
mental.
think it was mental.
no,
I don't think
because
it
it
was
was
Nah,
because it
I
really
do.
wasn't
Hey
toward the
guys,
end.
question: am I echoing right now, or
No, you're
No,
good.
okay?
because you
Perfect.
You're
that
Sorry,
good.
sorry.
with books, which is more than with big XXX and dumb head doctor or whatever his fucking name be.
she was a
Oh,
nutcase.
Mad Head Doctor.
I've
Yeah, at
Yeah.
been
least
around. I've been around enough nutcases to know,
What you was saying
not
you
to
know
expose
what
myself, but
what I'm saying
he
is
did have a crazy eye.
there's certain women that when they're attracted to you. Now some women when they're attracted to you will be demure and they'll be shy and be coy and all that stuff. And there's certain women when they're attracted to you, it's like Klingon. Okay, I'm gonna
Yeah,
fight him because I
particularly
want
black
his attention.
women.
she
I must
seemed
lose
like
my honor and then give up the crotches.
And
she
Mike said the
seemed
same thing. You know, Mike was saying the
Hell yeah.
same thing at the time.
That's
I could
crazy
believe
pussy.
that. I could believe I
she seemed like a hood trap hoe. To be
No,
honest, that's how she looked.
I've seen very educated women, very educated. I've met very educated women that when they're attracted to you, you know, some will be they either go one or two, especially black go one or two
Yeah,
ways. They either be very shy, very demure, or they
it's
will be highly aggressive, and if you're not paying attention to them, they will get into fights with you and arguments with you.
it's
Hmm.
like
Because
on the
because after
playground. Like
because
in
after because we
elementary
were on
school, some girls would hit you, and some girls would
yeah
slide notes.
yep
Other
yep
girls would,
Okay.
because we were
do
on
up.
that call for another 3 hours
I've dealt with
after
girls like that. BJ,
yeah
you were so right about that, man.
yeah
You were
I
so
just
right.
yeah
I
I'm
used
Yeah,
to
just
that's
think
the crazy
I'm
thing
just
about his
I'm
video, about his new
I'm just
channel.
yeah I'm just too old to actually do that. If I was like in my 20s, I said, yo, look, I'm getting on a plane
Hmm.
right now. Meet me at
Yeah.
the airport, you know. But I'm
see,
too
I
old
used
for
to
that.
think it was because I was light skinned. I say, why these bitches fucking with me?
Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
like the other chick that she was more pragmatic.
Well, yeah,
She was
because
more
she
down to
wasn't,
earth.
you know, what's his name? What's his name? The comedian. He said that. What's his name? The
Corey.
one that no, the one that died. Uh,
Oh, Patrice
Oh,
O'Neal.
Patrice O'Neal. Remember, he used to say when a woman argues, put too much emotion and arguing with a man, that means there's an attraction there someplace. Because she really
hmm.
wasn't after Edward, she was after me.
Mm.
Yeah, because I mean,
Okay, well,
I was done with her as
shit.
soon
She
as she
sound
pulled
like
that
she's from
damn.
down south somewhere. Shit,
Yeah,
As
yeah.
get
soon as
on
she
the
pulled up that
tractor and.
single motherhood thing, and she tried to call me out for that single motherhood thing, and she pulled up the link. I said, "Why don't you tell me what the shit is?" And the shit said
Oh
76.
man,
I was like, and then she's like, it was just 2%. I was like, that's not the point. The point is, it not only didn't go down, it went up.
The worst part about 2% is like she was kind of like belittling what 2% actually fucking is, and like that's a big number when you're talking about
I would
even just black.
bet
I'm
money
surprised.
she got some very good snatch.
Huh?
Yeah, I'm surprised. I'm surprised BGS you ain't do a response video to that Derek Jackson video talking
Which
about
one?
the 7 benefits of dating a single mother.
Oh
Yo,
man,
O'Shea took care of
man, I'm having enough problems keeping up with the comments just in the Section 8 videos I did.
even O'Shea handled that. O'Shea
Yeah,
took care of that.
yeah.
O'Shea's a
Talking
kid.
about that nigga said one of the benefits she knows how to cook. Like nigga, I could cook too, bitch. I don't need that bitch to cook me shit.
I mean,
And
there are benefits with a woman that's domesticated, with a single mother.
but
But
most single mothers ain't domesticated.
what I'm saying, do the benefits that you get from a single mother outweigh the negatives? Because there's a whole lot of
No.
negatives, and that's what you have to decide. I'm not saying, I always say, especially nowadays with all this craziness going on, no man that doesn't have kids should be with a woman that has kids. In other words,
These
if you have children, that's why I don't agree with guys that have kids chasing a woman that doesn't have kids. Basically, I have this problem with my daughter. She keeps wondering, okay, how come I'm dating and I keep getting bounced after a couple of months? I said, because you're trying to date single men with no kids. Stay in
Oh,
your
she
lane.
doing that purposely? Or?
I mean, let's
But
be
the
honest.
numbers don't add up to that. The numbers don't add up. You know, there's more
okay,
men with.
because my like I said, my daughter is the epitome of an upgradable 7, right? If she would be, she's older now, but I'm saying is she's Alicia Keys with the makeup on. In other words, she's really pretty, and she
Damn,
gets wild.
I used to fucking want to fuck Alicia Keys. Like,
Hey yo,
Hell yeah.
That's the problem.
I,
Even though she's had a child, the reason she
I was
attracts.
pissed off she got with Swiss Beats. I was trying to get my money up so I can slide in.
Yo, that's how I felt about Sanaa Lathan.
Yeah, is that always on like
Colorism.
Is that why she's always on her baby father's case? Because he's like, nigga, you want to be in your kid's life? They don't want to fuck with me, man. You don't be around.
No, in other words, and basically, her mother did basically the same thing. You become the insurance policy, or in other words, I'm trying to chase all the women out of your life, and my baby's mama, she did it for a long time. I'm trying to chase all the women out of my life. So basically, in case she needed, in her mind, in case she needed me, I would be there. So in other words,
but the difference is your daughter doesn't want him though.
You're not listening to me. It doesn't matter whether she wants him right now or not. The thing is, you don't want to pay for insurance on your car, do you?
No.
Why do you keep your insurance policies up in case something happens, right? It's just a piece of paper. He's an insurance policy. If I had a child with him, if nobody else wants me, I can always, as long as he's available, I can always put my bid into him because he's the father of my child.
And that's one reason why I don't like to fuck with single mothers, because at the end of the day, I always say to them, I'm like, look, you always got feelings for that nigga. You could be feeling him one day, he's still gonna smash again. No, he won't. He's always gonna smash.
The possibility, she may or may not, but the possibility is always there.
And they lie, they deny.
Man, all women cheat, man.
Yeah, you just gotta realize it's your turn for the night. She ain't never yours. It's just your turn.
It's just your turn. And the thing is, that's why I say, okay, there's and Rom is good at this. I mean, not Rom, but Alan Roger Curry is good at this. He never says that you do not need to develop your non-sexual companionship. He never said that. What he always says is, don't mistake your non-sexual companionship or your non-sexual abilities to your sexual ones. Keep those separate. You basically, if he really talked to you, he would tell you you need to master both.
You gotta look at it like two frequencies, though.
Yeah,
it's like AM and FM, and a lot of dudes look at women through the prism like it's one frequency. It's not. Like, people gotta be honest with themselves on where you stack up on the sexual side. You can always improve, but where you stack up on the sexual side and where you stack up on the non-sexual side. And a lot of times simps who try to buy their way into the sexual side, but their gravity is always pushing them into the non-sexual side.
No, but the thing is, money cannot buy you into the sexual side.
Yeah.
No, it won't.
It can't buy you into the sexual side.
And that's where their frustration comes from.
Basically, all you're doing is trading your non-sexual or your non-sexual companionship and resources for pussy. It's not buying. It cannot buy you into the sexual side. And
it can get you in the room.
It can get you in the room, but it can't. In other words, it can't buy you sexual attraction. She's not attracted to you sexually. She's attracted to your money. She will give you pussy for your money or for your non-sexual companionship. You get rewarded for it.
And it worked in reverse too. Because I always tell dudes when it comes to white chicks, I always say this: if a white woman could cut your dick off and take it with them, they would.
It would.
Yeah. You ever saw like on my page, like on my channel, it's some like five, well, they like eights or whatever, like basic 8 chicks. One of them chicks, man, I saw her on Facebook. One of her chicks, man, some like ugly dude, right? And it's like, basically, man, it's like kind of like what you mentioned about the beta tactics. If you like, and I think that's why a lot of these chicks don't really want to mess with a dude, like give him a shot, because you fuck around, get with a dude, and he'll fucking imprint your ass, and you stuck.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I mean,
it's a beta trap. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, most of these.
I mean, there's like serious truth to what you're saying about buying into like sexuality. I mean, is like even me as a person who is like fucked with prostitutes, and then even had some strippers just like me. It really blows my fucking mind when you see some of the shit that dudes will do. And after a while, you really just have to understand she just doesn't like you like that. And you could try as hard as you fucking want.
Right.
Yeah.
And there's nothing you can do for you to get on that side of the game.
No.
And I mean, that happens even in friend zone, like being friend zoned, or even if you're just that fucking guy that shows up every week. And I've had chicks be like, oh, yeah, he always come every week. All right, let me give him a couple dances. I'll be right back. Okay, baby?
Yeah.
And I've been thinking to myself, I was like, that's fucked up. Like, this guy doesn't really fucking know.
No.
Like, and he's happy. And he's happy in it. Like,
he doesn't want to, but ignorance is bliss. They're selling a fantasy.
Right.
But she ain't gonna tell the nigga straight up. She ain't gonna tell the nigga straight up, I ain't feeling you, because she wants that nigga's money.
Well, of course not in an environment like that's like it's a business.
He doesn't.
But
he didn't. If you come into a strip club expecting to fall in love, then you're buying into the fantasy. You're there to pay your $20 or whatever it is, for her to cater to you, stroke your ego so you get that feeling, go back out with the rest of your day. There's nothing wrong with that. Just don't get it twisted.
Yeah, don't get attached.
And I've fallen into that trap myself, like real early in the game when I first started going.
Really?
And then after a while, you really just start to learn, like, you're fucking stupid if you're trying to find love in this place or anything, even a semblance of it.
One of the biggest things I learned is to not.
I'm surprised, Mike. You?
Oh, listen, it's been a long road. It's a long, hard journey to get to even this point. But yeah, there were some trips. Trip ups.
Well, I guess I guess because I'm wired differently because of the way my mother raised me, I'm wired differently. It's probably a fault in mine. It's very difficult for me to believe that a woman loves me. It really is. She has
never.
And I feel the same way. Like now, it's just like I don't believe anything you're fucking saying.
Yep.
Even even a homegirl from high school. She graduated a year early. Now she's back in the neighborhood because shit didn't work out with her and her husband. So now every time she comes down the road, because she lives down the street at her other homegirl's house, she's like, "Hey Mike, what's up? How you doing? Just wanted to see if you're doing something on Thursday." And I'm thinking to my head, and I was like, "What the fuck? Like last year when you was with your husband, or all them other years, you ain't never said shit to me.
Yeah,
you didn't even fucking try and contact me."
That's what I told my wife. She told me,
"I
love you, and all this shit."
It's business.
Like, you love my dick. Shut up.
But
that's the other part.
And that's sometimes it's not dick. It's companionship.
no. So basically, if you imprint a chick, and the mother of my child, she's the same way. You imprint her strongly, and I told her, and I told her she had to agree. And basically, she's probably told every other guy she was with. That's how come they don't like us being around her. I told her, I said, you can walk away from me. You might not like me. You will always like this dick. She pretty much agreed.
By thy
That's
rod
like
and thy
one of them
staff.
BGS bone cutters.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Can I ask the question,
because
BGS, right quick
basically
after this?
basically gave her her first orgasm. But go ahead.
But
What question we gonna ask?
I'm sorry, I don't mean to completely change the subject, but
Go ahead.
I was just asking about you know how Section 8 is a sign of of a collapse, right? So what
Why?
might be some good things that we can do? What might be some things we can do to protect ourselves from the collapse?
Okay, there's I think it was Mental OG. He put up a really good video about urban farming and urban
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that.
yeah, we basically our group we've been talking about that, man, health since because my buddy he's from Ohio. He grew up in a farming area, so they always did that. And I said that is something that people need to replicate in urban areas. So we've been talking
Hmm.
about that for like 12,
Get
13
you a
years.
get you a fishing rod, get you a rifle, and you know what I'm saying, basically hunt,
Yeah,
fish, grow
I actually put up. I try to remember the name of the guy, but um, he actually teaches you how to survive in the woods. He runs camps on how to track. He calls it.
yeah.
I think he called it tracker. Uh, just at a tracker camp or tracker school. And
Mm,
basically, he was taught by a Native American Indian, right, how to track and how to survive in in
in the
rural
wild.
natural environments, right? And if you really want to know how to survive like that, man, if you really want to survive a collapse, take some of his courses, and he will train you how to survive with nothing but your bare hands and your clothing in the woods. That's his school. How to track, how to hide, um, how to cover your footprints, all that kind of stuff, man. How to basically survive in a natural environment. That's his
And he
school.
teaches
And a
you how to
lot.
make. Does he teach you how to make medicine?
Uh, I don't know about that, but there's a lot of very very rich people that send their children to his tracking school. So basically, he's world renowned. He has one in California and one in New Jersey, where year round. That's all he does. He holds like a week or 2 week training sessions, and basically he strips you from everything, and basically teaches you how to survive with the tools that are around you.
They
No
go
I know
Google
there's
Google.
yeah,
something.
I know there's many people who are planning on like leaving the country.
Hmm.
Like I remember, I think it was a few hangouts ago when someone was saying something like that wall that Trump wants to create,
It's keeping you
maybe a
in.
wall to keep you in, not
Yeah,
keep people out.
that's what
Hmm.
Craig Hewlett said. It's more to keep
Oh
people
yeah.
in. That's another reason why they're finding reasons to basically take your or restrict your passports.
So I guess the obvious thing should be just to build up enough money, maybe try to buy some land in Africa or wherever you plan on going, and then try to learn how to build a farm on that land, I
Or
suppose.
or build a farm on that land or learn the business, and then when you get over there, if it doesn't take a whole lot of money to get started in business in Africa because there's not a lot of restrictions. But the thing is, what they're missing mostly is the skill set. The skill set is probably more important on say on a continent like Africa than money is. You can go over there with a minimum amount of money, but if your skill set uh, is
Valuable.
So it
valuable, yeah.
sounds like the best bet is to go over there and open up a university and teach
You
teach
can,
them.
Oh,
you can uh, knowledge knowledge is probably not as is knowledge probably not as valuable as your skill set and what you can produce. So in other words, like I think we were on a hangout maybe a month or so ago when the brother was over there, and he was actually saying that he went over there for IT, but now he's becoming a tea farmer because there's people in the states that need a certain kind of tea. So he found out there's a connection. So basically, he's getting together with tea farmers. He's growing tea, and it's going to make him more money. So that's why boots on the ground is probably more important than anything else.
They was talking about that on BBC. Like a lot of the Indians, they traditionally have grown tea, and they're moving towards Africa because the margins to make money off of the tea leaves are very small.
Because what's the problem in India as opposed to Africa?
Water.
Overpopulation.
Water.
Water. Okay.
Water. That's where the water is. Basically, when you grow food someplace else, all you're doing is exporting water.
Oh yeah.
Because if you had because to grow food you need what? Land, seeds, and water.
And they were talking about that. Now that you mentioned water, the billionaire, the guy that owns the pomegranate, I think it's like
5-hour energy.
Yeah, no, not 5-hour energy. He owns a lot of land in California.
Oh yeah.
And during the crisis, they were pretty much paying him enemy number one because he basically had all these almond
Oh
trees,
yeah.
and he had pomegranate farms and even owned Fiji water, and he basically was sucking up all of this water.
Yeah.
And while people couldn't even take a bath and shit.
Well, the thing is, they were charging exorbitant rates in California, because I'm in California, and they were charging tons of money, and this dude wasn't paying his, basically, he had a sweetheart deal. Nestle had the same sweetheart deal.
Yeah,
hey,
I got a question.
Isn't that where Enron? That's where Enron was at when they was playing with the electrical grid. They was turning.
That's how come Schwarzenegger got into office to kill that lawsuit against Enron. But somebody else had a question.
Yeah, I had a question. What do you think about cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin, Litecoin, Ethereum? What do you think? What do you think?
I want a piece of that answer on once you're done, BGS.
Okay, it's a coming thing because basic cryptocurrencies is where things are going. You know what? I have a theory about it, and Mike, since you're into IT, I have a theory about
cryptocurrencies too.
Why cryptocurrencies will be probably the thing, and what I think will happen. Yeah, what I think will eventually happen is they're going to get rid of all
paper.
All paper. So paper, and maybe they're going to probably restrict the gold, and cryptocurrencies probably will be controlled by AIs instead of people.
It's some dark side to that too. Like you got the dark web. You could buy drugs. You could buy a baby. You could buy. You could buy a hitman.
It's all about. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I apologize.
I mean, you could just buy all of this shit off the dark web with cryptocurrency.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Well, I think the grassroots of cryptocurrency, after it became a viable currency for people, was just the aspect of anonymity. So the fact that people can actually make large purchases or even small purchases and no one know who they are, for a lot of people that want to stay off grid or keep the government out of their business, it's a great deal for them. Even when you're talking about investments, it's just a cheaper way of moving money and buying goods. It's kind of like, it's something that you could almost see coming in a sense when you look at things like avoiding taxation by buying your goods from an online retailer that's in another state. It was great for myself with Amazon until they moved their factory here. But even on Amazon, they find ways for that to avoid taxation by, sourcing some products from other products or goods from other warehouses.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, the biggest problem that I saw with cryptocurrency when it first come out is who controls it. And it's not any programmer will tell you that cryptocurrency is only a program. It's not really money or anything else. Like it's an algorithm developed by somebody else. It's basically distributing credits. And the thing is, what you have to what has a lot of people pausing to actually accept it is that we don't know who's programming, what kind of backdoors are in this program. Is it as solid as people say it is?
The code, The code
Go
has been ran through and vetted to some extent.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, that is definitely true. You don't really know what's really out there, if there are any backdoors to it,
Yeah.
and its popularity hasn't. It's kind of like its popularity isn't too high right now.
Mm-hmm.
Still, like
Well,
a lot of people know about.
you know why that is. Same thing with people putting money in banks is
They
because
don't trust it.
no, that's not that it doesn't trust it. But the thing is, the reason you trust a bank is because the government backs
Yeah, there's guns backing it.
The
well,
F no
there's
F
more
the
Well,
FDC.
it's the
hold
yeah,
on,
the FICO thing.
you know, in other words, yeah. In other words, the federal, the FDIC, yeah. In other
Right.
words,
There's insurance to it as well.
if you got $100,000 and the bank goes bust, guess what? The
You're
government
insured.
will we're insured. But I think that's the thing that's holding
It,
people back from adopting
Yo,
cryptocurrency. In
yo,
other
they
words,
got a
it
big.
is definitely the wild, wild west of currency, but
yeah,
you're also seeing things like Visa. A friend of mine has this card. He has the Visa BitPay card,
yeah,
and you're
yeah.
seeing more actual countries like even Australia are coming on board as well.
Yeah,
Because
Well,
And
I had a
thinking of it as
question
real
about.
currency.
because
they have a.
because your banks and the World Economic Forum and the G20 have finally decided that because of the way that things are going, if you're going to have the universal basic income and all that kind of shit, it has to be controlled, and the only way to control it is through what? Digital currency. So they're basically
Right.
they're adopting it. So that's why you see like Bitcoin and shit like that take off because
They
now
have
they
Well,
a.
you
have
know,
the
I even
government
my
sanction behind them. Yeah,
even
go ahead.
people that I know personally,
Mm,
if you guys look up Chris D Rose, he
mm,
runs Bitcoin Uncensored.
mm,
That used to be my old boss for the consulting firm I used to work for,
mm,
and he's actually met with Citibank, IMF, and other
mm,
institutions,
mm,
and they're actually very interested in it. And then what I believe what you're going to see is that the U.S. and all these other countries will come up with their own type of cryptocurrency,
yeah,
or just adopt Bitcoin.
or or
And
or, several world cryptocurrencies because it has to be transferred one place. But that brings another brother wanted to ask me a question. But that brings my question to you, Mike, because this is your realm. Do you think that because of
Well,
the
I
rise?
know I had was about like
Let
Venmo. You have Venmo.
let me finish first, and then I'm going to you. I was going to go to you right after I asked Mike this question.
Oh,
Okay.
my bad. My bad.
Okay.
I,
Do
I side with him because it's a very exciting subject.
okay.
So I
I
understand.
know. I want to ask him. I want to ask Mike. Are you a programmer?
Sorry.
Truth. Are you a programmer?
No, I'm not a programmer now.
Okay. Well, Mike is a programmer. I want to ask him this question because he's the one to ask. Okay. Um, do you think because anytime you have human hands touching anything, right? The the temptation for theft is there, right? For like I know there's a Bitcoin, what is it,
Yeah, in some cases
repository
built in.
built in. In other words, do you think that the world will the globe will turn over the control of a cryptocurrency to an AI?
Ugh.
Mm, uh, I'll
Because
start with this.
okay,
Possibly, but that's a hard question because who programmed the AI, and then what is the AI made to do? Is the AI made to actually learn actual human behaviors and traits? Then I would think that yes, the AI will steal from you.
oh,
Um,
I'm not saying to steal from it. I'm saying turn over the
be
control. In other
racist.
words, because AIs exist just to do a task. They don't care about making money or anything like that. In other words, to make sure that the credits and debits and also are tracked and go to the people that it's supposed to
Yes.
go to. You think they will do that?
Sorry, when you explain it like that, yes, and it already
Okay.
has happened, and
Really?
you see
Okay.
it on a daily basis.
Okay. Okay. Now,
You
truth, you
see it
wanted.
when like people are searching through Google, and Google is a part of their brain, their knowledge base. Oh, why don't you
Mm-hmm.
just Google it? Like that just happened earlier when you had City of Truth, so like foolishness
Yeah.
earlier. So like
Yeah.
you're seeing that where people have already turned that over,
Mm-hmm.
and you will have some people that will fight, but they will fall to the wayside to the masses that don't want to think much anymore.
Yeah, because it was no,
No.
because I was thinking that okay, the biggest thing about the cryptocurrency is the same thing with banks. It's about theft, and as
Mm-hmm.
long as you have human beings in it, the element of theft is always there. But if you have an AI that's neutral, an AI doesn't care about acquiring goods and services or money or anything like that. It's just there. It's just there to do its job, and it will. It's a neutral, most neutral third party that you can probably have. Now, truth, you want to
Well,
get in
were
and ask?
you
But like he said, it probably depends on who programs it.
Yeah, so I was asking
right?
Mike what his question, what that question, because he's in that business. I don't know if
Well,
he's thought about it or not.
well, see, and that's the thing with artificial intelligence and black privilege. It's like knowing AI isn't built to handle the irrationality of human beings. But it
We bring your ass in here, because
I don't know how to really I don't totally understand that comment. But honestly, where you get the most theft in cryptocurrencies right now is at the exchanges. I believe there was and I'm not too well versed on this, so if somebody knows better, please correct me. But MT Gox, and then you had other exchanges that came up overnight, stole everyone's currency, and then
Yeah,
just left as
and
quick
just
as they
left.
came up.
Yeah.
But AIs, you're already seeing AIs, artificial intelligence, in the way of algorithms. Algorithms are just pretty much almost like risk processors or reduced instruction set processors that are made to just do one thing, and that's the only thing that they do.
Right.
So you're seeing that already, and people will gravitate to that over time. And people did that even with banks, because banks weren't really too much people, like they weren't people to really trust.
Right.
Like if anything, all they had was their word. And then over time, people started to actually create things around it, so it kind of had to be trusted, because if they didn't, then everything would
Hold on
crash
a
because
second.
everybody's connected.
Hold on a second. Black privilege, bring your ass into the circle. That's how come I've dropped up the link. Don't sit there and type. Bring your ass into the circle. You know.
It's funny. Like he says, we are not going into cryptocurrencies when we still have gold. And I mean, it's kind of, people could have said that about tally sticks as well.
Yeah.
You got to do
And
what
people
black
could say
privilege
that about like money. Like, and a lot of people that I've even talked to, they're like, well, why would you get out of crypto? Like, why would you get into cryptocurrencies and stuff like that? And I was like, well, if I just doubled my money in 4 months, I can still take that same money, scrape it off scrape the profits off the top, and go invest in the things that you think are worth it.
Yeah.
But I actually have that money, and you were over there sitting on your money, not doing anything.
Well, the thing is cryptocurrency or any kind of currency, whatever currency it is, it's people don't understand what money is. It's a transfer mechanism to transfer wealth from one person to another.
Of goods and
All it is.
services.
That's all it is. That's all it
Right.
is. It doesn't matter whether it's gold. It doesn't matter whether it's silver. It doesn't matter whether it's cryptocurrency. It doesn't matter what the hell it is. All it is a transfer mechanism. Once people grasp that's what it is, then they will put gold, silver, whatever, dollars, whatever it is, in its proper place. Now, there's some that are more secure or more acceptable than others, but
Right.
at the end of the day, okay, if you have gold coins in your pocket, they don't mean shit until you can actually purchase something with them.
Right. And they don't mean shit unless like they only mean shit when somebody accepts that as a form of payment. Because I can go to the grocery store right now, give them a silver coin that's worth about, well, I think market rate was like 17.30 when I bought silver today.
Yeah.
It's like, I think it's like 17.31 now. And if I go to the grocery store and say, hey, listen, I want to purchase something for that, they'll be like, no, we don't accept that, sir.
You don't accept it. It has to be. It
Try
has to
having
be a
American
currency that you
Express.
accept. Yeah. Same thing with gold.
Right.
Same thing with gold. If you go to another country with gold, the first thing you have to do is find a gold dealer that will turn your gold or whatever you have into the local currency.
Right.
People will accept.
Hey, I got
And the
something to
same
add
thing
to that
happens
real
with
quick.
Bitcoin.
Okay. One real quick, and then we're gonna get to Black Privilege Society.
I have
come in. Yeah.
in my mall is literally a Bitcoin machine where if I put money into it, it will, if I have a Bitcoin account, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
You know what? The U.S. the Japanese post office and the U.S. post office wanted to. Well, the Japanese post office already had a bank, right? But the U.S. post office, after the crisis, wanted to reopen the old U.S. post office bank, right? And basically have teller machines and all that stuff, and actually actually take deposits and issue out money, and they would actually have dollars and Bitcoin. So they were going to do it back
Yeah.
then. So it is viable. It's just a matter of people doing it. Now, Brad Privilege,
And
he's in the house. He wanted to say something. I'm going to give him the
can I
floor
add
right now.
something?
Okay, real quick.
Can I add something before he takes the floor? I think one thing that people have to understand about Bitcoin and the way they should look at it, as with any asset, is its purpose, its use case. It is a great way to transfer money from your wallet on your computer in the U.S. to another wallet in another country at the speed of the internet. Sometimes immediately, sometimes within an hour to
Can I
30
just bring
minutes to
out
an
the
hour.
obvious? Yeah, let me just point out the obvious. Bitcoin was originally started by what? Drug dealers so that they could hide their money from the government.
No, it wasn't.
You okay, bro? That's totally wrong.
That's wrong.
It's like 3-4 o'clock in the morning.
No. You're wrong. It was actually invented. It was actually invented. It was actually invented.
Whoa, let the man talk. Let the man talk. I'll explain to you.
Mike will tell you he's an expert at this. Bitcoin. I remember when the guy was at Bitcoin is actually a crypto. It's actually a crypto program to actually hide information, right? And the cryptologists have actually been trying to make an unbreakable cryptology, right? So in other words, this guy invented what he considers an unbreakable cryptology. So said, how can we use this in a form that's useful? Hold on a second. So basically, they said, how come if it can't be broken and nobody can break it, and it basically it turns out unique numbers. That's what it does, right? Unique numbers,
Right. Yeah.
these sequences,
Well,
right?
pretty much you try to solve a block, and it's like you try to create a hash that'll actually be the solution to a block, and that's the way I understand it.
Yeah.
There are smarter people that know more than me on that.
And they decided to make a use out of it, which is
Okay, but do y'all understand? But do you understand that it got notoriety from what? Drug dealers and pornographers. They were
it actually started getting notoriety after WikiLeaks.
Yeah.
It actually started getting notoriety after WikiLeaks.
Not notoriety. I'm talking about the actual utilization of it. Like, cause like, a tool a hammer could be either a tool or it could be a deadly weapon to the people that use it. Bitcoin was used by drug dealers.
Hold on a second. We understand how we understand how it's used, but the thing is, you say who invented it, and that's not true. We're trying to tell you who invented it because we're there when the dude actually invented the stuff. Okay, because everybody's wondering, will it work? What are you going to use it for? And then basically, back in the day, I don't know if Mike might not be old enough, but the thing, remember when people were making these Bitcoin mining machines because there's only so much.
The rigs.
In other words, you can only make so many of these sequences or original sequences at a time.
Which brings me to my next point.
Okay.
Most economies are backed by gold or oil. They're still going to do that.
I think we should focus on the
don't cut me off.
the error in your first point.
I'm just coming in, homie. I'm just coming in.
Black privilege.
I'm just coming in.
I know. Wait a minute.
We should have stayed out.
Shoot that next, man.
No, this is my hangout. We're going to give you a chance to talk because we're going to be here for hours. You're going to make your point. What I'm saying is, don't talk over people. We will go back to you. So because what's going to happen is people are going to hear the playback and not going to hear your point. We can hear you.
We can hear you, bro.
We can hear you, War. Now, somebody else was talking. They will finish their point, and then you can jump in. Who else was talking?
Oh shit!
The thing I have with cryptocurrencies is like, or what are you saying about cryptocurrencies? It started to gain notoriety and didn't have real value until its value was just kind of set by some people that were mining it and were really into it. But it didn't start to gain notoriety and value. One of the biggest turnaround points was, and this is like before the use of pornography, because you don't really need to have anonymity.
And what about Silk Road?
Wait a minute, privilege. Let me finish, and then we're gonna go right to you.
It was when everybody stopped processing payments and donations for WikiLeaks, and he had to find a way to actually process and get actual money. And then when he started to accept Bitcoin and people were giving him Bitcoins for like,
I
donations and things
remember
like
that. I
that,
remember that. Yeah.
it started to become like a big
A
deal.
big
And
thing.
that's
Yeah.
how its value started to rise. But you do not need Bitcoin to do anything with pornography or anything like that. You can use a simple credit card. I mean,
Yeah.
have you heard of
But
Bang
but but but,
Busters?
but other people found other uses. Now we can go to you, Brad Privilege. What
Right.
do you got to say? Go ahead.
What, me?
Yeah, you.
Okay. Even when like
What name do
Bitcoin
you
would
want us to use? What name do you want us to use for you?
go ahead with black privilege. I'm
Okay.
cool with that.
Okay.
Even after you get past the fact that cryptocurrencies was used to hide shit in the black market. My point is that the government doesn't want to put a monetary value on their earnings. They're still going to go with a credit system that they're going to keep borrowing money. Bitcoins are almost as stable as gold because they stay at a certain monetary value. The government wants to keep discretionary spending high. They want to build armies. They want to keep doing that, and they're not going to do it on bitcoins. So as long as they have gold, as long as they have oil, they're still going to use gold and oil. That's all I'm saying.
They're using credit now. They don't use gold and oil. They're using credit now.
Well, backed by gold and oil.
It's not even back. No, it's not even back. Not even
I
backed by
mean,
gold
not
and oil
even
anymore.
bad, but like we're talking about the number one and number two commodities. They're still going to be there. They're still going to be there.
The thing is, what's coming will basically obliterate gold and oil. Gold,
I doubt it.
gold, gold. If you understand what gold actually is and what it's actually there for, gold is basically, how can I put it? Computer people know what I'm talking about. In other words, that is like that is like your base level programming, like your ones and zeros. That's what gold
Right.
actually is.
Right.
When nothing else works, when the software doesn't work, when nothing else works, you go back to the processor, start programming ones and zeros. That's what gold is. And when your economy cannot transfer anything else,
Yep.
all economies say I will accept gold. So in other words, when
Yeah.
Iran
When the
wants to
power
say,
gets shut off,
yeah,
that's what everybody's going to go to.
yeah.
But
In
that's
other words,
utilities.
well, the thing is, it's
That's another thing.
acceptable. No, it is acceptable. That's what people will accept. It doesn't mean you can't accept something else.
Mm.
In other words,
Uh,
that's the agreement around the world. In other words, Venezuela had problems with its currency, but it needed stuff. So what Venezuela did was, okay, we're going to sell oil, and what they did was they went to Goldman Sachs of all people, said we're going to put I think it was $5 billion in gold into an escrow account. So in other words, we need flat screen TVs, you need parts for this, that, and the other, and that's what our escrow account is for. So in other words, it's just in escrow accounts. You send us our stuff, we're gonna sell oil or whatever else that you think you need, and if you don't get paid, guess what gets taken? The gold. So that's how the gold system works. There's not enough gold to actually run the world economy. There's not even close to enough gold.
and
So
that's
you have
part
to
of the
use
problem.
it. You,
It's just it's a
that
way of like trading for goods and services, but it's a great hedge because of that acceptability,
That's
and
exactly
that's
what it
the
is. It's a
only
hedge.
power that it really
it
has.
has, yeah.
Otherwise, it's useless.
It's
Because
useless.
if anything, silver should be rated higher than gold because it has more actual day-to-day uses than fucking gold.
But
Like
but but yeah,
instead,
gold has been the acceptable
exactly.
for a long time. So people are used to it. That doesn't mean that something else won't take
Exactly.
its place.
It is
Right, and it has
literally just a
historic
tool.
value, which like you've said in
Yeah,
previous hangouts, and
yeah,
I've learned after the research, like it really does. And then when you look at like what silver can do,
yeah.
you almost wonder like, what the fudge? Like, why
You
are
know,
we really
But it,
looking at gold
you
as
know
such
but
how
a
it's
you know
high?
how
Like,
you know how long it took me to read and figure out the role of gold. Man, I started with the first I think it was 2007 when Kramer actually talked about the before the crash actually happened. Kramer had went online and started talking about the crash and what was going to happen, right? So I said, "Oh shit, something getting ready to happen." So I started. I picked up my first gold book called Making Money with Gold Coins, which is supposed to be like trading with gold coins and making gold money with gold coins, whatever it is. Which is supposed to be the starter book for understanding gold, man. You know, I had to study for like 4 years just to understand what gold actually did and what it meant. It's like, okay, I said, I said it's actually, I said to actually understand its role. I said because I thought like everybody else that gold is money. I said, well, money, no, it's not money. Money is money. Anything can be money. Anything can be money. So
That's
when people,
true, but
Right. And I mean, that's why even in the past you brought up tally sticks. It's like whatever the value that you assess to it.
yeah,
Like water could be money at
but
some point.
at some point, yeah,
Like,
but there's
I,
certain aspects of precious metals that could be transferred over continents and it could be tested for its purity. Tally sticks can't do that. I understand like the barter kind of system, but when there's nothing beats precious metals when it comes to
oh,
building some kind of consensus on value.
oh, see,
only because we don't believe there is. Like
oh,
we've
okay,
been
okay,
socially
you do
socialized to say that.
right. Okay, right now in this modern society, you really do not have a mechanism for trading gold, for actually using gold as a means of as a means of purchasing and stuff like that, because you don't have the
Yep.
mechanisms for it. You have to have a system
Hmm.
for it. That's how come they have it. They have it as a strategic. It's a strategic metal. It's not. It's not strategic money. It's not there for the average person to go out and actually trade with. That's not what it's there
Hmm.
for. Because
I didn't.
because
Really much.
I can actually tell you at least 40% of the gold bars out there are fake.
Yeah.
They're
Well,
fake. They're
uh,
not real.
let me try and put this out there. The EU wants to build an army to enforce its policies across continents. They're not going to use gold. They're not going to use they're not going to use any kind of paper. They're going to use credit. They're just going to keep borrowing against the World Bank to finance an army that's going to spread the more globalist agenda.
Okay, but well,
And they're
okay,
not
but
going to use
You could say
cryptocurrency because
right now,
cryptocurrency is
credit.
too efficient.
okay. That's why for people that are actually here. Like I say, most of the guys here, we've hashed all this out like a year ago. Okay, and and you don't have to believe me. I always tell anybody that's in the room, you don't have to believe me. Just do your research. Okay, they're getting rid of that stuff because the credit and all that stuff has reached its limit. Okay, because everybody owes everybody else, and there's only so much credit that's going to be spread around because all you're doing is adding to the debt, to the mountain of paper that's already there. Because 2008, 2009 basically killed that shit. Okay, it
Right.
killed it. So basically, what you have, the reason you have the universal basic income, the reason that you have the technocratic society and stuff like cryptocurrencies actually coming is because the old forms of doing business are going to die because they have reached their limits, which is something I said on my rant, my rant, my 2017 rant. You,
Mhm.
they've reached the limit of what this economy or this world global economy or this system can do, and it's going to crash if they don't do something about it. That's how come. In fact, Zuckerberg was just on talking about the universal basic income because they're going to get rid of cash. They're going to get rid of this stuff. You're going to have some things that are going to still be around as strategic metal and stuff like that until they can figure out a form that's actually better. Because the
Right.
only thing about physical gold, physical money, physical anything like that, you can't duplicate it. It's very difficult to duplicate. Cryptocurrencies, not so much. You have to find a trusted source. There has to be a trusted source that you get your currency from. Okay, the only reason that's how come the Federal Reserve and Treasury Department are so hard on counterfeiters.
Well, and
Be,
another thing, excuse me, when you're looking at like cryptocurrencies and even credit, and you see the evolution of air quote money,
mm-hmm,
you see that it's gotten
mm-hmm.
faster to transfer from one spot to the next. You can't do that with gold currently because by the time I spend it here, spend it somewhere else, spend it somewhere else, by the time the gold gets there, it has to be shipped somewhere else. So it becomes very expensive to
Because
even
they
deal with gold.
that they talked about. Okay,
It's just
that's why.
not fast enough. And
Okay, they talked. In fact, that's why I suggest people we want to know about basically about a gold system. That's why I always say the lords of finance because they talk about the problems that the gold system actually has
right.
and what the problems that the limits that they actually have. The reason that gold doesn't work as money anymore is because I don't know if you were here earlier in the hangout. I said why the reason gold doesn't work anymore, and why Keynes had to come up with a different concept is because a gold system, a pure gold system, as we think about it, as they talk about it, only works if you have less than 1 billion people on the planet.
Right. And they have to be close.
That's all well and good. That's all well and good. I think they're just going to keep depreciating the value of a dollar until it's almost worthless, and they're still going to use it. Now, like Cuba has like a special system where they have the national peso and they have the international peso. That's where I think we're going to head off to. I think we're going to have a reduced dollar in the United States, and for international purchases, we're going to have an international dollar. That's what my perspective is.
That's why I was asking Mike, because where it's headed and what the World Economic Forum is pointed to. Okay, these are the 6,000 top people in the world that come together and figure out an agreement of how they're going to actually run the world. Cryptocurrencies will be the default currency on the planet. Period. Because 90% of the jobs will go away. Period.
I believe cryptocurrencies will fill that gap only because, and the only way that I think they'll do that is when a larger entity, organization, whether it be a company or a government, centralizes it, and people actually feel trust in the centralization of an asset or some type of asset, in some way, shape, or form.
You're halfway there, because if you know anything, if you know anything about currencies and money supplies or anything like that, I don't know if you do Black Privy. Are you privy to money supply and stuff like that?
I'm not gonna. No.
Okay, no. Okay. In other words, if everybody here, just in the United States, if everybody in the United States did what? Go to their bank, took their check or their payments, went to their bank, and actually asked for cash, do you think there'll be enough cash?
No, but that's why we're supposed to take care of the Fed.
No, you can't even do that with $5,000. I remember one time I went to go buy a car, and I said, hey, listen, I'd like $5,000 cash. They were like, no, sir, we would have to order it, and they would have to come from a central location or a vault, so on and so forth.
Because most people are taught to deal with what? What do you make most of your purchases with?
Your card.
Your
ATM, debit cards, or check.
You're already using cryptocurrency. You just don't know it.
All right. And all Bitcoin did was just put it on a fucking computer and created the numbers.
What Bitcoin did, basically what Bitcoin did, the reason they use it is basically digital gold, because there's only so many numbers that can be generated, right? There's only so many blocks can be generated. You can assign a certain value to those blocks, but there's only so many blocks that can be. In other words, you can't make any more, or it's difficult to make more, right? And that's the reason that they use Bitcoin. It's supposed to be digital gold.
Yeah, because they're all unique numbers.
They're all unique numbers
per coin, and you can split a coin, but you can also, one thing that's great about it is the fact that it actually has a ledger of all purchases since the beginning of, since epoch, in a sense.
Basically, and what's the problem with fiat currencies?
You don't have that.
You don't have a limit.
You lose track of it.
In other words, you can
Same thing with silver.
You could wipe the ink off a $1 bill, put $100,000 on that bill, and actually use it as $100,000. There's no limit to it. Where Bitcoin.
But is the situation really the currency or the commodities that we try and buy with the currency?
Okay. Currency is just a representation. The thing is, who controls the representation of that currency? What is that bill worth? And that's the problem.
Exactly.
Either the physical attributes of that particular currency sets itself, or somebody. That's why they call it a fiat currency. It's not set by the asset itself. It's set by whatever institution or government is controlling that fiat currency, right?
And sometimes it's a market.
And sometimes it's a market. Most times it's. Well, now it is. In other words, there's a group of people that's telling you what a particular currency is actually worth.
Right.
Because
as
far as fiat currencies, yeah.
Like with his way of thinking, or with your way of thinking, I think is this war?
No, this is black privilege.
Okay.
We're gonna give Ward a chance to get in because we haven't had him speak.
Oh,
Jump in, Ward, if you want to jump in because.
Yeah. Hey, listen, my brothers, man, this is a little bit above my knowledge level of Bitcoin and all this other stuff. I just wanted to touch on about that part on building in Africa first. I think we should build in America first. I mean,
I think
you ain't going to get.
Why would you say that?
I mean, you're not going to get too many black dudes willing to leave America go to Africa first and foremost. And second, I think that we have more resources here to build a foundation. And
Not
then
really.
once the foundation's built, we can then extend to Africa and Haiti and build over there.
Okay,
so we got,
going to Africa, Pan-Africans will tell you was never meant for everyone. But even amongst the conscious community in the background, even though they don't say it publicly, privately they will tell you, if you truly want a black community, you want to be black in America, you want to be black, you can't do it in America because America's tenet is not to have a black community. Eventually, it will absorb it.
But they can't stop it. But they can't stop it. It's not what they want. If we decide to build businesses and increase our population by stop having abortions, what can they do besides trying to attack us? Nobody can stop us.
It's always what the majority wants.
Okay, this is
what are they going to do?
It's always what the majority wants, sadly. Like, I'd like to believe what you're saying, but what the majority wants usually always outweighs the few. Yeah. So
you don't control anything. You don't control commerce. If they want to say, if you established a black town, okay, say you could establish a black town, a black state, and they put you off in the middle where there's no coastline, could they cut you off?
In that
that's
context,
a good. Yeah, I want to intervene. I want to intervene in here. Why can't we live like Quakers? Why can't we live like Quakers? They live in Pennsylvania. It's cold out there. They live in the bare minimum. Why can't we find out what the bare minimum is for us? Then move up from
turn
that.
off your phone and go do it. I mean, there's nothing stopping you.
Well,
I mean, I tell people all the time, bro, on landwatch.com.
Can I ask you a question? How many Quakers are there in the United States?
I haven't the slightest idea.
There's not very many, and the way the Quakers live will not support 48 million people.
Well,
BGS.
Yes, sir.
All I'm saying to you is this, my brother. There's no way that white society can stop black men from pulling their money together, building schools, and building their own community. Unless they send an army to stop us, they can't do that in the 21st century. They can't do it. So we can build. They're not going to do it.
Can they send an army to stop you?
And we're going to fight
that right now.
They can't stop us from building. This is our right. Pursuit of what's that word I'm looking for? Self-reliance. I mean, that's what we're entitled to as a people.
You're a black man in America that's talking about rights? Are you kidding me?
Come on, man. Listen, the bottom line is look, nobody can stop us from building, bro.
Bullshit.
Who's going to stop us? Are they going to send the military to kill us?
Okay.
So how are they going to do it?
Okay. What over the last 10 years, how many countries has the United States taken out?
The last thing.
Yeah,
You can't compare that to the native-born Americans here in this black Americans in this country.
That's even easier.
Look, there's a lot of communities that are preppers. Like I'm going to say, like the Muslim community, they have small camp societies that are taking care of each other, that are tight-knit family units, very patriarchal, and they're living off the land. They're out in the ether, and they're not really dependent on this country for anything. They're just doing what they have to do. I want to see how they do it and duplicate it everywhere, because
you can do it on a small basis, but the difference between them and you is that the United States policy is for you to disappear.
What are they going to do to stop us, BGS? What are they going to do to stop black men from pulling their money?
How many ways do you need?
Are they going to shoot it? Are they going to come and just like shoot it? They can't do that in the 21st century. They can't.
They cannot. Really?
They can't.
Oh my God, we're having like last year's conversation.
To be honest, it sounds like you have like a really bad delusion in the way that people think. Like, people are still savage. So I don't really, this whole in the 21st century or it's 2017, why are, that bullshit argument? It's kind of like, it's kind of not realistic when you look at how people actually are.
But you gotta look. You're accepting
I'll just say
self-defeat.
2 words: Waco, Texas.
I'm gonna.
But you're accepting self-defeat. You're saying
no. I'm observing. I'm observing what has already happened.
Look, there's no white arm. Look, who can come and stop us from building in our own community? If they come, we got the weapons and resources to defend ourselves. Why are you worried about them stopping us?
Okay, dude, they take out whole countries.
We're talking about this country. You guys are scared to build. You're scared to build because a white guy gonna come and stop you.
Scared to build?
What are you talking about? Build this shit. Why are you scared?
Wait a minute.
I'm wondering how much land this guy has.
There's a difference between them not wanting to and they can't.
You're scared. You're scared to build. You're scared they're going to stop us from building. You're scared to build.
Whoa. I'm scared to build because, like,
you're saying a white guy's going to stop you. You're saying a white guy's going to stop you.
They can't.
That's what you basically said.
Whoa, no. Don't get it wrong. Don't get it twisted. I'm Mr. You need to buy your own piece of land all damn day. The thing is, you're literally trying to separate yourself from a society that doesn't want you to, as BGS has said, and I have observed that to be the truth. It has happened. So you're thinking, you're on the premise of they would never do that to little old me. You're out of your fucking mind.
Yeah.
Well, I want to do it.
They've done it to people publicly on TV.
Well, you're already defeated then. Then you're already defeated. You're already defeated then. If you're scared of Whitey, if you're scared of Whitey, if you're scared of Whitey, yes you are. Then why don't you build? Then build. Why are you worried about? Why are you worried about what they're going to do?
Do you want me to drop the link to 175 acres in Maine right now that I would like to buy? Like, would you like me to do that? Because I want to see where you're trying to build at. Like, where are you trying to build at? Are you trying to build, like, in your neighborhood? Because then you're pretty fucking crazy as well. Like, you need to move out of your neighborhood if you want to build somewhere. But it sounds like you don't want to get away from your internet connection.
What I'm saying, if you have a black community and you have a black community that's less than a few thousand people, they don't care.
All I'm saying is this, man. Nobody's stopping black men from pulling the resources together. You're saying a white man's going to come and stop us. That's some self-defeated shit.
What are you trying to do?
Actually, no. Black people stop each other more than anything, to be honest.
We got to hold each other accountable.
Hold on a second. What are you trying to do? I'm going to put you in the chair. What are you trying to do?
All I'm trying to do is get black men as a collective to see that we got enough money right now to put it together and build schools and build our own fucking communities. Forget what these white boys are going to do. They come, we got the law on our side, and we got the guns to protect and defend ourselves.
Well, whose law? Whose law? Yahweh's? Like, I mean, because we're not in biblical times here. Like, whose law are you talking about?
So, look, we got black lawyers that study criminal and civil. We can
whose law? Whose law?
It doesn't matter whose law. If you know the law, you can counter it. You can use it to your benefit. Nobody can come and take your property if you have the lawyers on your side to defend you. That's the bottom line.
It's called eminent domain.
And that's the thing about land ownership. That's the only thing that sucks about land ownership, because they can still take your shit, which they have done with they have done recently with the fucking pipeline.
Yeah. You don't want to build. You guys don't want to build. You want to make excuses for why these white guys are going to take it.
No. Listen, when I buy my acreage, I'll invite you so we can hunt on that. But
not just you. Not just you. All of us,
brother.
We got to build.
Hold on a second. Lewis, go ahead, Black Privilege, go ahead.
Let's clear this misconception. There is no such thing as private property. The government could take whatever they want whenever they want to take it. What you have is stewardship of that property by the fact that you could take care of it. You could pay the taxes. You could hustle the system. You have to be smart enough to stay one step ahead of the government, or they're just going to take that shit from you and just build something for Donald Trump on it.
To put it simply, if you still have to pay taxes on something that's yours, it's not yours. Which is pretty much what you're saying.
Okay, then how come Asians and Hispanics can build in their communities and black folks can't?
The same thing.
Who went and stopped them? Who stopped Hispanics in LA, in MacArthur Park, in East LA?
No. We're not talking about not stopping them.
That's what your argument. Your argument is the white man. What's your argument?
War. I'm in Los Angeles. They're putting them out right now for white people. Right now.
Look, all I'm saying is we can build without worrying about the white man coming to stop us. Black men, we can put our money together black men can pull their money together and make shit happen. But you don't want to do that. You want to make
No. I have a problem when you start to say like we're gonna shoot them and all this other stuff. Like and then like they can't take us out. Like,
You got the
I
wrong.
It's just like it's just like, are you serious?
No. I said this.
Okay.
This is what I said. This is what I said.
What are you trying to build? What are you trying to build?
All I'm saying is
ultimately. No.
Ultimately,
No. Ultimately, what are you trying to build?
Schools.
No. Ultimately, no. Not a start. Ultimately, what are you trying to build?
The end all goal. The end all.
No, end goal. What is it?
Yeah.
What I'm trying to build? I'm trying to build a productive black community that's independent of the government.
That's not
it's not going to be independent.
It's not going to happen.
I'm talking about government programs as far as Section 8, welfare, and other handouts. We can be self-reliant as a group. We got enough disposable income amongst
You could do that if you get a fucking job.
Well, wait a minute.
No,
you ain't got to be on welfare.
On a collective level.
Hold on. What does your disposable income depend on?
The white man.
If you know, I'm talking.
No. I'm asking a question.
All I'm saying is, if you have a trade, a skill, if you're a plumber, electrician, or mechanic, whatever that skill is, that's disposable income that you can use to basically.
No. What does it depend on? Where do you get your money? Where do you get paid?
It depends. If you have a skill, let's say if you're a fucking mechanic, you fix cars for a living. You got your own mechanic shop.
What do they pay you in?
What you mean if they pay me? They pay me in dollars.
Who controls the dollars?
Look, if you have a mechanic shop and you're a mechanic, the customers will pay you.
Who controls the dollars?
All right, you guys looking for excuses.
No.
I'm asking. That's all you're saying. The white man's going to stop. The white man's going to stop.
We got your point. We got your point.
Can I say? I mean,
you can't. Right. Well, hold on. Say we're not going to agree. We got your point. You're not going to engage with us.
I'll engage you.
No, you haven't. No, dude, I asked you a question and you deflected it. So
in what way?
At that, I asked.
By not answering, kind of one way.
I asked you who controls the dollars, and then you deflected to something else.
Because I know what you're going to say. You're going to say the white man controls the dollar, and we can't do nothing.
Because it's their system that you're working in.
Then we lost. You're not going to do nothing because the white man controls it. That's what you're saying, right?
Okay, we understand that. Okay, we're not gonna engage in rational discourse.
My brother, look, I listen to your videos.
We're gonna accept your point.
I listen to your
BG. I feel what you're saying, man, but like I want to try to deal with the government's blessing.
Hey, BGS. BGS. Hey, BGS, hear me out. Look, I listen to all your videos.
Okay, you got 4 minutes. Go. Everybody gonna shut up.
Listen, my brother. I've been listening to all your videos. Still won't make no damn point. I've been listening to all your videos. I've been hearing what you've been saying, okay? And I respect what you've been saying.
No, make your point. Don't have to kiss my ass. Make your point.
Oh, no, I'm not kissing your ass. I'm telling you the truth.
4 minutes. Go. Make your point.
All right. The bottom line is this. In my opinion, I think that as a collective black man, we gotta hold each other accountable, be responsible for what we do and what we say, and basically put our money together and build on our own without worrying about the government or anybody stopping us. That's my opinion. That's how I look at it.
You got 3 more minutes. You can keep going.
All right. Now, as far as going to Africa or going somewhere else, you're not gonna get black guys who agree with that on a collective level. We got to build here. We got to build here first. We got to take care of our families here first, and then expand further out. I mean, all this other shit about building in Africa is not going to work. We got to build here internally. Because there's people who went to Africa already from America and they lost. They're not doing it. It had no foundation. They had no foundation.
There's people in America.
Have you been overseas? Have you ever been overseas? You have a passport.
What his passport look like.
Do you even know about Africa, sir?
I'm just asking, do you have a passport? That's the first question.
There's many African American farmers in Africa that are doing really well and that own many stores.
I'm just asking if he has a passport.
Crickets.
Man, this nigga deflecting.
I hear crickets. Usually means the answer I wanted to mean.
I understand your point. What I'm saying is, if you really think this, don't just look at the positives. Also look at the negatives. In other words, if you want to build, I'm assuming you want to build an independent black nation, right?
Right.
I mean,
listen. I just want to
keep on talking about schools. Like you haven't mentioned a fucking hospital yet.
I'm asking you a question. I'm trying to ask you, what is your plan? Because it doesn't sound like you got it fleshed out.
This ain't the first 48.
No,
look,
in other words,
all I'm saying is this, man.
Okay.
if you want to see black folks self-reliant in this country, like Asians are, like Hispanics are, we have to basically pull our money together and take personal responsibility for the choices that we make as adult men. That's all I'm saying.
Do you
Now,
know how?
once we
Do you know how long I have been listening to that and with exactly what you're saying? How long I've been listening to that, hearing the exact same thing?
Facts.
Yeah.
You know how long? You know how long I've been hearing that? The exact same thing. Do you want to know?
You sound like you've been watching videos of some like
I'm
old
gonna ask him
Hotep
a
meetups.
question. Do you want to know how long I've been listening to it?
He just found Dr. Claude Anderson.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No. Claude Anderson knows better. But do you want to know exactly how long I've been hearing exactly what you've been saying?
Go ahead, tell me. Go ahead, man.
About 30 years, I've been hearing that exact same thing, and
And
people
for
have
those 30, and listen, for those 30 years,
hold on. People have been beating this. People that are better than me and better than you have been beating this ideal to death for 30 years.
it didn't work. I'm gonna tell you why it didn't work. Why it didn't work? Because again, black
you
men will
didn't think
not
it
come
was
together.
right.
No, hear me out. Because black men will not come together as a collective body.
That's true. Why?
That's not.
Why?
Yeah,
Why?
but come
Because I'm
together
gonna tell you.
under
I'm gonna tell
what?
you. I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why.
Well,
Because
one thing you're gonna calm down, brother. There's one thing you're gonna do. Is you're gonna calm down. You're gonna talk to us like we're men.
Yo,
I'm gonna
he's
stop
great.
That's one thing you're gonna do. Because I'm tired. I don't want to hear this shit in this particular hangout. Next week you might have a different BGS, but this BGS is not taking shit in this hangout this week. Okay? I'm not the fucking one.
Tablet.
Okay? Now you're gonna calm down. We're asking you logical questions. Okay? If you can't answer them, go back, study some more, and come back next week. So if you can't sit in the room and actually defend your point without getting emotional, you need to go back and study and come back next week. Now, can you logically state your point and get it through so we can understand it? Can you do that?
Write it on the board.
Can you do that?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, go. 2 minutes.
All right, simple and plain. The main reason why we're not able to basically come together and organize is basically because we have different elements within our community that don't want to pull together.
Like what? Like who?
For example, the productive, forward-thinking black men, we have to hold the irresponsible accountable within our community.
How do you do that?
Once we do that, well, first and foremost, the forward-thinking black men have to come together. Then those losers are going to see us working together and join the party. That's how I look at it.
How do you get?
We can't even come together on this hangout.
Hold on. This is me and him. Okay, how do you get forward-thinking black men to come together?
Exactly what we're doing right now on YouTube.
Okay.
We arguing right now.
What I'm saying, okay, so in other words, what are the reasons that black men, forward-thinking black men, can't come together?
Well, forward-thinking black men are already basically able to come together. But the bottom line is we have to be.
No, they haven't. No, they haven't.
Say it again.
No, they haven't.
I didn't hear you.
You can ask them. No, they haven't. You can ask Mike. They don't come together.
It's very hard, actually. I mean, even with my own business partners, I used to have like so many conversations about taxes and all types of other stuff. And even in my next set of business partners, on my current venture, I'm having a problem where one business partner is like, man, we could have done it cheaper if we didn't get this GC. And I'm like, listen, you didn't come up. You didn't cut. And, you know, it's a dude that spent like 17 years in prison. But he came out and he did something with himself. But like at the same time, like, right. But like he's a straight up hustler. But like at the same time, he didn't do his due diligence when we had 2 to 3 months before we signed a fucking lease. Now the lease is signed and you want to try and find a GC? No, bitch, it's too late. And it's the problem you have, not just with black men. I have just minorities in general will have that type of like that mentality. You know, some make it and some don't. Some cultures enforce that, or some cultures allow that and have an environment for that to grow and facilitate that growth. But you're looking at Black American culture, and I'm Jamaican. I was born here in America, but I come from a Jamaican household, and it's understandable. But when you're seeing people saying, "Hey, listen, you know, you need to do this, you need to do that," and there are ways that and when I say this or that, I'm being like vague, but it's causing people to lose all types of money. Like, why are you moving out when you get your first job? Are you fucking crazy? Shit like that. Like, why are you moving out when you don't even have a spouse to be with? So on and so forth. It's just the things you're talking about. The culture does not support. The environment does not support it, and it kills
we
it
don't
all
have
the
a
time.
hierarchical power structure for that to make any kind of sense. We need some kind of leadership that we all could respect, and that takes some kind of moral code, some kind of belief in the system.
The one thing he did say, is something I agree with. Okay, is that black people, if you want to change the culture, you want to change the uh, the, uh, uh, the direction of black people, you have to start it at the ground level, which is with the children. You have to get the black children out of the white educational system. That's the first. That is the first step. That's one thing I can agree with.
Hey, BGS. Well,
that's a generational thing.
One of the thing that here's the thing. More people actually agree with kind of your line, like your side of thinking more than you think on this panel. The problem is you're talking as if there's like, what is it, that minefield that's in between South Korea and North Korea?
Yeah.
You like, well, we gonna just walk over there. Fuck that minefield. We got hoverboards. Goddamn.
No. I don't mean that part. I don't mean that way. I don't mean it in that way. What I'm trying to explain is simple, man. Like the productive men of every race basically come together and figure out a way to build a foundation for the majority. Okay. Now that's just hear me out. The intellectuals of every race, they build it's maybe 50 to 100 of them. They build a foundation for the majority. That's the educated people of each race. The black community has a brain drain. Most of the educated.
Why don't
hear me out. Can I finish? Let me finish. Most of the educated black folks.
War. I control the panel. If I want him to shut up, I will shut him up. That keeps you Edward from fighting you, and vice versa. Okay.
Yeah, Edward, stop trying to take his soapbox.
I will tell Edward to let you finish. That is my job as moderator. Can you let me do that job? Can you let me do that job? I'm going to let you talk, and I would have told Edward to pipe down and let you finish without you getting upset, okay? This is how I run my hangouts. Now, go. Finish your thought. Edward, please don't interrupt him so we can...
All I'm saying is that in the black community, there's been a huge brain drain. The intellectuals, the black intellectuals have left. The ones who can basically create the foundation have left. They're gone. So you have a bunch of low IQ idiots within these neighborhoods. Until you have a collective base that's going to come back and build that foundation, there's not going to be any progress. So basically,
how the fuck would I come back?
Why would they leave? That's the next question. How do you get them back?
I'm sorry. I apologize.
Say it again.
Back in the
how do you get them back?
I'll tell you how to get me back.
I'm gonna tell you.
You guys calm down a little bit.
I'm gonna tell you.
How do you get them back?
Listen, the self-destructive, counterproductive culture that we accepted have pushed a lot of them away. A lot of us have not advanced past this hood ghetto culture. So the intellectuals have moved away because they don't want no part of that. I'm not gonna say we. The ghetto class has to change their behavior patterns before anybody comes back to help them. Because
how do you change it?
No. Let him finish.
Because look, the intellectual blacks, they don't want nothing to do with that ghetto ignorant shit. They advance beyond that. They might have been on welfare, but they moved out of that, and they don't want to deal with that ghetto shit. So they're not going to come back and help. So the bottom line is this: the collective body of black men who are productive, we have to have a code of conduct, and we have to hold Pookie and Ray Ray accountable. When Pookie and Ray Ray realize that the majority of black men are moving against them, they're going to come to the sides of the productive black men. So it's going to.
Can I come in?
Say it again.
Can I come in?
Go ahead. Black privilege. He's made his point.
Okay. Well, I'll keep it real. I understand what he's saying. We need a moral foundation that come from a top down. I'm not remotely shy about calling that joint national socialism, black national socialism.
I meant to talk to you about that, man. You know why you can't use? You know why you can't use that?
And it's too much honesty. I understand that.
No. You know why you can't use that? Do you understand what National Socialism and its historic contents? Where was it last used, and how come we don't?
Are you talking about being
in Nazi Germany? No, hold up.
In other words, you can never use. Don't never use that term.
The National Socialist Party.
And white boys love it. Don't
ever use that term. Not in the United States.
No. I'm sorry. Yep. Look, but we're talking about perfect form following perfect
I
function.
understand.
Hold on. Let me break this
Wait.
down.
Hey, whose
Oh my
hangout is
God.
this? Whose hangout is this? I'm telling
Duly
you why you
noted.
can't use that term. So, in other words, but continue.
Okay. Forget the term. You could call it any kind of romanticized term, but what we're talking about is where communism was a dictatorship of the proletariat, whatever, is a dictatorship of the kinfolk, of the brotherhood, of the unified front. My melanated people. That's what I'm
Jesus
talking about. We
Christ.
need to find some kind of way to instill
That's exactly what
pride
Hitler
and
said.
moral worth
That's
inside
exact.
of our
That's
melanated skin,
exact.
and
I
let that
understand, but
be the uniform of our
okay.
people.
Yes, I got some.
Hold on a second. But okay. If we were here by ourselves on our own, with no kind of opposition or no greater or superstructure around us, I would agree with you. But why is the United States of America going to allow that?
It doesn't matter what
That
they
was
allow.
that was
Of course
that
War
was
would
the
say that.
There we go again.
that was the point of my video. That's why y'all gonna hate me for this.
I'm not gonna hate you for it.
That's why I want black women to ask for it specifically.
Ask
I
for what?
want black female separatists to say we were separating from the government because they're the ones. Yeah. I know it's crazy. I
What
know it's
the
crazy.
fuck are we talking about?
I
Okay,
know it's crazy.
okay.
All right.
You know, I
Go
will
ahead.
be quiet.
No.
Okay,
I
let me
want to
finish.
hear. I want to hear this.
Hold
I
on.
will say,
Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. I want to hear this. I want to hear.
Okay,
In fact,
I think there is
I
no.
want to. Go ahead, bro. I want to hear this.
There are no greater consumerist minded people in this earth than the black woman. If they turn their back on Western capitalism first and say we're
Simp
taking our
Nazi.
kids instead of, and I
Edward,
want them
please.
to do it. I want them to do it with full support of the government.
Hey,
Continue.
With
Lewis. Hey,
full
Lewis.
support of the white
I want him to
government.
continue. Get it
Hey,
all out.
Okay, I want them to do it with full support of the white government. I want them to set up babysitting communes. I want them to set up food communes. I want them to set up, we need drivers, we need shelters. I don't care if it's rickety shelters that we gradually build from time. I want to use their female privilege to get a government land so we could start our reservation. That's what I'm saying.
You know who did that? The Panthers did that. Move did that in Philadelphia.
They got bombed.
They got bombs. But besides that,
Well, that's
but Edward has questions. I'm gonna let Edward ask his question, and then I'm sure War still here? I mean, War probably has questions. Go ahead, Edward. Ask your question.
I mean, okay, let me just get started with this. This bullshit is about to fry my brain.
No. Be respectful, Edward. Calm down a little
No,
bit.
I'm gonna be respectful, but okay. As far as the only reason the African American female gets anything in the United States is because their job is to control the black male. So when you keep talking about this black female privilege, that shit is artificial that white society gives them because it puts them a step above us. That's a part of that gynocracy that keeps black men boxed in. This is one of the things War has not mentioned at all. He thinks everything is done on the black male side. So when you say you're going to use black female privilege to amplify black people, well, whenever black women do that, their privilege gets wiped away from them instantly. That's why you never see them do that. So that just falls flat on its face. And then as far as this, what I dub simp Nazism, dude, what you're talking about, it's kind of like what you're talking about is you're trying to, go to Z and then not understand that there's like all these 22, 25, 24 letters in between that you have to take to get to somewhere else. So what you're talking about, quite frankly, can only happen in Africa. That could never happen here. And I even doubt that could even happen in Africa with colonialism and stuff like that. Now, as far as
it's happened in Brazil. It's happened in Brazil. The women send the men out to work, and they stay at and then they just take care of the men when they come back.
No,
the women run the show.
they
Those island.
Okay, that all woman village is actually false. They found
It's
out.
not.
Do you have a passport?
It's not that it's all women.
Yeah.
It's
You never answered that passport question. Do you have a passport?
No, I'm asking both of them now.
Do I have a passport?
I'm asking privilege this.
Okay, well, first of all, yes, I have a passport. I was born in Haiti. I was in the military. I've been in Canada, California, Okinawa, Japan, and a couple of other places. But I don't care. I'm an American. I'm still an
My
American, and
point
my
is,
interest is
my
only
point.
No,
American.
for somebody that's well traveled, you sound very narrow minded. And
Oh,
just
wow.
like you
I
just
mean,
have
hell,
really
why
big
hasn't
No.
feelings.
Haiti done what you
Well,
talking about?
I understand the sentiment. Okay, I understand what he's talking about. I understand what war and what he's talking about because I've heard it before. This is not new.
Yeah,
But
because
Right.
they're born
the
raised in
thing is,
America.
after listening to it, after people trying to apply it, after trying to help people apply it, found out the shit does not work, and there's a reason it doesn't work.
Uh-huh.
That's why I'm here on YouTube. I didn't just fall
And,
off
But
the
have
and
we?
truck.
another thing,
But have
here's the
we
thing:
actually? Oh, okay.
building
Have
a
we
black
actually?
community is a lot like, okay, but Bill Cosby on it. There's different levels to it. So it's kind of like when Bill Cosby, as much money as he got, when he tried to buy, like, I don't know if it was ABC or NBC,
NBC, yeah.
like
NBC,
weird
yeah.
shit started to happen. There is a
Yeah, his
certain
son died.
level. There is a certain level. Like there's certain companies that they're not going to allow certain people to tap into. They're just not. You'd have to build completely your own to inject yourself in there in order to do it. There's certain power moves. There is a ceiling. And there is something at which black men will have to be more international in order to do that. Now, I agree that black men, like, I don't agree that black men should straight up expatriate because I think that there is value to American citizenship. But where you say that there's no value in going overseas, there's no value in what that could do to a black man's mentality. Like, I don't understand how you think you're gonna get somebody to have the kind of focus that you need them to have when they
Yeah,
just got a hood ass mindset. And
yeah.
only 5% of black men have passports.
That's a vulnerability.
Well,
But
yeah,
so
okay,
You know,
okay,
No,
okay.
say it again. Say it again. I didn't hear you. Say it again.
Remember that only 5% of African Americans have passports, and that's counting the military, which
Damn.
black people are 20% of the military. That's counting continental Africans. That's counting people like not Eric, Mike, from the West Indies that had that descent. So you take out military men, continental Africans, dudes from the
Shit.
West Indies. You take out Afro Latinos, that goes down to probably like 2.8%.
Yeah.
God
Oh,
damn.
okay,
So this
okay.
idea that there's a whole bunch of black people that travel is not. It's not.
well, you know,
The,
I got something for this. If I
okay,
could
go
get a
ahead, Mike.
chance.
Go ahead, Mike. No, go
Well,
ahead, jump in.
I said this in the chat, but like usually when you see smart people come in and start taking control of a society, they will literally look at everybody like you guys are fucking stupid and then purge. Like a purge will occur in some
Yeah.
way, shape, or form. They will come
Yeah,
in there and they'll be like, you guys are
Yeah.
dumb and we have
yeah,
to kill you off so the
yeah.
better of the society and the race will go on. So you
Because
wanting black people to come back or smart black people to come back might be a problem for your ghetto hood dudes or whoever you want to
yeah,
like try and
yeah,
save.
yeah.
That's
It
But
why
won't.
Michael,
that's
Like
why
it's not
dudes
gonna
are
work
yeah,
for you.
yeah.
that's
but
why
But
dudes
Michael,
are cheering for Section 8 to be fucked up because it's gonna change the environment. That's why
It,
one of the
right.
no,
reasons
yeah,
black privilege
and
has a
And that's
and
what
problem.
you're seeing.
and a lot. Well, the thing is, okay, and I'm gonna tell this to Black Privilege because he's in here right now. Okay, a lot of people mischaracterize what I'm saying about Section 8 and welfare and stuff. Like I'm cheering for black women and black children to be out in the street and being hungry. What I'm, especially my red pill rants, or what I'm saying is stop being stupid. Okay, you know this shit is coming down the pike. You know the environment is going to change. You know if you continue this kind of behavior, like having kids out of wedlock and hoping that white daddy government is going to come in and save you, that's a recipe for disaster. And what I'm saying for not only it's not for just the poor black women because I know they half the time don't know better. What I'm saying to the other half of black women who do know better, who are there, how come you don't have your foot up these sisters' asses, getting
Mm-hmm.
them straight to where they will talk to you? And
well,
those are the people I'm mad at because I, as a man, should not have to talk about berate or actually hold black women accountable. They should be doing it, but what are they doing? What are they saying?
They holding baby showers for these
Holding baby
chicks.
showers
Right.
from poor thing. Oh, we're gonna go to
All
Washington.
I don't
kids
know
are a
why she's
blessing.
doing it, but I'm gonna show support for her.
Yeah,
Like
And here's the thing.
honestly, like
And
the
here's
what
the
I'm
thing
cheering
going.
on,
hey
Joe,
what
what
Michael,
I'm
I'm
cheering on
Well,
What I'm
okay,
cheering
one at
on
a time.
personally
Go ahead.
is,
Okay, go ahead, Mike,
uh,
and then black privilege.
you know, it's a problem if I'm fighting for Edward, like fighting for talking points with Edward,
Yes, true.
That's what I'm
like
saying.
that's
When you put you,
like that means you really fucked up because usually Edward just take
Well,
care of it
go
anyway.
make your point,
But
Mike. No, no,
sorry,
enough digging.
um, you, the thing is, what I'm cheering for is the correction of price for pussy. Like we as
Well, he's
men
one of them.
have right, we as men have been paying way too much for fucking pussy. When people are telling us that we should be having holes in our fucking shoes, going out working, and doing all this other stupid shit just so we can have a nice warm pussy at home, like that's bullshit.
That's not what he was saying, but
that's
I
not what.
understand.
That's so far
That's
from
not
what
what
I
he
That's
was
was
what
saying.
saying.
one person. But it's
That's
just
what.
like
Whoever
the price is
But
too high.
that's what I'm saying. That's
whoever
great.
was
Nah,
talking
Okay, but that's
about
not what he's.
see,
That's not what he was saying. I understand what he was saying, but I'm saying what I
well
was telling him.
well, let me try and explain a simple little thing right here.
Okay, go
A
ahead.
sip. Remember, I think Tommy Sotomayor put this, like he put this out
oh
there
hell no.
that no,
Don't.
wait. This
No, 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 no.
be
Go ahead.
patient, be patient. A simp is a sucker who's idolizing mediocre pussy, right?
Yeah.
Tommy's a simp, but okay.
So Tommy, whatever.
Well,
My thing is,
he meant that.
there is. I don't advocate for pussy. I never advocated for straight pussy. I've always advocated for companionship. There's no such thing as mediocre companionship. There's no such thing. As long as this woman is there for you to talk to you, to argue out, like to help you get your health in order and stuff like that. There's no such thing as mediocre companionship.
Okay,
I'll
But
be
the
a
thing is,
simp
the
for
women aren't
companionship all
providing
day.
that.
Okay. I understand
They're
what he's
not.
saying. I know what he's saying. What I'm saying is there's only one way. If there's only two ways to get somebody to correct their behavior, as far as the environment is concerned, is one what? Either you're going to talk to them and persuade them that what they're doing is wrong, and what's the other way?
Force.
About force.
Well,
No, the
force, but
environment has to change.
okay. I'll go because they're here and they haven't been in the room before and they're new. So I'll tell you. What are the three ways
Yeah.
to get people to do something? Black privilege. You're in the military.
I'm
You
just
should
gonna
know this.
say persuasive,
Persuasion is one.
force and violence. I guess. Well,
No, force and violence are the same thing. You force them to do it with guns or physical force. You pay them with wealth, whether it's jobs, whether it's
Incentive.
money, goods, and services like that, and then persuading them which is the moral
I'm on
argument.
the persuasive route.
You're on the persuasive route, but if you can't persuade them, okay, if you can't persuade them, then what's the next level up?
I have no idea.
In other words, you have to bribe them with wealth, which is what SWP says. If they're not acting right, you're going to bribe them.
I think that's a negative influence because if you bribe one, you have to bribe the other.
What I'm saying is there's only three ways, okay? You either persuade them that's the right thing to do. If they don't listen to that, your next level up is what? Pay them, right? And then if that doesn't work, what's the next level? Physical force, right?
Yeah.
There's the only three ways. Okay, persuading them is not doing any good. The next the next level up is wealth. We can't pay them because who's paying them?
The government.
The government.
The government's giving them wealth. They're giving them
jobs,
resources. They give them
Section
jobs, they give them
8,
education. That's all this
low
stuff,
class,
right?
high class.
Okay,
Yeah.
so in other words,
We're giving them
don't have
daycares, early Head Start, et cetera, et cetera.
By the way,
reason. But the thing is, we can't legally in this country. We cannot force black women to do anything, right? So force is out the question. But the thing is, the other way is wealth. So if the wealth dries up, where do they have to go?
Yeah, absolutely.
And by the way, the church would have been the closest thing to group persuasion in the black community.
Well, persuasion. The church. Moral arguments from pro-black.
Yes, social norms.
Like moral. He's trying the moral argument, but the thing is, wealth will trump moral arguments.
Well, that's the whole thing. That's another thing I was talking about. I was talking about a whole completely anti-capitalist platform.
How are you going to run an anti-capitalist? How are you going to run an anti-capitalist platform inside of a capitalist country?
Well, that's why we need segregation. Now, My thing is that if we go out and are specifically we're
we in the
going
Wizard of
on a, that's
Oz.
what I'm saying. We need a specifically
Okay,
anti-capitalist do it because it's for the people type of mentality, because we're not gonna buy our way out of
Told you
this.
about black
of
men being
course not.
scared of money.
I will tell you this. I will tell you this, and this is the reason that I wanted Bernie Sanders to win, because exactly what you're talking about is coming, because it has to.
No doubt.
Everything you're talking about is coming is because it has to, but you're not going to get it as an all black thing or an basically all black and all white and all that bullshit is going to go out the window anyway, because in 20 years it won't matter.
But
because
by the way, black women are the most materialistic of all women.
That's exactly my point.
Well, they are because they've been suffering under a deprivation culture for so long. So anytime you get a people that haven't had anything for hundreds of years, all of a sudden they get the opportunity to get it. What are they gonna want? They're gonna want what everybody else has. They've been chasing Miss Ann since they came in the country. And black women don't want to realize that. When you do tell them that, when you do point that out, they get angry. A lot of black women come at me. Well, do you mean all black women are on welfare or Section 8? I never said that. Well, you didn't exclude. I don't have to exclude them because you're intelligent enough to understand that I don't mean everybody, because everybody's not on it.
Well, sisters, you could say not like. You could be talking about 100 people, and 99 sisters are doing something. They wanted you to talk about the one that ain't.
Exactly, and I say, and I tell them, if you're intelligent, people don't need to decode like that. You're not 5 years old. I do not have to tell you what I mean. You should be intelligent enough to interpret an adult conversation. They get mad about that.
Hit dog Tyler.
Hey, BGS.
Yes.
Hey, BGS, my brother, man. I wanted to touch on that something that Michael said about.
Go ahead, be my guest. Go for it.
About the intellectuals coming back.
I would talking about war, intellectuals coming back, or Michael specifically.
Well, Michael said that when the intellectuals come back to help rebuild, like most communities do, that they're going to do a purge and get rid of the uneducated.
That's usually what happens. That's usually what happens.
Well, I'm gonna put it this way. Yeah. When it comes to the Asians in America, the Hispanics in America, the Arabs in America, they all have the foundation, whether it's liquor stores, businesses, they have the foundation in which they can put their money.
Okay, where did they learn it from?
I'm gonna tell you, they learned it from. They came from their own. Well, in their own country, they seen how nations built because they haven't been colonized. Hear me out.
Okay.
Look, the difference between those groups and Black Americans is that Black Americans are a colonized group. Those Asians and those Arabs, they weren't colonized. They came from a country where they seen things built. Black Americans, we were conquered, so we don't understand how a nation built. But those Arabs and those nations, those Arabs and those Asians, they come from countries where they things had built.
Okay. You've been in the military. You've traveled. Okay, when you go to their country, are there different castes and classes of people?
Exactly, there is, and that's based on and that's in Africa is based on tribe. Now in Asia, in China, Philippines and stuff, it's similar. I understand.
So in other words, if it exists where they come from and they come here, do you not expect that it will exist here also?
In what way? In terms of black folks, in terms of
black people, black is not a race.
I know.
Wait. Will you let me finish? I've been letting you. Have I not allowed you to talk?
Yeah, and I've been holding back too.
I know. I'm asking him a question because I want to know if I've been rude, because I invited him on. I dropped the link. I invited him on. Have I not allowed you to talk and express your thoughts?
Yeah, I was letting you know that I understand that black's not a race. I understand that.
So let me finish my point. It's a class. It's a caste. That's why I try to get people to understand it's about colorism. The one-drop rule doesn't mean that that you genetically black. What it means is that puts you in a certain class or caste. Black is a caste system. It's a class system, and we happen to be at the bottom of the class system.
But it's not by choice though. But no. But it's by our actions, not by their design.
It is by design.
No, it's not. No, it's not. I'm gonna tell you why. Because it's the choices. Hear me out. It's the choices that we make.
I want to hear this, and then we'll go to Mike.
It's the choices that we have been making as a collective group and as individual black people.
That's not true.
Hear me out. Then why? Look, you can go to East. Look, I've been to look. I
I
lived in
know.
I lived in
I
LA. I lived in LA. I lived in LA for over 10 years. I mean, I live in, but I'm from Pennsylvania.
I
I'm in
understand.
Pennsylvania right now.
I
If you go to East, if you go to
I'll
East
give
LA,
I'll give you one term, and you should know that it is by design. It's called Plessy versus Ferguson. That set the class. It's by design, Ross. It's not an
all right,
accident.
then explain to me how Asians can have Koreatown. Right down about Wilshire, right by Wilshire. Go to Wilshire, drive down Wilshire and Western. You see a
You're
bunch of Asian.
oversimplifying
Hear
it.
me out. Hear me out. Hear me out.
Okay.
Go down Wilshire between Western and Vermont. Okay, you got all Asian towns. Okay, you go to East LA, East LA, all Hispanic businesses. How come they were able to build and do for themselves? Oh, but the white man's gonna stop black people. We've been here for 400 years. They ain't gonna stop us from building. They want us to be independent. They don't want us to be on welfare. In my opinion, we can't be
What
worried
happened to
about.
Black Wall Street?
That was over 100 years. That was how long ago was that?
Okay,
How long ago was that?
Okay, well, hold on a second. I did a whole series called The Negro Problem. It is by design. I proved it one step at a time.
Let's give up. Let's give up then. Let's give up then.
I'm not saying I'm not saying give up or not give up. I'm telling you what to do. What I'm saying is realize the environment that you are in.
All right. So black men can't put their money. So black men can't put their money together. So listen, black men cannot put their money together. Yes,
I didn't say
the white man's gonna stop us.
Wait a minute. I didn't say
Basically,
that.
that's what you're saying.
I didn't. No, I didn't say that. What I'm saying is, it is the policy of the United States government since 1820, when they try to get rid of us and deport us, that there not be a black community.
So don't even try. So don't even try. You're saying don't even try. Basically,
I didn't say
that's
that.
what you're saying. That's
No,
what you're saying.
What he's saying is to take your skirt off and put some fucking pants on.
This is worse.
No. I'm more of a man than you. You
what
pussy.
you're saying, you're
Hey,
very
whoa,
I'm more of a man than you. I don't wear a skirt.
War. I will eject you from this hangout. Okay, I'm trying.
He assaulted me.
Look, dude.
Michael's
Do I
a
have to tell you to
reasonable
shut
one.
the fuck up, otherwise I'm gonna boot you? I'm trying to control this hangout so you can get your point across. He can be heard. Wait a minute, before you even open your mouth. Wait a minute. This is recorded. This will be listened to by everybody. Okay? I'm trying to give you a chance to actually express your thoughts completely, so everybody can hear it. The same way with black privilege. I'm trying to give him a chance to express his thought, but everybody gets a chance. So I'm moderating. And this is not acceptable in my hangouts, okay? If you want to be emotional, do it someplace else. I'm trying to. First thing I did, I told Mike, before you even said anything, Mike, don't do that. He will tell you I said that first. But you will not come in here and be emotional in my hangout. Express your thoughts. People disagree with you, and I have allowed you to be emotional because I understand.
But he insulted me. He insulted me first.
I don't care.
I did.
You're not a baby. You're a man. You can.
But why is he insulting?
Wait a minute.
Back, right?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I'm the moderator here. Okay. This is my channel, my hangout. I run this for you guys, but you will not disrespect this hangout. Okay. You will not do that. If you can't do that, you need to open up your own hangout and run it the way you want to run it. But here, I'm trying to calm him down, calm you down, so that we don't get this bullshit that most black panels run into. We're yelling at each other, calling each other names. I understand Mike is emotional. He knows better. That's why he calmed down. You don't. I'm giving you a break, okay? Now, I'm going to allow you to finish your thought completely. But we will next time you do this, trust me, I will eject you. Okay, boss? You feel me?
Out of respect to BGS, I apologize. I took the angry man route on that one.
Yeah.
So
even angry man,
that.
angry man is bad as he can, as emotional as he can be. He comes in and he respects the hangout because it's a process. I'm trying to have dialogue, not argument.
No.
Okay. So I'm gonna go back to you. Finish your thought, but make it logical so we can either agree or disagree. You're gonna have to accept agreement or disagreement. You capiche? Capiche?
Yeah,
I
totally
I want to get something in.
Okay,
I want to
now,
get something in after he's done.
Okay. War, you got 2 minutes to make your point, and then give Mike 2 minutes. Okay, is that fair?
Fine, that's fine.
Go ahead.
Mr. BGS, with all due respect, every time I give a solution, the impression I get from you is that the white man's going to stop us. All I'm saying is that all I'm saying is that as black men, as a collective body, okay, we generate over $500 billion by ourselves, spending power, by ourselves, $500 billion. That's not even including black women. As a collective group of black men, no matter how negative you hear about our unemployment rate, none of that shit, we generate $500 billion in spending power as black men. So listen, nothing's stopping us from putting our money together, hooking up with other black men, putting our money together and making shit happen. But then you come in and you say, oh, the white man's going to stop you. The white man's going to stop you.
Did I say
Fuck
that?
what the white man's going to stop. I don't.
Whoa, dude. If you're going to respect me, I don't have to boot you. I didn't say that.
Well, the impression...
I'm asking you a question. You're saying what we can do, and the thing is, how come we haven't done it?
Because the reason why is because we're not... The reason why we have not done what we're supposed to do is because the standards that we have within our community, we don't hold other black men accountable. We look at black men every day with their pants down, acting ignorant. We don't hold each other accountable. So we're not going to pull our money together.
So how come we don't hold each other accountable?
Because we're individuals. We don't look at it as a collective. That's my brother right there. All right, we're individual. We embrace this individual mentality.
How would we hold? How would we?
No. I'm asking a question. Why is that?
Why is what?
Why? Just what you said. How come it doesn't happen?
The main reason is because productive black men do not hold. Hear me out. Hear me. Productive black men don't hold irresponsible.
If you yell at me one more time, I will eject you and I will block you from my channel. You hear me?
I didn't yell at you. I didn't.
Yes, you. Dude,
I'm just trying to finish my thought.
Dude, everybody here listening to me.
Yo, what time
and
is
it's gonna be on the recording. Calm down.
Like 5.
All right.
Okay.
The reason what
I asked you why.
Because the productive black men are not holding irresponsible black men accountable for irresponsible behavior. The killings that we're doing. The sagging pit.
Why?
Because productive black men, we can survive without even worrying about them, the self-destructive motherfuckers. So we don't even fucking around with them. The bottom line is we don't want to hold them accountable because we look at ourselves as different. We moved on.
So why can't and Edward has said this in the past, how come productive black men can't get with productive black women and build a whole nother society by themselves without Pookie and Ray Ray?
Well, when you say productive, those productive black men may have other shortcomings. Just because you're productive financially don't mean that you're suitable for a relationship. So you're not entitled to a relationship just because you're productive.
No. Let him finish. Okay, the thing is, what you're not getting to is the meat of the problem. And I've said this on many hands. Everybody in this room can say it. I've said it 1,000 times. What's wrong with black people is not the money. It's not physicality. It's what's between their ears. It has something to do with culture that's defective and fucked up.
Yeah.
Dang it, BGS, you took that from me.
Okay. Mike, go ahead. Go ahead. Mike. Go ahead, Mike. He's at his 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Probably one of the biggest things that you're not realizing or not seeing, and I see coming from a different culture, is that the Black American culture itself is immature as shit. And that's why what you're seeing is people that are even myself included, are impatient to get certain things, are like they gravitate towards materialistic things. It's like a kid watching Cartoon Network and wanting every toy he sees on the commercial, and that's what you're seeing. The black community hasn't grown up yet. So when you're asking yourself to take, you take your elite or your smart black men, black women, whatever, what have you, and them coming back. They will look at the black people, the mass of black people, as fucking children.
Yeah.
And a lot of what you're saying doesn't seem like well thought out points. And I understand that, it's one of those things that you would love to see happen. But when you just look at the individuals, as you say, because everybody's an individual, some follow and some don't. But when you look at this, it's going to happen over and over and over again, until you really think out a way to actually control certain things. And we're just not at that point yet, from what I'm seeing.
BGS.
And it's not to say give up.
Okay.
And the last thing is
go ahead.
The productive. And the last thing is the productive and non-productive. They're in the same environment. Like, it's hard for you to get productivity out of a lot of people that are like in a mass of people that are non-productive in your sense, meaning the intelligent elite, business owners, entrepreneurs, so on and so forth. So it's very hard for you to talk about people clicking up when in your area there might not be those people to click up. So you're gonna have to just work with what you got for now. Not saying that you should give up, but just talking about building schools, anybody can build schools. I have a customer that's building a school now. What about building hospitals? What about building other things that would allow for proper infrastructure for you to actually allow it to grow?
BGS.
I just don't think you're.
Okay, go ahead.
Can I respond real quick? All right, listen, man. That was just one. I'm sorry. That was just one example, Mike. Hey, Mike. That was one example as far as the schools. But to touch on the part about intellectuals, listen. Every group has intellectual base that comes and builds the foundation for the majority. Look, hear me out, Michael. Michael, listen. There's if nobody within these ghettos are going to build anything. Intellectual black folks got to come back. Asians have intellectuals who do it. Hispanics have intellectuals who do it. Go to East LA. The intellectuals of the Hispanics built that foundation.
Okay. What is the difference between black people in America and them?
Black people in America don't have a racial pride. That's the reason why Hispanics have racial pride.
I think it's the nation state
Where did they get it from?
Say it again, BJ. Say it again.
Where did they get it from?
A lack of racial pride results from not being taught racial pride in the home as a kid. It starts when you're a kid.
Can I say something?
Okay, Edward, go ahead, Edward. You got a minute.
I just want to put this thing.
Okay.
I just want to put this thing out here. Look, man, you're not hitting the mark. Like, Nigerians are black, but they have Nigerian racial pride as a group. Now, why don't Nigerians go back to Nigeria and build Nigeria up? They rather stay their ass in the United States. Why? Because they know how it is dealing.
Let him finish. War.
They know how it is dealing with those motherfuckers in Nigeria, and they don't want to go back. It's the
same thing with my parents going back to Jamaica.
They know how it is. Okay. So I just want to point that out. So it's not a racial thing.
Okay, I'm gonna let Young E speak, and then I have something to go. I'm gonna put War in the chair. Okay, right after Young E. I'm gonna put you. We're gonna sit you in the chair. Okay, War. Go ahead.
BGS, can you drop the link? Vector 313 wants to get in. I want to see it.
Yeah. But about the intellectuals what about the intellectuals coming to the community, right? Coming back. Like the thing is, all those other communities, when the intellectuals come back, they actually care about them, they support them, and they love them. As an intellectual, even reading books in the library, being a nerd, talking about other things like science and shit, and being in the advanced classes, when I went back with the kids from my area and all the kids that lived around me that were in the lower classes, they would say, oh, you was a white boy. Why would they want to go back? When you're getting guns pulled out, you're going to get robbed on the corner, you're going to get the shit beaten out of you.
I want to add
it's
into
basically
that.
an apocalypse.
No,
it's an apocalypse.
You can't add into it because I'm next.
Yeah, it's an apocalypse. It's disgusting. It's a dog eat dog world, and you expect people to jump right back in that ring when they get out. And there's tons of black people that have gone out and built something new. I would say I would rather black people go out and build something new, like go to black suburbs, do something like that. They can help the ghetto, but first you have to let the people in the ghetto actually grow up and learn by themselves. Also, it can't just be somebody coming in and feeding them intellectual shit. They have to learn on their own.
I want to use you as an example, Young E, because you are Eritrean, if I'm pronouncing it right?
Yeah, East African. Yep, and I heard niggas always make fun of my country and my land
I
every
understand.
single
I'm
day.
gonna use you as an example. Okay, you know what tribe you came from, right? Okay, and you know the history of your people. In other words, you probably can identify what 5, 6, maybe even 10 generations of your ancestors, right?
I don't know how they look, probably, yeah.
What I'm saying is you know where your bloodline comes from, right?
Yeah.
You know. In other words, okay, the reason I came to YouTube, the reason I did that is because in the conscious community, everything that you guys have been saying has been said before over and over and over again, but the shit doesn't work. And the thing is, I came to YouTube to figure out, okay, there's a disconnect. We have the ability, we have the knowledge, we have the schools, the knowledge, skills, and tools and abilities to actually do this kind of shit. How come we don't do it? So I come to YouTube, and even I started with MGTOW to figure out, okay, what the fuck is wrong with black folks, right? And I figured out it's culture, because black people, black groups, or the black race, as we would like to put it, do not come from one tribe or one people. Okay? We come from hundreds, over 200 different years. We come from 200 or 300 different groups, different languages and different cultures and all that shit. Very few people that are black can go back more than 3 generations and figure out where they came from. Most black people don't know what tribe they came from without doing a DNA test. They don't even know what part of Africa they come from without doing a DNA test. White people don't have that problem, okay? If they're Irish, they know where the Irish is. They know their Irish ancestors. They can tell you what town their great grandmother or grandfather was born in. Black people cannot do that. Black people come in because culture is basically the reaction between the biological entity and its environment. So you take black people from different parts of Africa, West Africa, sometimes further than that. You bring them over to a different environment. You beat them. You take their language. You take their way of life and all that shit. Put them in a different environment. What happens to the culture? It gets shattered.
You're right about that.
In other words, wait. Let me. If you let me finish, I let everybody talk. Did I not? I'm trying to go someplace with it, and halfway through my dialogue, you're trying to interrupt me. Okay? You take black people that have been shattered, been mixed up, you bring them over, you actually shatter them even more, you hold them in bondage, and you force them together like pigs, and then on top of that, your mulatto children that you do not want, you send out block, you send them down into the culture. So by the time you get to the 20th century, which is less than 100, which is a little over 100 years ago, basically you have this mishmash of people from different pieces of culture trying all together, come together and form a culture that it takes thousands of years for Europeans, Asians, Hispanics, and all that to form. So how do you expect a black culture to arise in this environment under a short period of time? You don't.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
So expecting black people black people, even Young E will tell you that his people have a set way of doing things, set languages, set way of organizing a family that comes from thousands of years of being where they're at. Black people do not have that. They were just let free to where they can actually do it on their own. And then when they try to do it on their own, you have other people coming in and interfering and wanting them to go away. So in other words, it's going to take a tremendous effort for black people to come together, change their thinking, and do something different. And the thing is, we're running out of time. You don't have enough time to actually do it. In other words, because the superior culture wants to do what? Absorb you.
Hey,
like
BGS,
any other culture, any place else. But go ahead, Black Privilege. You're next because I cut you off. Go ahead.
All right. Set the hate mail meter to this point right here. Everybody's by now. Y'all probably sure y'all used to Eugene Robinson's book, right? Disintegration. They're saying that like there's four kinds of black people. The abandoned class, the mainstream, the transcendent class, and the ascending class. Basically, y'all used to that, right? I submit to you the fact that the African American community is so beholden to an abandoned class mentality when it comes to masculine behavior. We are never going to get our heads right, because the transcendent class, the Jay-Z's, still try and act like the abandoned class. The mainstream class are envious, and the up and the aspiring class, they don't want nothing to do with these abandoned ass Negroes. So what I'm saying is, we need to deconstruct the abandoned classes' view of masculine identity, destroy it, build it back up again, put a sense of duty, put a sense of submission in there, and then build up from there, and have everyone from abandoned to transcendent to mainstream understand that there is rules to be a man, and it doesn't have to be about the fighting and the fucking and the financing. It doesn't have to be about how much pussy you smash.
Well, there's only two.
Question: Who
Okay,
who
okay,
instilled that?
oh,
Like
yeah.
Oh, I could
We know.
tell you.
like who instilled that?
I could tell you. My personal belief is that at a certain point, after years and after generations of being murdered, the black community said, okay, we're just going to be the badasses. We're going to be the protectors. And the white community say, okay, we're going to be providers. We're going to hold on to the union jobs. We're going to hold on to the college tenured positions. We're going to hold on to all this money. You could hold on to being a badass.
There's a very good book called The Boy Problem, and even though she's a feminist and she was trying to make a point, she documented shit that went on in 1860 with the immigrant classes come out. Everything that you see in the black community, in the urban black community, happened with white folks way back then. Okay, it's not anything new. They already know it. Okay, what's going to happen is that because the only reason it hasn't happened already is because of segregation and basically racism that's been in this country for 300 years. They are going to absorb you. I have anybody that's been in my hangouts that has been on my channel knows what my theory is. And after 1945, you have an assimilation process. There's only three. Basically, you have an unwanted class of people, okay, which is they call the Negro, or the black, or what we call black people, okay. You got one unwanted a group of people. There's only three ways that you can get rid of a group of people. You're in the military, black privilege. What are the three ways you get rid of a group of people that are unwanted?
What was that?
I said, you're in the military. If there's an unwanted group of people, a mass group of people, what are the three ways that you get rid of them?
Deport, kill,
or assimilate.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Basically, breed them out, right? Or breed them into something else that's more acceptable, right?
That's before my time.
No, what I'm saying. Okay. Anybody that's been looking at the Negro questions, which is on my channel, what was the first thing they tried to do with the slaves coming out, slaves that were free? What's the first thing they tried to do with them?
They tried to breed them out.
No, they tried to deport them. The African Colonial Society.
Yeah, it was like Jeffersonville or something like that.
Liberia, Haiti, what is it? Belize.
Jamestown, I believe, is what like where they tried to deport them. What was the point where they landed?
Yeah, there was a point where they landed. But I said they bought a country to deport black slaves, okay, black people, because they were afraid of them. Two is that they were bringing in white immigrants, and white immigrants didn't want what they call another labor class, a cheaper labor class to basically rival them, right? So they didn't want black people here. They tried to deport them. Okay, when that did not work, they tried to do what? What do you think the eugenics program was about? Okay, they tried to slowly but surely kill them or keep them from reproducing, right? Get rid of them that way, right? That's what the eugenics problem. What is it? Agenda 21. That video that shows that basically explains it to you. It's a eugenics problem that they want to get rid of black folks, because where did she start? She started in Harlem, and it was I forget what it's called. It was the Harlem. What is it? Harlem Project or whatever she called it when she was in Harlem.
Yeah, I heard about that. The Black Hospital. Yeah, she put that.
Margaret Sanger. Yeah. Okay. They tried to euthanize, but they tried to slowly but surely, because Fabian socialists don't believe in just outright killing you. Slowly but surely weed your numbers down. Okay. And then they came Cyclone B, and they said, okay, we can euthanize them humanely. And even all the Fabian socialists on both sides of the pond said this is the best way to get rid of an unwanted class of people, which they probably had planned for us. But the funny thing happened on the way to black people going into the gas chambers. Nazi Germany, they started killing Jews. And they figured, okay, this is not the way to go. Okay, so what's his name? The general Eisenhower. He actually toured. You know, I still want to find that goddamn tape, because the dude they said it. He toured the Nazi death camps, right, and saw what they were doing to the unwanted masses of people, and he said, "This is not us." And he convinced the Fabian socialist government that actually run this fucking country, that okay, this is immoral and this is not who we are. So I said we can't deport them, we can't kill them. So our final solution cannot be what Germany's final solution was, because Nazi Germany was evil. And we will be just as evil if we did it to our unwanted masses. So what can we do with it? There's only the third problem. The third thing is to do what? Assimilate them. And that's a longer process. And you're still in that process. If you look at all the things from Eisenhower on, everything with civil rights and all that other shit, integration of the schools, all that other stuff is to do what? Is to assimilate you into the government. It says it in Monahan's report about the Negro family, is that the policy of the United States for the Negro is to assimilate him, not give him independence, not make him a different class, not segregation, but assimilation, because they want to get rid of the problem. You are a problem to them. And I'm not saying that it's going to work. I'm not saying that you can't fight it. I'm not saying that you can do anything different. But this is the standing policy of the United States. This is also why they are gentrifying your urban environment, because they're gentrifying places where it makes absolutely no economic sense to do that. Why are you pouring money into places, little bitty black urban towns where you can't make your money back? Because it's not the policy. The policy is to break up the urban centers so that you will be forced in proximity into mixed neighborhoods. And if you've been to LA, you've been to any metro town where there's mixed community, what do you see? You see black children and white children, and when they become adults, they start marrying. Even Charles said the same thing. In this community, all the black women marry white. All the black kids marry somebody other than black because of the proximity. In other words, I'm not saying that this is something that's inevitable, that you cannot fight it. What I'm saying is, if you plan to do something, you have to know what is fighting against you. This is not, they're not just coming in and hauling you out of school and tossing you someplace. They're using the soft power. Okay, the elite, guess what? Instead of working for a black company or starting your own black company, guess what? We can make you part of the board here at Kellogg's or IBM or whatnot. So you got out of school, you're an elite, you're a smart kid, you have a 1500 on the SAT. Guess what? Instead of going to the historically black college, we're going to send you to Yale, or we're going to send you to Harvard, or we're sending you to Princeton. Where else do you want to go?
Hey, BGS.
Yes, sir.
You make a lot of good points on that last one, and I agree with you 100% on what you just said. But I wanted to go back to the part that you said about the culture, and I agree with that. The counterproductive culture that basically keeps us from, thinking the way we got to think.
Well, it's not it's damaged. It's damaged. And
Okay.
Quigley said that it was shattered. If you look how fucked up who marries out of their race and their culture more than anybody else? American Indians. They
And
have
they're
the
done.
most shattered culture. They have the
Yeah.
most shattered culture in the country, right?
They're assimilated.
Assimilation. The two groups that marry out of their race least, guess who they are? Black folks and white folks. They refuse to mix. So the only way the country's going to get them to mix is to do what? By force. You force them you force them into white neighborhoods, even though white people don't want you. You force them into white schools, even though white people don't want you. It's not because white people want you, not that you want to be there. They're forcing you to mix because that is their policy. Well, go ahead, War. Is he
Okay.
still there, or is he gone?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I just wanted to touch on, after the Emancipation Proclamation, 1863, and then after 1865, when Black Americans were freed as slaves. If you look at
Lincoln tried to get rid of you.
If you look at the Reconstruction, let's say from 1900 to 1965, Black Americans were self-reliant. We had our own restaurants, TVs. We had our own restaurants, movie theaters, our businesses, grocery stores. So for that 65-year period, from 1900 to 1965, we had an 80% marriage rate. Okay,
90.
Our families were good. Everything was good. So we basically came out of slavery with the desire to be self-reliant and to be independent. But after 1860,
desire,
yeah,
you had to do that.
You had to do
forced. So after 1965, when those social programs came in, that's when the moral decline came into place, and we became dependent. So look, if we can go back
You can't
to the way
go
our
back.
hear this out. The way our forefathers who came out of slavery decided to start building in 1900, we can still use that same mentality as black men, not the women as black men coming together like our forefathers did in 1900, and we can build that foundation.
I wish you could. I wish you could. Well, I wish that you could, brother. You don't know how much I wish that was possible. Believe it or not. Even though I sound like a curmudgeon, I sound like an anti-black person, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
But the thing is, the reality is that you can't. Black Privilege is our guest, and they hear him ready to snore in the background. I want to give him. If you want to say something, brother, I know you want. I invited you on. I want you. Did you speak your whole piece, or there's more that you want to add? Go ahead.
Well, like I think my main point is like it's like I said on my channel. You know what? There's like four kinds of people right now. Well, four kinds of people, like the strong men, weak women, strong women, weak men. We're not doing anything about the weak men, and that's where I kind of focus my attentions on. That's why a lot of the shit I do say sounds simpish, because what I didn't tell y'all is that I used to work at a family shelter, and I saw a lot of really negative stuff. So I'm always going to be fighting for the weaker brothers, the brothers who are just barely getting by. So, so that's why there's a disconnect between us sometimes.
Do you think the incoming environment is going to make it easier or harder?
Harder, real harder.
So in other words, we already have damage problems, and you're going to be dealing with the damaged environment that the United States is going to be. Okay,
exactly.
Because basically, you know, basically.
No, it's going to make it easier for us.
Why? Okay, why is it going to make it easier? Go ahead, speak your mind. Victor,
well, you're talking about for progressive black men. To influence non-progressive black men, of course, it's going to make it easier, because now we actually going to have financial influence. You guys talked about it earlier. There's only three ways to make change. You either got to you either culturally influence them that it's the right thing to do. You got to provide the next level up is to provide financial influence, and then the third level, of course, is physical force. What I don't understand, what War and Black Privilege is saying, is we have to control the non-productive black man. How the hell can you control the non-productive black man when the white man is over the law, the legal system? If we can't force them physically, hold on, let me finish. You can't force them physically, because no matter who shoots who first, who kills who, or who physically does something wrong, in the eyes of the law, Pookie and Ray Ray is equal to you. So you have more to lose. If you do something to Pookie and Ray Ray to physically influence them, they can sue you. Pookie and Ray Ray is somebody's son, so their black woman can sue you, and you have more to lose. So what happens to your progressive black men if they're going to jail, or they're spending 90% of their time trying to control the quote unquote non-productive? Then not only are you not going to get anywhere, you might end up going to jail, but now the time and energy that you spend being productive, whether that's building, whether that's working and bringing in money, now you're taking 90% of your effort from being progressive to try to control the less. And now you're no longer progressive yourself. And on top of that, you might end up going to jail because some idiot looks at you as a come up. How many people do you know try to go in to the hood and make a change and end up getting sued? This is what I'm talking about. You guys are talking about we're afraid that the white man is going to stop us. The fact of the matter is, the black Pookie and Ray Ray, just like how some of the guys get on the hangouts and talk about how the black women use the court system to control men's finances. Pookie and Ray Ray do the same thing. They do the same thing. I think it was it was funny. I was watching a video from Esoteric Sages, Lord Akhenaten,
Okay.
and he was talking about how the Christian church combined with the legal system in the black community actually allows the lower class to control the upper class. They allow the lower class to terrorize us, one, between the culture of Christianity with the turn the other cheek and convincing people that the stronger person is the one who turns the other cheek or lets the other walks away from confrontation. That's one way they control us from the bottom up. And the other way is through the legal system. It's the legal system literally equates you to Pookie and Ray Ray.
Okay, BGS, can I respond?
Go ahead.
All right, now Victor 313. Look, I understand what you're saying, but when I'm talking about controlling the reckless element, Pookie and Ray Ray, it's not so much physical. That's the last resort. Once the collective body of productive black men create that foundation, most Pookie and Ray Ray, they're going to come to our side. They're going to see. Hear me out. Hear me out. When they see us coming together, when they see collective, productive black men coming together collectively, putting their money together and doing productive things together as a group, let's say about 50 black men, 80 black men get together collectively. Pookie's going to see that shit and say, okay, do I want to sell drugs and not be able to feed my family, or should I join these guys? Now, you're going to have some that don't want to join us, and then they're going to either join us or stop committing murders. And if they don't, there got to be conflict. Look, we got to learn. Look, we got to have our own judicial.
Okay, let me ask you a question about that. Why would they stop doing, just because they see us doing something else, why would they stop doing what they're doing?
Because they don't want to be out there living this life on the edge. They're trying to feed their kids. Hear me out. They don't want to live this life looking behind their shoulder but for the cops all the time. If you give them, I know they don't. They got kids. They got common sense. They want to live life.
Really?
So hear me out. Hear me out.
Wait a minute, dude. You're gonna have to make them short because it's a response. You have time. How long you been on there? You're gonna be heard. Okay, calm down. Yeah. He's trying to ask you a question so you can illuminate what you're talking about. So ask the question, Vector.
Well, I'm just saying, I think you're making an assumption there. I mean, you can look at this even from a global level. If people so-called believe that the United States is doing so good that, that we're the nation superpower, then why aren't other countries following our example of our finance, our economics, and our governments? I mean, I don't understand how you're making those, making the point that just because we're doing one thing, that another person is going to do what we want to do, what we're doing.
Can I respond?
I think that's a gross assumption. Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Look, in my opinion, I believe that people follow, especially in our culture, people follow what they see progress is coming out of. And if Pookie and Ray Ray see a collective body of black men organizing and coming together, they're going to join our side, especially if they have kids and they want to get out that lifestyle. Now, there's going to be some that don't join us. The bottom line is they're going to be held accountable later on. But we got to build that foundation, whether it's 50 black guys or 25 black guys. We got to build that foundation and put our money together so those other groups of black guys who are dysfunctional or reckless can have a way to take care of themselves and their families. Because if you go to Pookie right now, he's going to say, how am I going to feed my family if I stop doing what I'm doing? But if we create that foundation and then he sees us creating that foundation, they're going to come to our side. It's a process. It ain't going to take 3 years. It's going to take 15 years. But as long as we're building and it's a process, they're going to come.
Can I respond?
Oh, okay. Okay, Mike, and then I think LAR wants to respond. Go ahead, Mike.
Nah, I mean that's the whole if you build it, they will come type I guess thought process, fantasy, what have you. And it's not to say that it won't work. It's just talking. Some of the stuff is just kind of blown, it's just blowing me away. But go ahead.
Who's next? LAR, did you want to jump in?
Yeah, I'll speak after him.
Okay, from what I'm hearing, I think people got to take into consideration everybody doesn't take payment. That's not everybody's currency. So you got to be mindful of who's getting paid with what and what they like. On top of that, even if the guys who are degenerate want to change, you also got to take into consideration their crew might not want to change. So their crew could sabotage them even taking a step forward.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hate to
And
use.
I'll respond to War about no, that's okay.
Yeah, gentlemen, I hate to use this tired ass cliche, but power is the ability to make someone do something despite his own will. And I don't think the progressive man has the power to make these dudes behave a certain way. But I do think that we should at least rationalize with them and try to build up the man as a heroic ideal. And yes, that's going to be a little simpish. That's going to be a little capey. But
You know the quickest way to do that, and I've said it, and black women do not want it to happen, and they proved it over and over again. Is basically take these kids, for the most part, and separate them. Basically, give the black boys their own school that has worked in every place they've tried it in some of the
I
worst
saw that. I
neighborhoods.
saw that.
Yeah, but the thing is, your black woman will have to stop trying to fight it because they don't want to give up control of the boys because they like the black. Believe it or not, black women like the community as it is. Believe it or not.
Yeah, because they run it, they own it.
They run it. They
Yeah,
own
I
it.
mean, the
United States
one at a time.
government
One at a
owns.
time. One at a time. Who's
No,
next?
they're the manager of the ghetto. That's what I mean.
Go
But yeah, I was
finish
gonna.
your thought. Finish your thought. Go ahead.
All right, but to respond to War, like Pookie and Ray Ray, they're not taking care of their families. They take care of themselves. They don't care about the black community. They don't care about anybody except for themselves. And if you even try to give them a job from slanging, they're gonna be like, "Nah, man, I can't work no 9 to 5. This is all I know." And you can give them everything, and they're gonna try to take that over and still ruin it because that's what they think is alpha. They say, "I'm that nigga. Why should I work for this nigga? That nigga's a bitch."
Yeah.
That's the type of shit they on.
Okay.
That's what they do.
I think Vector wanted to get in next. Go ahead, Vector.
Let me get in there.
Is it Mike or is it Vector?
No, it could be Vector. He can go ahead. I just wanted to.
Well, what I was going to say is also you're putting it in a vacuum by saying if we build it, they come. Because even at the same time, as long as we build, even if we built something, it still has to be greater than what they're getting from their white daddy. So even they can look at us and say, "Yeah, y'all got something good going over there," but I can sit on my ass and collect this welfare.
That's the problem.
Then why am I going to do that? And that's why I said before when you said, "Is it going to be harder or easier for us in the upcoming environment?" In the upcoming environment, they won't have that to lean back on. So again, that's why.
One advantage.
Yeah, so that's why I was saying, and it all goes back to building your own nation. When people are talking about, well, we can't go outside of the United States and do it, we should do it right here. At the end of the day, you're still in competition. Even if you build your own nation within the nation, remember, it's still within another nation that's giving other people other opportunities that might be greater than yours. The African American.
Hold on, real second, Vector. I'm gonna let you finish, but I want to show. I want to tell that to basically black privilege because that's exactly why maybe black men are getting over exuberant about it. It's stuff like that. You see that reflected in the comment section, but that is the exact reason why black people, black men, are actually happy about this Section 8. Not that they want to see women suffer, but they're happy that they can actually have a chance to get control of their women. Finish your point, Victor.
Well, I was pretty much finished. That's what I was saying. When you have your own nation, then you don't have that outside influence competition.
Hey, BGS.
Well, Mike's next, but go ahead real quick. Mike's next. Go ahead, War, real quick.
Hey, listen. I've been in LA. I've been in Compton, Watts, Inglewood. I talked to Pookies. I talked to Ray Rays. These is real black men. They don't want to be out there doing what they're doing, but they've been locked out of this system because of their record. Hear me out. If they were given,
I have lived here all my life. I mean, I'm still in the neighborhood. Okay, I know what I'm talking about. But go ahead and finish real quick, because Mike is next.
All right, and I respect that after. And I respect that you've been there, and you may know that more than me. I just left there about 8 months ago. But listen, man, like I talked to Pookies, I talked to Ray Rays, and I think that when I break it down to them and I explain that as black men, we got to work together because we have nothing but enemies, they see the bigger picture. They see the bigger picture, and they want to do right. But but there's nothing there for them to do right.
You know what the biggest influence on Pookie and Ray Ray is their mama and their girlfriends.
Yeah.
That is the problem. Until you
Say it
get rid of
again.
them, the biggest influence on Pookie and Ray Ray, believe it or not, and plus, trust me. Okay, I'm gonna give Mike extra time because I'm interrupting. You know, he's supposed to be next. Okay,
Mhm.
20, good Lord, 25 years ago, there was a gang truce, right? And you had these rites of passages, and you had them training Pookie, basically street kids, gang kids, and whatnot, right? Trying to get them off the street, trying to get them into apprentices program, try to get them a job and stuff like. You know what the biggest barrier to them doing that was?
Their mother.
Their mother and their girlfriends.
How?
Dude, calm down.
Well, let me. Can I answer the question of how? Can I
Go
answer the
ahead,
question of
Vector.
how?
Go ahead, Victor. Go ahead, Vector.
Because what you see is it's all a hyperbolic line of money. Because what happens is even if we build something for Ray Ray and Pookie, right? Let's say we get them education. What ends up happening is if we build and BGS actually said this earlier. Once you build that person up, and then they get whatever skill set and degrees, and they have an increased value. If you've got, I can't remember BGS. What did you say? Did you say General Electric or Hostess? But if you got big white corporations say, "Hey, we see you now. We can pay you this much money,"
Yeah,
and then the black, and then that person has, like you said, that person has kids. He's got a family he needs to take care of. He's gonna sell out.
Yeah, I've heard that so many times. I mean, I can't. Well, go ahead, Mike. I know we interrupted you. You're next. Go ahead. And then LAR.
And honestly, it's not what you're saying, or your outlook and what you would like. It sounds great. It's just that from experience and observation, it doesn't work. So I think personally, just to give you, not even give you a solution because you have your own solution, but just to give you my take and how I would handle it is that you're gonna have to, one, can you handle the sacrifice, and basically two, like you're gonna have to do it by yourself, and not with a group of black men, or not start with a group of black men, but yourself, and then they will gravitate towards that power. You will become a magnet in your local community, and then you can start building more, building off of that foundation. So I mean, it's not to really, and I understand, like, it sounds like we do have a defeatist attitude towards a lot of things, but we're just looking at it from the point of experience and observation. Simply put, what you want is damn near a fantasy in this current environment. So if anything, if you want to make your own environment within your own head and within your own home, you're just gonna have to do it by yourself first off. And I think it's going to take individualism, and then it can start to gather and
LAR wants to jump in. I don't know if Black Privilege try to jump in or not, but LAR first, and then Black Privilege.
Yeah, I'll speak after him.
Yeah.
Okay. I may be wrong because I'm coming in late, but as far as the community building part of building a nation, it sometimes it seems odd to me because these are not the people that they want to follow anyways, because the people that they said were powerful enough to build a nation are the people that we need to build a nation for now. Now, I thought back in the day, Pookie and Ray Ray were supposed to be alpha males and entrepreneurs because of their drug dealing spirit and all this other stuff. Now, all of a sudden, they need help. So
now they're the beta males.
Well, the thing is, that's why we, sometimes you can't listen to women, okay? Because when that's why I posted stuff about the drug trade, okay, and how I saw it evolve during my lifetime, and how I saw the switch from when Pookie and Ray Ray were just outcast simps on the street to the point where they're elevated. So I saw that transition. That's how I'm going to explain it. The thing is, how do you switch that back?
Pookie and Ray Ray gets locked up.
Yeah, but the thing is, the culture lives on.
Well, Pookie and Ray Ray are really just the prime definition of when a woman defines masculinity.
Yeah, basically.
And that's why you see that it's breaking and it looks like absolute fucking shit.
Yeah.
They come wanting to suck my dick when Pookie and Ray Ray get locked up.
Yeah, that's
What
right.
just
But
happened?
no,
Hey,
I don't.
GPS.
but,
Hey,
but, but, but black privilege is on right. Go ahead, black privilege.
Yeah, I'll speak after him.
Well,
Huh?
no. I'm cool with listening right now. So
hey,
Okay.
hey,
Okay.
BGS.
Okay, I'll,
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead, War.
Hey, what would it take? Honestly, I mean, like you were trying to tell me and give me that example, but what would it take to have Crenshaw black men over in Compton and have Compton black men on Crenshaw? You were explaining about that truce and how the
Oh, the
mothers
gang
and
troop.
daughters stopped it. How did they
Oh yeah.
stop it? How did they
Oh,
stop it?
because okay. This is what the facilitators told me that would happen. Okay, because they only have so much time with these guys, right? Okay, um, you're a man, right? Okay, especially a young man. Who is the biggest influence that as a young man that's going to be on you? One is your mother, and two is the woman that you're fucking. Because after I talk to you, after I encourage you, if you were strong enough to basically override with the woman that you were fucking and mama's influence, you'll be strong enough to actually not need me. You guys go out and build for yourself because you have that kind of strength of character. We're not talking about these kind of kids. They never developed it. They don't have it because their mama has influenced their lives, and the next person, and basically after the mama hands you off, she's handing you off to another woman. So basically, you have the woman that you're fucking that has your nose, has your ear, and has your heart, and the woman that birthed you has your ear, has your heart. You're gonna listen to them first rather than somebody, a stranger that hasn't raised you. You're not their father.
Especially when the father's not there.
Yeah.
hmm
And they would tell me that
But
over and over and over again. And they come back and said, "Well, man, I'm gonna have to not come anymore." I said, "Why?" Because my girl is tripping, or my mama's tripping, so I'm gonna have to drop out of the program because they're giving me all kind of help.
Can
They would say that, but I'm not saying that you shouldn't try things that may have changed, but I'm saying that this is my experience why it hasn't worked. It doesn't mean that it won't work with you. Go ahead, LAR. I know you're trying to get in.
one of the other reasons behind that is because those are the two people who want the money. They get the benefits of the money from the behavior without taking any of their chances.
Mm-hmm.
So if you give them a truce or not, you slow down the money.
Yeah, because
So
it happened in Detroit with the Detroit 300 men and
right,
300.
that
It
yeah.
wasn't the white people or white men or anybody else that stopped it. It was the black women themselves that
It,
actually
it
killed it.
it even happens on a modular level where like you get a chick that you could be girlfriend, boyfriend, you could be married, and you come in and want to discipline the woman's kids.
Mm-hmm.
She say get out the way, or
Mm-hmm.
I don't need basically gets in between you and discipline her children.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
And
that is the difference between a matriarchy or what we call a guy. I call it a gynecologist, but a matriarchy and a patriarchy. White
hmm
women expect the father to
Yep.
discipline their children. In other words, I don't know, young E, is your culture a patriarchy or is it both? Or it could be both depending on your tribe. But
Hmm.
are you
Yeah.
patriarchal or matriarchal?
Um, hmm. I'd say it's a mix. It's a mix, kind
It's a
of.
mix. Okay. In
It
other
changes
words,
over time.
okay.
But the mother runs it. I'd say the mother runs it most of the time. But the father
Yes,
also has it. Yeah.
he has. In other words, the father has a role, but as far as the family is concerned, mom runs it, right?
Mother, grandma, yeah, they run
Yeah,
most of it,
that's
and the aunts and
matriarchy.
stuff. Yeah.
It's a
Uh-huh.
matriarchy. In other words, when I say matriarchy and patriarchy, it's a social pattern. They don't mean there's a governing pattern or anything like that. It's how
Yeah.
does a household run? And basically,
Mhm.
what Young E just described is what we call what is defined as a matriarchy. So people said that the black community is not a matriarchy, and I said, how does the family run? It runs exactly like that. In fact, my family runs like that, man, because I'm having a hell of a time um, with, with my grandson and his dad because it is it's his is her mother, her grandmother, my mother, who's a damn near 80 years old. All the women
Hey.
are basically trying to run what's happening with these three little boys, and they're always in it. And I have to fight. The only reason that
hmm
he's in the little boy's life because I stand up and demand that you women back off and let this fucking man be a father to his child and let them develop a relationship because
It's
they always
egos.
because
It's egos, man.
it's a strong matern okay it's hard for on a hangout it's hard to describe okay
Um,
um over time, you guys have been with me. You know what I'm talking about. It's the very strong maternal instinct, and babies, it's little children especially, babies, uh, basically ignite that maternal instinct in women. So, in other words, especially women that can't have children anymore. Okay, babies to women are like a new car to men. Okay, if the dude, if your boy shows up in a flashy new car, if it
Yeah.
just came off the
Okay.
lot and everybody talk about it, everybody wants to get behind the wheel and drive it once, right?
Right. Right.
Same thing with a baby. Okay, that's how come I always, people ask me about putting a baby inside. Okay, well I'm gonna babysit this baby for 6 months, and I said that's a bad idea because you're gonna get attached. Basically, women are built to be attached to that baby. Okay,
Mm.
and they're gonna get attached to that baby. And once that baby gets attached to those women, they don't want to let it go. Remember that video I showed on about that chick who had 2 kids and blamed it on this dude, Javon.
Right.
And what if you look at it? If you look at it, what I'm saying is true. Did even though that dude's mother knew that those children weren't his, what did she say?
You're gonna have to take care of them anyway.
I'm still gonna be the what? The grandmother.
Grandmother.
Because
They
I
do the
am
same in
gir-
Africa.
huh?
They
Huh?
do the same in Africa.
They didn't what?
Not as bad, but they do the same thing in Africa.
Yeah, because but that's just a maternal instinct. When I say something about women, it's because I've observed this over hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of women.
Hmm.
I've observed this. I talk to them and say, okay, well, why is the grandbaby living with you? Why do you take better care of the grandbaby than blah blah blah? Well, that's my baby. I don't care what the hell she. And so I've heard this so many times. I said, okay, there has to be something to it. It's a very strong maternal instinct. The chemicals inside a woman's body is set up to do that. So I always tell women, tell girls, if you do not want your mother to take your baby, you can't have to limit the exposure to her. In other
And my
words,
paternal instincts is to put a child that's out of pocket in check, but it is overridden. It's overridden because I'm not in Pakistan. If I Donkey Kong the chick in her throat,
yeah,
I'm going to jail.
that's why
That's
you
it.
that's why you don't have that's why you don't have you don't have a patriarchy anymore. It doesn't exist in America anymore. We pretend that it. The only thing that's patriarchal about the United States is that the child support laws and the divorce laws are still patriarchal. In other words, negatively patriarchal toward the man. But everything else is basically a matriarchy. Everything else.
When we go to war, that's patriarchy because there's
No,
no rules and
no,
shit like
no.
that.
Okay, Young E will tell you he's in a matriarchy.
Mm.
Do the women go to war?
Do women go to war? Yeah, they do. When it gets real,
They
they
do.
gotta go to war.
Oh,
No,
so
in the
what I'm saying
Revolutionary
is,
War, most of the time they don't. Most of the time they don't. But if it gets real,
if it gets real to where it's house to house, then you have to do what you got to do, right?
yeah, because the woman will get raped. But other than that, they're not going to war. It's
They're
mostly
not
the
going to
men.
war. In other
They're not
words,
commanders. They're not none of that.
in other words, a matriarchy is not a reverse matriarchy. It's an egalitarian grouping
No,
pattern.
I was mentioning as far as rules, like ain't no rules when somebody coming in, strong
Yeah, that's
arm. Like,
invaders though. That's invaders. But when you
And
go to
you,
war,
in other words, in a matriarchy, you're still expected to do your job. Okay. In
Yeah,
other words, your
everybody has a
job
role.
is to. Everybody has their role. But the thing is,
Mm.
what I'm saying, and I'm not even against matriarchy. I know I'm hogging the mic right now, and I'm gonna let everybody talk, and I'm gonna fall back. Um, uh, I'm not against a patriarchy or a matriarchy. If we're gonna have a matriarchy in the black community, it has to be proper. Black women are gonna have to take responsibility because in a matriarchy, the women are responsible for out of wedlock births, who the girls have sex with, all that stuff. The women have to control those girls. That's their job. They have to control who gets married. That's their job. and they don't do that. So in other words, we have a malformed, ill-functional matriarchy inside of a malformed, ill-functional patriarchy, and the shit's uh, just
Clusterfuck.
complete. It's clusterfuck. That's basically
Yeah,
what it is. I'm gonna
right.
fall back. I'm fall back. Whoever wants to get in can get in. I'm
The,
gonna fall back.
one of the things that you guys talk about that I see often, you know, even I see it with my younger siblings is with this, is that a lot of times these mothers, they try to control the bond first. So between the maternal and the paternal bond, they want control of the bond first, and then everything is kind of funneled through them. Because you see a lot of young boys, young men who they need that discipline and structure when they're like 16, 17, and 18, and they think they could just flip a switch and turn it on like that. That's the issue with a lot of guys. Sometimes when I was younger who went to the military, that was the first time somebody actually got on their ass.
Right.
And you know, some guys wasn't ready to handle that. Some guys wasn't ready for combat. Some guys were so, you know, enamored with what their mother taught them, they can get themselves and other people killed.
Right.
You know, so the way we living right now, it's not gonna, you know, unfortunately, it's not gonna work out well.
Yeah, and what I see, just to add to what you're saying, like a lot of women will try and cut off that bond from the man in a lot of cases, and you know it may be subconscious, you know, just to try and get back at the guy, but you know they'll cut off the bond between that man and his father and his son, and they don't really understand what the hell they're doing, and they understand like it's kind of crazy to see that.
It is emotional and it is almost subconscious because I see my daughter do it all the time. She does it and she doesn't even
Right.
know why she's doing it. But go ahead, LA. I know you want to jump in.
Yeah, I was about to say, to some degree it's subconscious, to some degree it's conscious. Because if you notice, if they feel like they got the father out the way,
Right. They can do
everybody,
anything.
right, the other men like the uncles, the cousins, the granddads, then they're treated kind of like they get to bring them in and out at their own will.
Right.
That's
Because if it ain't the father,
that's the definition of matriarchy.
I'm basically going through this shit right now. Like, you know, I'm separated from my wife, and basically she uses my daughters as like, you know, pretty much they're 100% hers. Like I didn't, you know, give her gallons and gallons of net. You know, she just, you know, they're 100% hers, right? So it's like, you know, it's two things. Is one, I'm gonna have to go to court and basically, you know, start the full process of custody and all this type of stuff.
Yeah.
And then two, yeah, I wanna. It's like Michael said, I think last week or a week ago, like, you know, you know, you don't want to fuck with no chick that will basically use kids against them like that would, you know, really hurt them. It is hurtful, you know what I'm saying? But
that would fuck me up, man.
Basically, you know, if you want to, okay, the only time I've ever seen that where a chick will not hold or try to hold a child over a man's head is basically when you see a white woman and a black man together. They have kids together. Okay, um, because she is patriarchal. Number one, number two, it's easier for her to navigate the white world without mixed children.
Well,
She'll basically give the children to you. But the patriarchy basically know that the kids belong to the father.
For the guy who go on the court, if you can, try to get proximity.
Yeah.
What
that
does
way,
proximity mean?
In other words, as close as you can, to your kids.
Right. That's a way of having custody. Where since you're gonna have to be between a certain mile radius between each other. That way they can be at your house 1 week and the other house at 1 week because you still be in the school zone.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You know,
isn't the laws in Illinois changing for child support?
Oh yeah,
like
child support. They changed it to, they go by the combined income of both parental and maternal parents. So yeah, she wants to keep working, and then, you know, she threatens me with that child support shit too. She, you know, it's gonna be a combined. They're gonna look at both parties.
If you're able to do proximity, you probably might be paying like $50 a month because they'll be what you have at the time.
Yeah, that's cool. Thanks for the info. I'm about 20
What?
miles from her.
You about who?
20 miles.
You're gonna have to get somewhere between 10 and 5, maybe around 8 miles.
Okay.
If you in like an 8 mile radius, and it's gonna stop them, it's gonna actually work out in your favor if you do that,
Okay.
because a lot of women try to get custody and move wherever they want to get to gain control. Proximity, she messes around and moves, you might wind up with the kid.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. That. Yeah.
Hey,
Go ahead. With,
hey, BGS.
Yes, sir.
Hey, I just wanted to go back to like what we were talking about when it came to that building and being able to get black men,
Mm-hmm.
even the dysfunctional black men, to come to the right side.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, what I'm thinking is that the best way to, I think, get the attention of the dysfunctional element that don't want to build
Mm-hmm.
is by, like, for example, Pookie and Ray Ray, they've been to jail. They've seen racist white supremacy from these guards. They know what that shit's about. So when I talk to them personally, they understand what I'm saying. They know that when they're out there committing crime, they're only benefiting white supremacy. They know that when they're killing another black man, they're only benefiting white supremacy. So they understand this shit. They understand it more than your average suburban black guy who's never been to jail.
That's
So it's
true.
like I haven't given up hope on it, even though they'll kill me, even though if I'm in the wrong place, they'll kill me. I'm just saying that if the foundation was there, like 50 productive black guys doing something, getting together, they're gonna follow us, man. They're gonna come on
yeah.
board.
That's what you. That's.
Gotta
Hold on.
disagree on that. Gotta
Okay,
disagree.
okay. There's the issue with that because trust and believe. I've worked with a lot of Pookies and Ray Rays that had apprenticeships and came in and got jobs and stuff like that. The problem is that okay, they they it it they don't have um, the social skills to actually operate in that environment, and a lot of their old training comes back up because basically what you have to do, putting them to work and making them productive is just one small piece of the whole particular pie because what you basically have to do is basically rewire these kids because the thing is they might start out they might go to work for 6 months and then all of a sudden they don't feel like getting up one morning and they're missing
Yep.
three
They
days.
start to regress.
They start to regress, and once they start to regress, and they might not show up for a week. I just met this chick, and I want to lay with her for a week or so. In other words, those old habits are hard to get rid of because they've been brought up in a particular system. So you basically have to rewire these kids. So I'm not saying that you can't. The thing is that there's a whole lot of obstacles. It's not as simple as if you build it, they will come. Um,
Yeah,
basically,
you're
basically to get the black community
Are you?
yeah.
Are you talking war? War? Are you talking about like you want to start like a grassroots organization, or you trying to talk? You trying to start like the Nation Islam or something? Like what?
Not religious based.
movement.
It's not religious.
It doesn't take religion. Take religion out of it. Just
all right. It's based on.
Put me in. Put me
I'm
in the
trying
queue.
I'm trying to get Pookie and Ray Ray to unite based on white supremacy. If we tell them that, listen, we got to unite based on white supremacy, they can understand that.
Let him finish.
Basically, like, look, bro, when you're out here killing each other, we got nothing but enemies as black men. So why are you killing other black men? So look, as a collective, if we work together and build, we can counter white supremacy that way. They see that shit. I talk to them.
like are you talking about like a Black Panther Party, like that?
Well, it's not so much. It's not so much as aggression and fighting white people. It's about showing Pookie that we got enough money within ourselves as black men to build. We don't need to depend on drugs, the drug game, or anything else like that, or welfare. We can build with ourselves, black men. We have enough money. We have spending power amongst ourselves enough to do
But we've
things
been
on
trying
our
to
own.
do that with black women. You see how that works?
Okay,
I
No,
mean,
but that's where it fails. That's where it fails because the women are
Because
going
you're
to
not.
War, wrap up
the
your
men.
point. War, wrap up your point so Vector can get in. And I think did Black Privilege you did try to get in, or you just yawning?
Okay, I'll finish. I'll wrap it up.
Wrap it
Listen,
up.
you can't start anything out with the women. The men have to start first. The men have to build it first. The men, no women can come into it until we get the built. Then they come in later. The men have to do it. That's how you can build it.
Okay, wrap it up, and then Vector, go ahead.
The premise that Pookie and Ray Ray see that they're only benefit white supremacy is also false, because when you're talking about progressive black men, I mean, you can look at, I'm firsthand experience, and when we're talking about guys that are in the military or whatnot, or they're contractors or they're doctors, it doesn't matter. If you're productive in the United States society, you are benefiting white supremacy, even at the top. I've been a military contractor for 15 years. I make great money. I'm living in East Africa right now doing business. But guess what? Every time I fix a server for the U.S. military, it's helping white imperialism. So just to say that Pookie and Ray Ray see that they're helping whites, so do we do at the top as well.
Yep.
We see that we are benefiting white supremacy. So when people are saying, "Oh, we shouldn't build our own nation outside of the United States," that's the only way you're not going to benefit white supremacy. As long as you are participating in the gross domestic product of the United States financial system, you are benefiting white supremacy.
Yes, sir.
Can I respond, BG? Can I respond real quick?
You got about 30 seconds to respond.
All right,
quick.
look, the Israelis, the Jews here in America, they built Israel, and they use their power here to control and to empower Israel. So when you talk about going to Africa and just starting out the blue, you have no foundation in Africa. Where's the money going to come from? You got to start here first, create the foundation here, and then go to Africa and build.
What do you mean? Wait, aren't you the one who just said that black people have $5 billion worth of spending power? See, that's what I don't understand. That's what I don't understand.
But organize it here first.
I don't understand how people will, in one breath, will say African Americans got $umpteen million worth of spending power, and then they turn around and say they don't have any money.
You got to know, what I said was black men by ourselves have 500 billion, but you got to organize it. Here, I'm gonna tell you.
What you're saying is we've already started.
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you. We got to organize here first. Organize our base here. Get the money here first, and then go overseas and expand.
We go to somebody else. Okay.
He's saying you already got the money, man.
Double talk.
But it's not organized. It's not organized.
Other people want to get in. Of course, it goes back to what I just said. Did I not spend 10 minutes talking about why it doesn't work, right? I spent 10 minutes. You guys didn't hear me. I've been doing this for 30 years for a reason, and that's why I'm here. I know what the fuck I'm talking about. Go ahead, LAR. I know you want to get in. And then Black Privilege, I think he tried to get in if he wants to, after you.
First and foremost, it's not about money. Now, I don't mean to be cold when I say this, but normally mothers are the first teachers, right, of a child. They taught their children.
I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Speak up, LAR.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I said mothers are the first teachers of their child, so it's not about money at this point. The first thing that they taught is who to respect. See, when these Pookies and Ray Rays, they're not gonna call you Mr. and Sir. They're gonna call a white dude that they say is white supremacist, Sir. So even if you bring the money to the table, they're still gonna be insubordinate to you, because that you're not who they were taught to respect, no matter what you do for them. They'll respect the dude cracking them upside their head with a damn badge on and a KKK hood more than they would you.
Exactly.
Now, as far as you bringing the Jewish part into it, don't act like the UN and other governments didn't help these white people. We're not going to get no kind of UN funding and help or any type of reparations. So don't convolute one thing that a world came together to help their own people, which are white, and a world that is going to try to destroy us when we try to come together, which is black. Those two things are completely different.
Okay.
Can I respond?
And to be honest,
yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Mike.
To be honest, this goes back to what I was saying. You're going to have to do it on an individual basis, and to add to that, in respect to what LR said, is that you're going to have to raise your children and the children around them to actually start to have this. You're gonna have to socialize them.
Yeah.
To cut it short, you're gonna have to socialize them to start respecting everyone, not just the KKK with the badge, or the KKK member with the badge or the hood or whatever. But you're gonna have to start socializing them. And these kids, and they are brought up a group, but they're not socialized to follow that. They're not socialized to gravitate towards that. They're socialized to gravitate towards, like, you know, the lesser.
I will say this. Um, if the environment that's coming, like the universal basic income and automation is coming, and taking jobs, what they're going to have to do, that's why I say you need to really get the book about the fourth industrial revolution. We really need to go on the World Economic Forum site and look that up, because a lot of things of what they're proposing may help you do exactly what you're trying to do, not in a grand scale to help all 48 million black people, but in a smaller scale for like a black enclave of, say, maybe 5,000-6,000 people, right? Because what's going to be basically engineered around is uh, unleashing the technology that can actually form smaller communities, because the big urban communities that we have will probably be less attractive. So they're gonna figure out a way to bring in water, figure out a way to bring in electricity, basically have a functional small town. So as far as small towns that's built up around um, a particular industry, like say if you making shoes, shirts, computer software, whatever, right? You can build up like a kibbutz, or basically a community around that, and they will facilitate that, because in the future, in the next 10 years, they won't be able to supply you jobs like uh, societies have over the past, I would say, 100,000 years. You won't be able to do that because robots and automation are going to take all that shit. So you're going to have to devise your own methods of organizing people, putting people to work, and making them productive, and they're going to depend on you to do that. So the environment that's coming may be conducive for that. But the thing is, you got to plan all this shit out, see what's available, see what's coming, get out in front of it. So basically, when people don't have jobs and they're lost, they're going to actually come to you. With Section 8 food stamps and all this stuff being trimmed down or cut off, this is the opportunity to say, look, I have a community where everybody can eat, people can actually do productive work, and if you want to be housed, clothed, be happy, and all this stuff, I have this. But you have to plan it out and have it organized so that they will come. So expecting people to actually come all at once because of white supremacy and stuff, I can tell you, boss, after 30 years, that shit don't work. Okay?
Hey, BGS, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
All right. What would it take to have the black men from Compton to be able to chill on Crenshaw and the guys from Crenshaw to be able to chill in Compton? Like, what would it take? Like,
now? You talking about now or then?
Right now.
Right now, nothing, because you don't have any black communities in Los Angeles anymore.
No, I'm talking about black men. I'm talking about black men feeling safe to come from Compton and chill on Crenshaw.
They do now because Crenshaw is a white community. So basically,
no, Crenshaw. I'm talking about from let's say from Vernon and Crenshaw all the way south to Manchester.
It's a white community. I'm here.
What the fuck? What you just...
Basically, it's a mixed community. It's changed. It's there now. In fact, they're building. In fact, I just saw, because I'm where I'm at, man. I'm like maybe a mile from Crenshaw Boulevard. Okay, from exactly where you're talking about. And in my community, there's a Korean dude that rolls around on his bike begging for money. There's a white chick that jogs with her dog every morning. There's a couple of one white dude I just saw jogging. In fact, he was east of Crenshaw, which is it's supposed to be blacker. Okay, it's basically your black community in Los Angeles is gone. It's not there anymore.
Yeah, I say for as regards to what he was saying.
Compton is an Hispanic neighborhood. So it's not even a black neighborhood anymore. Go ahead.
I think that black men should focus, just like what you were saying earlier, BGS, as far as the programming. We should focus on a particular industry, like really what a lot of black people and I see, even I did when I was a lot younger, was security.
Mhm.
Like a lot of the black males were security guards because that was the
Mhm.
easiest job to get,
Mhm.
and we black men probably are better at security guards, but
You've been
I
there,
mean, I
done
think
that.
we should. I think we should focus on a particular sector, or even techno, because like what Lalantos mentioned earlier, drop the golden nugget.
Mhm.
We live in a plutocratic
Mhm.
what is it,
Technocracy.
technocracy?
Well, it's
Yeah,
coming. It's not quite there yet, but it's on the horizon.
it's pretty much I would say just kind of almost pretty much complete, because you got all of these tech companies. You have the emergence of Amazon.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
they're
yeah,
creating fulfillment centers all over the
mhm,
place.
yeah. But
Yeah, Amazon pantries and
The
shit.
but the thing is, the thing is when it's a technocracy, when the fulfillment center has very few people and mostly robots. That's when you have
oh,
a
okay,
technology, and
okay,
it hasn't hit yet.
okay.
What I was saying to War, if you truly want to do that, um, get the book about the fourth industrial revolution. Look at Richard Wolff is an expert, um,
Mm,
and Democracy at Work is an expert about setting up worker co-ops.
mm,
So
Hmm.
basically, you have the community come in, and you basically making their own jobs, and that's what you're gonna have to do. That's how come worker co-ops and his idea. That's how come he's making his fame and his group is actually known worldwide because they have an idea that people want to hear. Basically, the world elite said we cannot guarantee you a job anymore. Okay, universal basic income, and Mark Zuckerberg was just gave a speech on it. I think it was yesterday or today because they were sending me news articles about it. Basically, what the elite are saying, because of the automation that's coming, they cannot guarantee you a
I
job
got a
anymore.
counter to you, BGS. I got a counter to you, and
Okay, go ahead.
this is something that I've thought about a long time ago.
Okay.
It's a few sectors that you for the most part you will always be able, because these are the stepping stones of civilization.
Mhm.
I call it STEAM:
Mhm.
science, technology, engineering,
Mhm.
agriculture, and math.
Mhm.
If you go any sector within that, I call it STEAM,
Mhm.
you will always be able to have a job or be able to go on your own
Oh,
and start something.
okay. Well,
Um,
thing is, how many of those people do you need?
how many people you need
How
as
many of
far
those?
as
How many of those people do you need? Um, 60 years ago, when NASA was first formed, they need hundreds of thousands of people. Okay,
mhm,
before the advent of computers and artificial robots and artificial intelligence and all that stuff like that. It comes
yeah,
down to the point how many you need. That's why I show you. Look at the video I put up about those black hunger, right?
yeah,
Oh, it's 10 years. It took
mhm,
10 years to go from the land needing hundreds of people to picking cotton to three
mhm,
in 10 years. You're gonna
mhm.
see that
But
they're already
but
talking about it.
it's
It-
also okay. You're saying, okay, when you say they are the WASP, the white
No,
Anglo-Saxon
no, 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 no,
Protestants
no.
that.
I'm talking
Oh,
about the elite class all over the world that
right,
control
right, right,
industries. The
right.
color makes no color. You got to wipe color out of your head.
Okay,
WASP, because they're gonna put their own people out of work. They don't care. So
okay,
doesn't color does not
okay.
matter. What I'm
All right.
saying is, I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm saying investigate. So in other words,
Okay.
if you take a sector, you have to
Mhm,
figure out how many people that they need. Mike
mhm,
was just saying that last week. Is you have
mhm,
AIs writing code and
mhm.
Right.
replacing programmers.
Yeah,
AIs writing their own code.
yeah. I picked the dude up a few weeks ago. I drive Uber. He was saying it
Hmm.
was like a month ago. He was like, "Man, I basically like I just write code to put Indians out of jobs."
Hmm.
Yeah,
Right.
like
Yeah.
That's
I
But
mean,
smart. That's smart.
and I
Well,
think
okay.
it's smart in
Honestly,
short term, but the thing is, okay, in its short term, the thing is, people say, well, they can't do it now. But the thing is, it always gets better, and it always gets better faster than you
yeah,
think.
Revenge of the Nerds, basically. I
Yeah.
mean,
Yeah,
yeah.
because I have to give my if he's listening, I have a sub man that he sends me. I have two subs that send me tons and tons of articles because I hipped them to artificial intelligence and automation and the fourth industrial revolution, and he said he had never heard of it before, and he got excited, so he sends me every day he sends me an article about automation, and I have maybe 200 articles that he sent me. It's daily, and lately, the last couple of last week, I've got about 30 articles that he sent me on
BGS, which book is that on the fourth industrial revolution?
it's you can look it up. I can't remember the author's name, but actually he works with the World Economic Forum, and you can put you can actually look on Amazon or something like that. Put Fourth Industrial Revolution, and his name should come up because I think he's the only one that's written a book on it. In fact, my partner showed me the book. I've read the paper, but I haven't not read the book. But you
Yeah.
can look it up, and you can because I could tell you, man, because a year
Well, I'm
ago,
looking right now. I see one by Klaus
yeah,
Schwab.
that's him. That's him.
Okay, got it.
That should be the only. That should be the only one because it's a new concept, and basically he was paid to put this out because people need to. We have to convince people to accept it because people are going to be luddites. They don't want to accept it. But the thing is, what I'm trying to do with you guys is get you guys ahead of the curve. That's why I'm here. I
The
mean,
one, oh, sorry.
go ahead, LAR.
What I've noticed is the one thing about automation
Hmm.
is people's ignorance to it, because
Right.
people seem to people seem to act like when automation starts to really take hold that they're going to have a job.
Hmm.
Yeah.
And
Or oh, that'll never happen.
Right.
right,
Yeah.
but if you
Maybe.
but if you look at it, everybody's like, oh, McDonald's has this thing, and Walmart has the self checkout line, and this company is writing code, and people are just not putting two to two together. Like that's why they're talking about the universal, the money for everybody, because nobody's going to be working.
Yeah.
Not very many people.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like I tell black women to come in my section. Okay, when I was just mentioning Section 8 because I really want people to put foots in the asses of these women and actually take them by the scruff of the neck and say you can't continue to fuck up. But what I tell women that come in our section, if I really wanted to put the hammer of God down on you guys, the hammer of Thor on you guys, and put information out there on my section, you wouldn't come to my channel ever again because you would be up at night, every night, because
They
the news is real. Because the little bit that I show, people freak out about. If I
I'll be up at
really
night
dug in,
programming.
if I really got into and I told people exactly everything that was over the horizon that was coming and what little you can do about it, you would either have to smoke take a drink or smoke a joint and sit down and look at your even Mike. As intelligent as Mike is, I had to say I was shocked when he says he's listening to my hangout. It said this, I say things that make his eyes glaze over. And I'm saying, Mike, how can I make your eyes glaze over, man? Because not you. Some other people I would
Yeah.
expect that, but I mean, a lot of concept.
Some of the higher level political geopolitical points, yes.
Oh, okay.
But as far as like things, as far as things coming towards fourth industrial revolution automation, I'm already talking to other people, and I'm telling guys, I'm like, yo, listen, if we don't get on the other side of this shit, we're fucked.
Good.
So if anything, if I'm gonna be up at night, it's gonna be programming some shit that's gonna make me some type of money. You know, that's
Yeah.
it. But some of the other stuff is I'm out of depth with that.
Yeah.
Like I'm gonna have to
Yeah. Yeah.
wear
What I'm
some
saying.
scuba gear. I'm gonna drown
What I'm
and
saying.
that kind of thing.
What I'm saying is after after the United States fucked up the economic system, they royally fucked it up. That's why sometimes I'm pissed because hell, I gotta fucking retire. You guys just fucked everything up by being greedy. Okay.
Yeah.
Um, People always say the debt in the United States is such and such and such and such, and we do this, we can do that, blah blah blah. But the thing is that um, there's two sides of a debt. There's domestic and there's external. Okay, what you owe to everybody else that you trade with. Okay, everybody focuses on the internal debt, right? because that's the only thing people can handle. If they've actually thought about the counterparty debts and stuff that they owe everybody else around the world, I mean, when I first grasped the whole problem, right, I was fucked up for 2 days. I had to
Damn.
take me a drink. I had to close all the blinds. Man, I had to cut everything off. I said, how the fuck are we gonna get out of this problem and still survive as a civilization?
I can imagine BGS not shaving for days in the corner in his white
Oh
pajamas or something like
man,
that.
man, I was, I,
Curl
man, I was
up in the ball.
when I
with
when
a bathrobe on.
yeah,
Yeah. I think they're coming for me. I think they're coming for me.
it's a goddamn. In other words, basically is the apocalypse coming over the hill, man. I said, how
Yeah.
the fuck are they gonna get out of this, man? And they haven't gotten out of it, but they actually got together. They saw what was up against it. Said either we're gonna come together, try to keep this shit together, or we're all fucked. And that's the G20 is basically that entity. And basically, the World Economic Forum, they've been meeting constantly, man, all the way around the world. How the fuck do we get out of this? How the fuck do we get out of this? How
Hey,
can we? Will the universal basic income work? Will people accept it? How is it gonna? How are things gonna work? Because automation is coming. If we bring this automation online right now, basically you're going to have chaos in every country. So how do we get this moved along? Because it's only so long we can keep this platform that we've been on for 300 years rolling. And I said,
Can
if you actually knew that, if you actually could get inside my head and see this shit, man, and you glimpsed it the way I glimpsed it, even for a minute, man, you would have to go smoke you a joint and take you at least a couple of good shots, man, and go to sleep.
I
I
don't
don't
You
know.
get
BGS?
That'll
that
be a
fucked up,
Wonderland or a House of Horrors right there. Thinking about that. But I
man.
got something after. I think LAR.
Go ahead,
Um,
LAR.
It's just a question. I don't want to take it in a racial sense, but I'm gonna ask this, and
Hmm.
because I'm curious.
Hmm.
When all of this stuff starts to collapse, did they even factor in the psychological part that most people are not gonna respect white people at this particular point because they figure like y'all done fucked everything up for everybody. So how can your word be good now?
They already don't. They already don't.
hey,
The
hey,
white
BG,
man has white man has lost credibility all over the world. Trust and believe.
yeah, it
No,
just
When
hasn't
when
hit
the, when
home
the
yet, I
Afri-
believe.
when the Africans, I knew when the first glimpse that I knew of it that basically white supremacy was over. There was they called it there's the world was it there's a treaty, the Lisbon Treaty. I can't remember what they were trying to forge with the Africans, right? I'm trying to remember the WTO. I think it was WTO, and it was a Lisbon Treaty. They were trying to get signatories on, right? And they had been meeting for like 2 or 3 years, and they had this big conference in Lisbon to actually come together and figure out whether the country is going to sign on to. All the African countries read it and walked out. I said, "Oh shit, white supremacy is over." They walked out,
hey,
so we get a better
BGS.
deal with the Chinese. Go ahead.
Hey, I wanted to just touch on the issue from earlier. Look,
Mm-hmm.
man, I've been listening to all the videos, and I agree that the welfare system, Section 8, and all these
Mm-hmm.
social programs
Mm-hmm.
has created a dependency within our community.
Mm-hmm.
Now, during this time period, Trump is going to cut them or even end it, and I agree he should end it. But that's going to put a lot of pressure on these pookies out here who have babies. So that's why I'm trying to say we got to, as black men, we got to build that found. If we want to see these programs
In,
ended, if
in
we
the
want to see these,
word,
can I
If
finish?
well, okay, come on, man. Okay,
If we want to see
I,
these
I
programs finished, we gotta, as men, we as men, we gotta have something they can fall back on because I don't have any kids. I'm gonna be real with you, so it's not my responsibility. But I'm just saying that if we do see this system fall, like Section 8 and welfare, and I do want it to fall, we gotta have something to
it,
replace to give our women
in the
jobs.
words of
Can
Dr.
I?
Claude
hold
Anderson,
on, hold on a
don't
second.
focus on the underclass. Focus on building black wealth, one community at a time.
But his focus is different. Okay, the thing is, they're not going to cut it like that. Okay, they're going to start trimming it. They can't do it all at once. Okay, but the thing is, the reason why the letters and all that stuff is important because that is a wake up call. Okay, a few letters in itself amongst hundreds of thousands of people, even millions of people that are on this shit doesn't make much difference. But the thing is, when women start posting their letters on Facebook, it causes an effect. In other words, This is a come to Jesus moment. We had to get right with the Lord right now because I could be next. Now they're willing to do what? They're willing to listen. So Pookie and Ray Ray knows that he is not going to be able to sleep on a couch. He can't find another woman with Section 8 to sleep in her on her couch or her bedroom. He's going to have to listen to you because he doesn't know where his next meal is or his next stop is. So he's more willing to be open. So you can say, look, dude, so now this is coming. Even though it hasn't happened, look, dude, okay, Trump is in office. This is, you didn't believe that it would happen. Look, look at the letters. Go on Facebook and look at the Section 8 letters. See what's happening. Where do you live? How long do you think this is going to last? Don't you want to do something better before you are on the street? And they might not listen the first time, might not even listen the second time, but when it happens in front of their face, they're gonna say, "Hey, man, remember you telling me about the program you're trying to run?"
I got something for the BTS.
I'm a mute.
Who's snoring on the
Black
Hangout?
privilege. I think it's black privilege. I think he's in the East Coast. He's probably asleep. He went to work, so I'm gonna mute him.
Can I interject real quick?
Well, I got some for that.
Okay,
You
LAR and then
got it,
Mike.
bro. No, you got it, Mike.
Just real quick, I think one way to build the program that you want, and I want to side with what you're saying because I understand you're passionate about it, but I think the way you can probably build a program that you want is to maybe even start like a farming program, and then the way you can get funding for it is treat it as a rehabilitation program of some sort, because rehabilitation clinics are such a big deal. But maybe you can do like a rehabilitation program that will help, mostly black inner city youth, blah, blah, blah. You get a couple white people around you. And then,
reverse mind fuck.
But I really do think that'll help. I really do think that'll help.
If I can ask you, War, what is your plan? Have you tried writing a grant? Because somewhere within the next year or so, they're going to be begging for people to actually come up with ideas to put people to work, because the only option is putting them either in jail, which is going to cause where they have to feed them and cause disruption. But they'll need people to train these people, put them to work, make them productive, so they stay out of trouble and
Also,
be productive citizens. Yeah.
If you want, look up Justice for Life. In Florida here, look for a guy named Guy Wheeler. I can get you connected with him if you'd like, and he's actually writing programs for people that are in that have abused drugs and are in the system. He works with the courts. He's one of those guys where if you close the door, you'll find out how fucking radical he is, and how much he wants the the black nationalism and stuff like that. So look up Justice for Life, Guy Wheeler. He's one of my customers. But I think if you can even talk with him, he would flesh out a lot of your ideas and help you direct it in more than just, what we would consider emotional talk.
Mike, well, are you talking about like the Lawnmower Man? You ever saw that movie, The Lawnmower Man? Where this guy got this guy got this guy that was basically retarded. He wasn't mentally retarded, but intelligence wise he was retarded. And he basically linked him up with a virtual reality at that time or whatever. This was like 20 years ago. And
I used to have that game on the computer.
He basically linked him up to all of his knowledge instantaneously. He got intelligent instantaneously within a matter of weeks. I'm not opposed to that, actually. I believe that might work to a certain point or whatever. Like
technology's not
work.
there yet, but yeah. But I think if you start connecting with certain people that you're talking about, instead of just because I want to say you sound like you don't have a plan when you're saying some of this stuff, but I can help you get connected. Well, I can try and help you get connected with people that have talked about this stuff, and they will tell you, because you're not listening to what BGS is saying so much, but I think you need to start talking to some other people that have actually started to write these programs, rehabilitation programs, and go from there.
Well, I have a plan. I have the money too. I got the money too. It's just that I could just say, hey, forget this emotional. I could say, forget this dysfunctional shit and just move on. But I'm like, hey, what can we do as black men, a collective body, like a collective body of 100 of us, 50 of us, with put our money together and build some shit like a grocery store, schools. I mean, we can do it. We can.
There are people that are already find people that are already doing what you want to do and join them. Yeah, like-minded people. Because there like in LA, there is a guy. He's West African, and they're building. They're actually building their own grocery store. I know. I just talked to a guy from Punch TV. They're starting their own TV program here in Los Angeles, TV network, and getting ready to build and open their own studios here. That's black owned and whatnot here in Los Angeles. There's people that are already doing it. Just got to find who they are and join it. Instead of trying
go to
I was thinking about making a website, right? Like a date, like not dating, but like a business matchmaking website. So you could so another business person or even a non-for-profit or whatever, they could match up with somebody that kind of fits in categorically to what they have as far as capital, what they want to do, just like a dating algorithm, but for business matchmaking. Just to,
I think they have platforms out there like that. I think they even have platforms that are. I wanted a dating website that was based off your credit score. I thought that would have been pretty good, but
that might not be bad.
Platforms out there you can actually, there's platforms out there you can look at and copy off of.
Can I
also? The guy's website is justiceforlife.net. Get in contact with him and go from there. I mean, he's actually my neighbor and everything. He's a really cool dude, and he's talked with some other people that I've connected him with as well. But I think you're gonna need somebody who's actually worked in the court systems and tell you where you're work or not.
Can I'm curious about something because I want War. What is actually your intention? What your intent behind trying to save these people?
Look, the bottom line is, as a collective, productive black men are judged by the actions of Pookie and Ray Ray. Like, we can't move forward as productive classes of men until we can stop Pookie from killing motherfuckers. Stop Chicago. Look at Chicago.
Wait. Let me finish this for a second.
Let him finish.
Okay. All I'm saying is that, in order to move forward as a group, because I look at every other group within this country, they're able to pull their money together and build different shit. And it's like, why can't we? And it starts with the men. It starts with the men first. The men have to build it. I'm like, why can't we?
We just talked about it.
No. I was curious because I want to tell him what he comes off as to me. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm gonna tell you what you're coming off as. Just like when you're coming off as there are guys who are productive in our community. And there are guys who are degenerate. But there are also guys who are opportunistic and on the fence. And part of the energy you're giving off is you one of the opportunistic guys that want people to help you because you know that you've been on the fence and being an opportunist so long that these women and their kids gonna come to you and you don't want that responsibility. So you want to gather everybody else to build. So that's why, even when you talk about Chicago, that's one of my hometowns. Huh? What I mean is, you sound like that coach that says he really want to care about your kid, but he really want to fuck your mama scot free.
Come on, bro. Listen, my brother.
Sadly, not enough women show up to practice. That kind of stuff.
Depends on the practice.
I've tried.
Look, I apologize. Look, man, I apologize if you got the wrong impression about me, man. All I want to do is, I just want to see us as collective black men stop killing each other and us pulling our money together. That's all
okay.
I'm going to say.
Can I respond, please?
If that's what you want to see, and you know, and you want us to grow, you do know at a certain point you can't save everybody. So why are you trying to? Yeah. The people that want to be saved are going to make themselves available. You don't go reaching for people.
And you say your name is War. I mean, obviously, it's not to rag on you. You're not understanding war. You don't really know what war is. Reason why Pookie and Ray Ray able to kill each other and I'm from Chicago. I was born and raised in Chicago. It's controlled chaos. It's not the entire Chicago. It's isolated areas and neighborhoods where predominantly the murders take place, and it's controlled chaos. Controlled by who?
Yeah,
Whom?
and basically once Obama was out and the banks can't make any more money, he decided they want this area to actually get cleaned up because I think you told me they've moved the drugs and the violence moved with the drugs. So
Yeah.
now the murders are going
Right.
down in the black community. It's increasing in another part, but as far as the black community is concerned, it's the murders are decreasing. I know that because it happened here in Los Angeles. As soon as they moved the drugs money, the violence went away.
It's controlled chaos.
It's
I
chaos, yeah.
mean, it's controlled because it does not come where the white people are. Doesn't come in even. Well, it comes in some of the mixed neighborhoods, but it's controlled chaos. And if you look back, you see war. You're looking at the final byproduct. You're looking at the leaf. You should look at the root, not just the leaf. The root will tell you everything about why the leaf looked the way it is.
Okay, give him a chance
But
to
I think
respond.
But this decline only took place in 1965. But between 1900 and 1965, we were more self-reliant. We were builders.
But the question is why?
Because we had to
We know that. The thing is why, and you haven't expressed that, which is
because
why. No, it wasn't. We allowed it because the environment changed. There's a lot of different factors.
Yeah.
Okay, like I said, automation, farming equipment, push people off the land because they couldn't sustain themselves. That's one reason. Number two, you have a Jim Crow environment that pushed people away into other environments. In other words, it's way more complex than that. That's why I said go back and read the books at the period of time. Don't just say, okay, I know this happened, because you don't know because you haven't read it. And I didn't know until I read it.
But BGS though, but am I right though?
Can I respond to War's comment before we get too far from it?
Okay, go ahead and respond.
War, I think you need to change your thinking there, bro, because you're saying black men are judged on what Pookie and Ray Ray does. That's propaganda.
Yeah.
Why?
But it's the truth. It's the truth though.
Part of war.
Let me finish. You have to understand that a racist is going to hate a black person no matter what the black person does. So for you to say that I want to change the perception of black men, other people's perception of black men, because they're looking at Pookie and Ray Ray, and we need to do X, Y, Z to change other people's perspective. Fuck other people's perspective.
That's not what I said.
That is exactly what you just said.
I didn't say change because how look. What I said was that the self-destructive behavior patterns of Pookie and Ray Ray reflects negatively on us as a collective body when it comes to productive black men.
It does not. That's
all right,
the
then you
whole
tell
point.
me. Then how come when you go to a grocery store, you're being checked out and you're being judged regardless? The bottom line is this:
you don't have your own grocery store. You don't have your grocery store.
Basically, you just agree with his point, even though you didn't know it. It's how
exactly
now look at us.
Exactly. Let me
That's how we look at ourselves. How we look at ourselves too.
He's not saying that you're wrong. He's pointing out your logic, and you have to listen to him. Now finish, Vector.
Now what another thing I get tired of people hearing is, why can Chinese build this, and why can other people do this, and why can't other people do that? But you have to remember, these people have their own host nations with their own currencies, their own resources coming from their own host nations. But then you'll turn around and say, well, black people shouldn't go outside, shouldn't go to Africa, this, that, and the third. How you gonna have a Chinatown with no China?
Exactly.
That's true.
You're gonna be hitting your head against the wall, brother.
Okay. Now give him a chance to respond.
All right. Well, just following your logic, then we might as well not do nothing then. I mean, if we can't come together, if we can't come together,
that is a nation state outside of the United States, which is our power base, and then establish our nation within the nation, quote unquote, like everybody else. The only difference is we're working in reverse, where everybody else is working forward.
Yeah.
But we still have to have a power nation. I mean, you would sit there and talk about the Jews. The Jews didn't say we're going to establish Israel inside of the United States. They fucking went and made Israel.
Do you know the reasons that we got civil rights in the United States? Do you know the actual reason? War. I'm asking
War.
Are you asking me that question?
Yeah.
Because America couldn't continue to deny us these rights while claiming to be a free country.
Okay, the reason you got there's two reasons you got civil rights in the United States. One, they wanted to assimilate you. Two, is because there was the independence movement going on in Africa, and they needed to show that Africans that they could be decent with their own black people, because the civil rights movement and African independence movements are linked, and the reason the Africans put pressure on America, they go in and want resources and sign contracts with Africans. It looks the way, how can we trust you because of the way you treat your own black people?
Facts.
Chinese said the same thing. So basically, it was power outside the country that put pressure on the folks inside the country to do right by black people. So basically, he is correct. You do have to have both. You can't have, in other words, nobody fights for the American Indian, do they?
Nope.
Okay. Hey,
And
BGS.
to compound on what BGS says about what you were saying about us black people being self-reliant back in the day, you have to remember that when we came out of slavery, we had all of the skills.
Yeah.
We had all of the skills. So we were able to be independent because we could actually do the work that our slave masters didn't know how to do anymore.
Yeah.
But again, BGS comes back and said we keep going back to industrialization. They no longer need us when we were replaced by machines.
Yeah.
But straight out of slavery, that's why we were able to do so well, because we had the skills to do that.
Yeah. Which is the reason for the first Jim Crow laws right after Reconstruction, because what they found out, the North found out, an industrial nation doesn't work very well without raw materials. So what do you have to do to your former slaves?
Mm-hmm.
You got to put them back on the land. So
that's where sharecropping came from.
That's what sharecropping is. Nothing more than feudalism, which you have landlords and landowners, and you work your piece of land. You give him a portion, half the portion, and basically you take a portion and try to sell it for whatever you can. The sharecropping is nothing but feudalism. They couldn't do with slavery, so they did it. They pulled out another European cultural invention concept and put it on you. So the thing is, our scholars will not talk about it this way. Nobody else will tell you this way because they want to build a particular narrative because they want to make money. I can't blame them.
Can I ask War something real quick?
Go ahead.
Where were you born?
Pennsylvania, Coatesville, Pennsylvania.
So if you have a friend, if you want us to build the way you're talking about, where is your home country?
My home country?
Yeah.
You have another outside the United States. Where's your home country?
I thought you said it was.
Look, I was born here. I'm born and raised here in America.
Hold on. He's going somewhere. The point I'm making to you is this: you cannot compare yourself to somebody who may be born here, but you don't know where your people come from outside of Pennsylvania. So if you look at Chinatown, they got family in Hong Kong. Do you even know the country that you're linked to in Africa?
Senegal. Senegal, West Africa.
No. Okay. Who do you know there?
Well, there's no connection. I've been there, but I have no connection as far as.
Okay. So you're trying to.
In other words, have you traced your roots to Senegal?
Yeah, that's where my dad came from.
Okay.
Okay, so that's your home country. We asked you.
Your father from Africa, and you talking about you don't want to go back over there?
Hear this out. So you're not hearing what I'm saying. You don't understand what I'm saying. You can take 100 black guys. You can take 100 black guys. You can take 100 black guys in Africa right now. They ain't gonna build shit. They don't got no money.
So hold on, fam. This is the point that we make. Now, do you understand?
Change your name, bro.
Do you understand how odd it is to have a quote unquote black man in America who knows exactly what country he comes from in Africa, who wants black men in America who have no idea where they come from to go back with him to help a place he ain't trying to help?
Listen, the way they're going about it, they're just going to kill you if you go there. It happened already. They will kill black Americans.
Hey,
It
War.
happened
Hey,
already.
War. Hey,
Listen, I'm
War.
gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you.
No,
I know what happened.
One at a
I'm
time.
Black
gonna
Americans
do this
tried
for
to
you.
do this.
One at a
Black
time.
Americans tried. Listen, black Americans tried this.
I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this for you, War.
LAR. 30
I'm gonna do this
seconds,
for you.
War.
War.
Okay,
Go to
ahead,
my
LAR.
go to my YouTube page, War.
No. LAR first.
Look, my dad. Look, my
Hey,
look. Black Americans tried to go to Africa.
War.
I'm in
LAR
Africa,
first, then
War.
you.
I'm in
No.
Africa.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you.
Hey, I'm gonna mute everybody. Okay, I'm trying to make it so that when you hear the recording, people can hear the thoughts. Okay, LAR and then War and then Vector. Okay, let's
Which
keep it orderly.
Okay, what you just basically said in the energy you just gave off is you need somebody to be a leader for you because you ain't got the balls to do it.
Yeah, he blue pill. He blue pill.
We
Raging,
ain't going
man.
there. We're not going there.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Well, I don't mean to be. Oh, that was too disrespectful. My apologies. But if you,
LAR, he's a blue pill.
No. Hey, we
don't.
try not for the conversation to go that route. Okay.
Got you. I don't know blue
Okay.
pill, red pill stuff, and what I'm respectfully, what I'm trying to say is, if you want to be a leader, you have to be a leader. You can't manipulate other guys to be leaders for you because it's easy to see.
You know, you got to build it first. In other words, that's what he's saying.
I'm not telling you to build nothing for me or be my leader. What I'm saying to you is this: there's been groups of African Americans. They went to Senegal, they went to Angola, and they bought land. They bought land. African Americans. They killed the motherfuckers. You don't know the full story. They burned them, chopped them up in pieces. It's a different culture. You can't go to Africa talking about we're going to build. Nah, it's not going to work.
I'm not talking about building in Africa, War. I'm talking. No. I'm talking about. I'm sorry.
Finish that.
All I'm saying is that there's been groups of African Americans that have tried what you've tried. They bought land in Africa, okay? The indigenous people chopped them up and burned them alive. Why? Because they didn't create that foundation with those folks first. You can't go to a foreign country and just, we're brothers, we're both black, let's build.
Okay.
No, wait a minute.
You're right.
So why are you asking us?
No, Vector. Now, Vector, go ahead, Vector.
Sorry.
So War, I am in East Africa right now. If you go to my YouTube page, you will see a video of me and 3 other African American brothers, along with a Kenyan brother. We started our business. We got tea farm in Kiambu, Kenya, just north of Nairobi. You can go to my YouTube page and see it. Okay, what you're saying is a half truth. The problem, what has happened is when we came into Kenya, we went into an existing agriculture business, which is Kenyan tea. It's very big here. And we decided to establish a business within the construct of what Kenyans were already doing. What you're describing is what happened in Liberia when the colonies, white colonies basically deported us back and said, go put in this American system. So what you're saying is, okay, yeah, the people went over there and chopped them up, but why? Because they tried to come in and do some Americanized bullshit in Africa. You, as an African American, if you go in and you embrace your Africanness and you come in and try to help them do something while helping yourself, they're not hostile at all. They want us to come back and help.
They do.
You got all kind of fucking programs all around the place for African Americans.
Especially if somebody has knowledge.
Basically, because I got tons of brothers that I got 4 or 5 brothers in Ghana, man, that they're building stuff very peacefully. He's in East Africa. I have partners that were just there. I got partners that live in Ethiopia and places like that. If you come with something, you come with skills, they're perfectly willing to help you make money. Okay, you can't come in saying impose yourself. You got to be part of the community. What happens is that a lot of American people are Americanized. They don't realize they're Americanized. I'm gonna come in because I think this is the best way. Okay, you can't do that. So in a sense, there are tons of black people, and he just said it. There's tons of black people that are in Africa, African countries, doing good stuff, making a whole lot of money, and and have been there for years. I met a whole
And
bunch of them.
and war. I mean, my father's from Ghana, man. So
Mm,
when I hear you say when you said that, my jaw just dropped. And
yeah.
and I understand you going off narratives of certain stories that it's like cats will say like in this group I'm in like people going to Brazil, they'll say, oh well, you gonna get robbed and you gonna get your neck slit or whatever going to Brazil. It's incidents that might have happened, but it's a small narrative according to the number of people that actually go there. It's like you could get killed here. You could get
Right.
chopped up. I'm in the Midwest. That's the serial killer capital of the United States. Ted Bundy.
Yeah.
Um,
How many black
uh,
dudes get killed going to Brazil? Very few.
yeah,
You
You
can go to
think?
right.
Jamaica and think that you can smoke weed on the side of the street, and then you go there and find out they don't fucking play with that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
everybody
Yeah,
thinks you can just smoke weed openly over there. It's like hell no, the cops will arrest you.
yep.
right.
All right. Hey, I just want to respond to that guy that from East Africa with the T. Look, my brother, I respect what you're doing, but what I'm saying is that if you had a large group of African Americans that were buying that tea, like say if you had like 100 black guys that's sending you $50 every week for that tea in East Africa. Say you had 100 black guys sending you $100 every day, every week for that tea. You know how you would explode your profit? That's why I said we got to build, organize here first, and
Let me answer your question, bro. Our tea business is exporting to the United States. We export to the DMV area.
yeah,
Have you ever heard of a tea chain called Teaism?
I haven't.
It's kind of like a Starbucks type of like tea chain.
Is it like
That's
Tivana and stuff like that? Do you do work with them?
no Teaism.
Oh.
Have you heard of Kosi?
Mm-hmm.
No. Sorry.
It's
Go ahead.
another coffee shop.
In other words, there's a lot of stuff like this is going back and forth, and right under your nose, you don't know about it because it's been going.
But
They have business conferences between African countries and Black Americans constantly throughout.
constantly.
It's
But what I'm saying,
constantly.
war. But what I'm saying is this: it can start out with us just doing export to major chains. But what happens when somebody like you establishes your communities in the United States? You have brothers like us on the other side who just providing y'all tea, mangoes, avocados, whatever, just for your sustenance, not just for resale. So you got to have your power base or your resources coming from somewhere. Now, when you talk about let's just build it in the United States, where's your raw materials coming from in the United States?
Look at Shea Moisture. They employ 15,000 people on the west coast of Africa, basically making the shea butter, the black soap, and all that
Right.
stuff.
Yeah, and you're right.
They
You're right,
multi-million-dollar business.
and you're right. I
Hey,
agree with that part.
tell
I,
Tears and they need their website
It's if
redone.
you
One at a time.
I'm sorry, war. If you go to Amazon, it's a book. If you like search how to do business in Africa, it's books on how to do that. Like it's a few. I can't think of them off the hand, but it's a few templates that will help you.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
yeah,
what we're trying to ask you is what are you trying to build around? If you want a business, if you want a community, what are you building it around? Not just we need to come together to fight white supremacy because that shit don't work.
well,
Yeah,
look,
you need to like really think that you need to flesh that idea out a little bit more.
Yeah.
And that's why I was like saying all those extra stuff. Like you need to do something to work this plan out. Like I know you said you got a plan. Like, can you divulge that information right now?
I would give it to you half of the way. Your boy in East Africa proving my point. What I'm saying is that he got his tea company in East Africa. If he had 100 black guys here.
Not if.
No. I'm telling you. I'm giving you an example though.
War. Well, we're asking for specific. What plan do you have that's already fleshed out? Not if. What do you have? What are you doing? Soups to nuts. What are you doing to enact your plan? Not an if thing. What are you doing?
Right now, I have a mentor, a little mentor program right now that I'm doing. I mentor young kids that are 5, 6, 7 years old how to read, write, and do basic math.
Okay, that's a start. Okay,
Now,
that's a long way from where you want to go.
But it's a stepping stone. But what I'm saying is this, and the dude in East Africa has a good plan. But what I'm saying is that he could have 100 black guys in America or 1,000 black guys in America sending him $50 every week.
Well,
That would
he already has his business plan. What are you
but,
going to do from
but what I'm trying to say, but what I'm trying to say is that he can expand his business with more black American men sending him more money.
But what are you going to draw black